Hello, Ruby. Doggy. Walking the dog. Hey, good afternoon. How you doing? Hey, everybody. Out for a nice walk with the dog. Ruby, say hi. Ruby, hey, say hi to everybody. We just passed one of the neighborhood dogs who was freaking out in their backyard. Hey, everybody. How you doing? Uh, I have I have an interesting announcement to make today, but nothing too big. I hate to make this shit about me, but of course there's something stirring around that I just have to deal with. So it is what it is. Sometimes in life you step in a ditch and you have to figure your way out of it, or I don't know, maybe not. We'll see. You know, it's amazing how some things in modern society you can bounce back from relatively easily, and there are others that you just can't. And some people probably will not give you that opportunity, unfortunately, because of the line you cross is just one too far for them, a step too far. But that's okay. You know, sometimes it's actually a good thing because I think they say that when you fall down and you get back up, it's like taking one step back to take two steps forward, but sometimes it's seven steps back, which is never a good thing. You see some of the comments coming in. First of all, happy Friday to everybody. I'm going to be going live again tonight at 8 p.m. I just wanted to do a relatively brief one while I'm walking the dog because some things were on my mind. You know how my brain works, it's always bouncing around places or doesn't work. Yeah, I talked to my, I want to share this, and this is personal stuff, but I don't mind sharing it because who cares? I talked to my doctor at the VA who called me. First time we've talked in, I don't know, maybe a year or so. He was just checking in on me. And I told him what's up. I think I've shared that with you all, what's going on. And I don't know, there just doesn't seem to be much of a cure. I think I may have sleep apnea, if you know what that is. And so I'm trying to wear one of those, what is it called? Like a CPAP, right? But when I try to breathe out, like the air comes in, that's great. But when I try to breathe out, the air doesn't leave. And so I start to choke on that. And the whole point of doing that is so you don't choke, right? So yeah, I don't know if anybody here has ever used one of those things. Hello from Ireland. Hello, John. How are you today, sir? The luck of the Irish. I need some of that luck. Although I'm not Irish, so maybe I don't get it. That's good. Yeah, I don't know exactly. Somebody's asking if I think it's chronic. Somebody's asking if my sleep apnea is chronic. The thing is, I wake up every day feeling super hungover, and I think it has to do with not breathing properly at sleep. And the other thing I want to start doing is just there's a guy named Wim Hof. Have you heard of him? He does a lot of breathing exercises. He's got YouTube videos. I think there's something to all that. And I think my breathing is bad. It's too shallow. So I need to practice getting more oxygen in me. I think it's going to mess me up actually because I saw this guy who does brain science. His name is Daniel Amen. Amen. I don't know his name. And so he said that if you don't sleep well, that's like the number one contributor to having dementia because your brain does a lot of restoration during sleep, as well as the rest of your body, but mostly your brain. And so I'm a little bit worried about that because I this is what I try to do is articulate things, and if I become Joe Biden Jr., it's not going to work that well, right? But the good news is I don't drink alcohol, I don't use any illegal drugs, I don't smoke, never have. I've dabbled in this, that, and the other as a kid, but nothing regularly. And so it's nice. I know a lot of people who practice Islam and they're serious about it. They don't use intoxicants, and quite frankly, I'm happier without being intoxicated. I kind of like being of sound mind. And it wasn't always like that when I was in college and stuff, like most people do when they go to school. I've had some really, really crazy situations where I definitely was not in control, unfortunately. Uh, Somebody said they got paralysis from Lyrica. I'm glad you went off it then. That's no good. Somebody says they have sleep paralysis too. Yeah, that sucks. I don't know exactly what. I think sleep, there's probably being on these screens is probably a big hindrance to getting good sleep because of the blue light. I think there's glasses you can wear though. And when I'm using my computer monitor, I try to keep it on the dark setting as much as I can because just the bright light, I don't like the way it makes me feel. But I think because I'll talk for myself, because I'm on screen time so much, when you're on, I get my screen time reports. If you have an iPhone, you know what this is. They give you a report once a week. And I get reports sometimes that says you are averaging 15 hours a day. I'm like, what? So I got to put this damn phone down. If you're like me, you're probably on it more than you want to be. And I don't know if this makes sense to you all, but I think there's just something about being quiet and just kind of reflecting that's really Because I think life was quiet for us when we first evolved. It wasn't all hectic like this, you know? So anyway, so I hope everybody's doing great today. I'm just going for a little walk with the dog. It's not too cold, so I thought I'd take her out for an extended walk and just have a chat with my online friends, which is always fun. If you don't know my lifestyle, I'm pretty solitary, so it's always nice to be able to connect with people. It would be better in person, but I can't travel to Ireland to say hi to John, unfortunately. I guess I could, but not right now. Magnesium bisglycinate. Bisglycinate? I've never heard of that before. Can help. I take a magnesium supplement. It's called CalMag or something like that. And it's you stir it up in a glass of water and you drink it before you go to bed. So I don't know if that's any good, but I was told that helps. And I'm also taking some supplements because I don't know if you know this. This is crazy. The house that I lived in for a better part of 3.5 years, I moved, somewhere nearby. It had toxic mold. And so I got exposed to that stuff, which really messed me up. And I had no idea, but this doctor told me only 25% of the population is susceptible to this particular neurotoxic mold. It might have something to do with the Gulf War stuff. I don't know. But man, did it mess me up. I mean, I'm still trying to recover from it, actually. So maybe that's part of what has me feeling so bad. Anyway, enough about my bullshit. How's everybody doing today? I hope you're doing well. I did want to share this. Those you don't know, I stepped on a landmine, being a fool. And as a communications person, when I communicate in writing on Twitter, when I was doing that, I was just a little bit different, right? And I took a little more of a negative approach. I was kind of more critical. And I went back and read all of my tweets for the last, the last 8 months or whatever. And I realized, that's not a good place for me to be hanging my hat the way that I was. I don't know. I think Twitter brings out some of the more confrontational part of us. I don't know if you've ever been on it. I like it for the information, but there's something about the interaction with the culture on Twitter, I guess. And so I just shut it down, actually, believe it or not. And there was also some stuff there that came to light that was obviously horrible. So, but it wasn't just because of that. It was because I just realized, you know, I, I don't know. I like to be calm and balanced and not be rude I just wasn't being that way on Twitter. I was being a jackass, quite frankly. And have you ever done that in your life? You behaved a certain way in the past and you look back and you're like, how did I do that? Why was I doing that shit? Right? That's kind of how I felt about that. So somebody says, open up a new. No, you know what I want to do? I'm trying to do less social media than more. So I think I'm going to stick to doing TikTok and then having my videos posted there. And then hopefully if I get a chance to do some interviews, they can be on like YouTube or Rumble or maybe some of the lives. By the way, I've talked about this. I've probably done, I don't know, maybe 8 or 9 lives a week, probably about close to 22 hours a week of lives, I guess. So in a month, it's about 80 hours worth of lives. So that's not a short amount of time. And so because there's some people that really are kind to support me, I'm going to start doing some of them exclusively on some other place, probably YouTube or Rumble or wherever I can do it. And then we'll probably even have some private meetings on like a Discord server where we can really get to know people better. Just talk like a normal conversation between a bunch of people, which will be fun. But anyway, we'll see. I got to set all that stuff up, and my ability to concentrate is about as poor as it's ever been, which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. I think Twitter. A lot of people go back and forth at each other on Twitter. It's very critical and confrontational. I think that there's just no need for that. It doesn't really help anybody to do that. And there's some people from Israel that I was very critical of. It just inflames people, right? And I also made some criticisms of in ways that were absolutely out of line. And if anybody's seen this video that's circulating right now, and listen, fair enough. I put out a video that showed a live broadcast where these people were saying really bad things about Palestinians, about massive unaliving and burning and get rid of the DNA, whatever. That group of people like the older millennial and this guy Nick and that guy, what's his name? Nicholson or Mr. Avocado, whatever he calls himself, the guy that's being paid. And so I put up 2 videos. One was showing that Mr. Avocado got paid, and one showing these other people saying this vile stuff. I got a copyright claim on one of them, so I had to take it down. But fair is fair, right? I got them, and then they got me back, right? That's how it works, I guess. So I'm not blameless in all of this, and of course, the stuff that they got me from Twitter was horrible. So if you haven't seen it, I hope you don't. But if you do, or if you have, and if you're somebody who was pissed about it, I don't blame you. And I was disappointed in what I wrote too. Looking back, I'm like, God damn, why did I do that? It's stupid. But if you don't know what it is, I'll tell you really quickly. I can't hide from it, and I'm kind of ashamed of it, quite frankly. But I made some disparaging remarks, sort of coded language that was insensitive racially. And there's a few things that motivate, I think that are sort of hidden within me. It's not that I have any hatred for anybody, but I have had some situations in life that have caused me a lot of, I don't know, trauma. This is a good word to use. Trauma and harm, both physically, financially, and emotionally, which is not fair. No, everybody didn't do that to me, right? That's fair to point out. But I also live in a place where there's a large community that does a lot of things that are really just troubling. And I see it a lot. It's very pervasive. So I frame some things in ways that weren't fair based on those experiences, which is not anybody else's fault, right? It just is what it is. And so I don't know. I don't know if there's a deep embedded anger in me or something like that. That I don't usually seem very angry, right? So, but listen, this is the truth, and the truth has to be what it is. I've always been very transparent. Hey, when you fuck up, right, you have to say, hey, I fucked up, and I fucked up. And that's all there is to it. So there are probably many people who have seen that are just like, they write you off, right? They say, oh, that guy's just this and that. And I think fair enough. Anybody who sees that and gets angry, I can't blame them. I did a lengthy, probably 2 hours worth of discussing this on some previous lives, brought some people up who gave me their feedback, who happened to have been hurt by it. I thought that was the right thing to do. I think what I'm also going to do, I'm probably going to try to coordinate a panel of some type for anybody who's willing to do it, if anybody is, and just talk through it all, right? As as ugly as it may be to have to deal with that and face that music, I think it's the right thing to do if somebody wants to. And if people don't want to, so be it. But I've caught a lot of flack for it, rightly so, and some people are angry, and I think that's totally understandable. And I'm totally to blame, 110%. And it sucks when you F up, right? And you realize that people got hurt, and you're like, damn, man. And that's what pisses me off the most, is that I was kind of thoughtless, and that's not good. And so, what I'm trying to do is to get better and not do that crap again. Maybe I can work on what's deep inside me and explore what that's all about with the counselor and stuff like that. So you don't need to hear all this shit. I'm just telling you all, what's going on. So I don't listen. I don't want to try to be somebody I'm not and hide things from people. And all. So I don't think that's the right way to be. And people can take you for what you are, with your problems and your good stuff. And that's fair, right? You don't want to have somebody you're supporting or liking. You find out something like, oh, damn, why didn't you tell me about this shit? So anyway, I got to own it. And I'm obviously flawed in many ways. If you spent more time with me, you'd be like, who is this guy? I'm just an odd creature. But it is what it is. And there's some people that are really, really, really angry that probably, quote unquote, hate my guts. And I can understand that too. But I will tell you this, after hearing what people have said on the Israeli side about Palestinians, I hate what they said, but I don't hate them for having said it, because it comes out of, again, it's a cultural thing, right? They have a culture of believing certain things, and that's what drives. I don't believe most people are mean in their heart. I think that they say things that are mean, but I think we all have good in us. We all have the chance to be bad, right? So we got to find ways to be better. Myself, first in line among them. So anyway, that's what I want to get that out of the way. And anyway, the most important thing I did, by the way, just to let you know, I'm not somebody who's inconsiderate. So the first thing I did was I connected with some people and said, hey, who I trust here on Twitter, or TikTok, I'm sorry. And I said, hey, this is what's going on. And they already knew about it. I said, what do you think I should do? Should I quiet down for a while? Should I go hide in the woods? Or should I just keep on putting one foot in front of the other? And they said, listen, what you did was bad. It was terribly wrong. But he said, the movement needs advocates, especially people who are from America, especially who are, not Palestinian born, but who just other people who are from America that advocate for this. They said that's the most important thing. And so I just didn't want to be a distraction in any way, because that's the most important thing, is the movement and getting the word out and trying to educate people. And, hopefully to whoever those who haven't bailed on my ship, they can find a way to look to the good and hopefully overshadows the bad that occurred. And my commitment is I'm working with a VA therapist, and I'm bringing it up with him and talking through it. And I think that's all you can do, is try to work through your demons or whatever it is and hopefully improve, right? I already described to people what I did, but I'll say it one more time. On Twitter, and my Twitter I've since decided to get off of Twitter, because I talked about this when I first started the live, but I'll repeat it briefly. I was on Twitter, and I think Twitter tends to bring out the worst in people in terms of being sort of antagonistic back and forth. It has a very back and forth nature to it, in terms of people like being a little more critical and harsh towards each other. And there's no doubt I was very harsh towards the Israeli people. I still am, obviously, but in ways that are a little extra. There's a little extra oomph in there that doesn't need to be there. And I don't like being that way. I don't think I'm that way most of my time. And most of that stuff was done like late at night when I'm lying in bed, whatever. But the bottom line is, I authored some very insensitive tweet messages, probably about five, six, or seven over the 20 or 25,000 tweets that I put out. Most of them are back many, many months ago, like back, I don't know, half a year ago or whatever. One was the 1st of October, I think, but the rest were in the distant past. But I'll give you an example of how it went. So I would see a video with a bunch of kids that happen to be black, teenagers, just absolutely doing some really crazy shit, like beating the hell out of somebody, kicking them in the head, kicking them in the face, beating him while he's unconscious. And so I'd make some statements like, WTF, like, and then I'd say something that was a little bit insensitive towards the group of people that were doing it, that kind of thing. I didn't use any direct language, but I used some inferences that were inappropriate. So, and listen, I will tell you this. I have some particular feelings that relate to culture that I think if I have the right forum to say it in, I'd like to talk about it. But I think listen, I talk about some very controversial things that I think are it's tough ground to cover, right? And unfortunately, some things in our society just is ground that people are canceled for covering, that you just can't even go there. So I can't do it here, obviously, because this platform is very sensitive to issues like that. But what I could do is I could have a Zoom call, or I could have, and that's what I'm hoping to do on the panel, is have like a private Zoom call and have it non-recorded, or maybe we can record it. But there'll be some very specific things talked about in that kind of forum that could potentially be bannable offenses elsewhere, just because they don't want anybody to be too offended. I understand that. But I do have some strong life experiences as well as some observations that I'd like to share. And when you see something that, listen, let's talk about a similar issue, okay? Very similar in type of sensitivity. We've talked about the relationship of uh, those in power in our country, some in the cabinet, some in business, some in around the world, that make up a very small percentage of the population, but have a very large amount of influence. I think we know exactly what's happening with that. I think that's worthy of conversation. It may not be necessary to make disparaging remarks, maybe like the way Kanye West did, but it should be talked about. Like I said, if we had a very influence from people that lived from Vietnam, and they were just all in our community, and there was this big uh, impact that people who came here from Vietnam had. We say, why do we have such a huge influence from Vietnamese in our country, or why do we support Vietnam so unquestionably? Well, in this case, it just happens to be a different group, but I think it's worthy of focus, right? And if the people are being negatively impacted by the policies that are being influenced by this particular group, then it's definitely worth conversing about, right? However, I don't want to do it in an insensitive way that's overbearing, because obviously you can criticize the government or a movement and not criticize all the people who happen to share the same either religion, ethnicity, or background, right? That's fair. And I try to go out of my way to talk that way. And I didn't do a good job. I did a terrible job of that on Twitter, right? And so what I meant to say was what I understand about the subcultural observations. I just said it in a way that was completely idiotic. That's the bottom line. And I could have worded it exactly what I meant. I could have done it way better. And I think that, you know, I did it way too cavalierly, is what I would say. So anyway, I want to bury that for now, but I just want to make sure everybody's aware. If you want to check for it, check for it. I'm not hiding from anything, and got to keep walking forward. And I know that there's going to be a lot of people that aren't going to be on my train, so to speak, and that's okay. It is what it is. Okay, so I want to be able to answer some questions. And by the way, there are some people that I have reached out to that haven't responded, which tells me probably they're not going to, and so that's unfortunate. But okay, let's see what some questions are coming here. Free inquiry is paramount for a free society. Listen, I think freedom of speech means this. If somebody's saying something that I think is disgusting, I don't have to talk to them, and I don't have to. I can just reply in a way that kind of counteracts their speech. But I don't believe they should be canceled or shut down for that speech. That's my personal view. But that's not the way things work right now. And if certain people say certain things, there are even criminal statutes in some places. If you harass somebody and use disparaging language directly, it's a punishable offense, like a hate crime or something like that. I don't think what I did was criminal. I don't think. I don't. I hope I didn't break any laws, but I think it was bad taste, right? And there's always legal, ethical, and social, right? Those are the different norms we have. And so, nothing illegal, but definitely not borderline unethical, and definitely socially not okay. And they all matter, right? I think we would all want to behave in a legal, ethical, and socially acceptable way at all times. And I don't know about you. I don't know if you've always been on your best behavior your whole life. I definitely have not, and it is what it is. All right, let's talk about some other stuff because I don't want to beat that one. But um, like I said, the one thing I regret, I'm going to find another way to post this, is I had a post on the front of my Twitter page, which is now, I've taken it down because I just want to stay away from the negativity for the time being. But there was a list of people that I follow. And so I'm going to try to recreate that list. It's in my phone on like a notepad. And I'll probably put it on my link tree. I'll just call it like, great people to follow or something like that, or people I follow. And then people can still access that. Because I had a lot of people, I had like 200,000 people that looked at that. It was a pretty big post. So hopefully it's helpful. But anyway, yeah. So, I don't know if I didn't check the news today. I was busy trading this morning. Actually, I took a little bit of a loss, which sucks. That happens. But I didn't check the news yet as far as the ceasefire. I didn't know if the H group actually agreed to it or not. So if anybody knows that, if you could please put it down here. My understanding is that they are still waiting on the H group to say yes. But if they have said yes, I didn't hear it yet. By the way, if you don't know this, there's a news program that I watch most days, and it's called Democracy Now! And if you haven't heard of it, I've watched it for many, 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 like back in the late '90s or early 2000s. I've been watching it forever. It's a woman named Amy Goodman and a guy named Juan Gonzalez and a bunch of staff, and they report stuff that you just don't see on the mainstream press. I think they've done a poor job on a couple things recently. They did a terrible job on the Ukraine war, and they've done a terrible job covering Trump, in my opinion. I think that they don't give him fair coverage. I'm not a Trump supporter, but I'm just observing. But what do I think about the H group in Yemen's threat? I'm not sure what you mean about that. Maybe I'm missing something there. Your name is one letter. I can't see your name. And there was somebody in the guest box that wanted to come up. I think it was I am Palestinian, but not right now. Um, so I don't know the answer to that question. What do I think about the H group in Yemen's threat? I don't know. I didn't hear that. So maybe you can explain it to me, or I can look it up. One of the things about TikTok Live I don't like is if I shift to another app, like to go look something up or grab a photograph to put in it ruins the live. It causes it to get messed up. So I wish that didn't happen. Yeah, people say focus on what's important. Americans whining about their feelings and people. Yeah, let's put it this way. In terms of language, I mean, let's face it. I thought the same thing when people who were complaining about anti-Semitism and they felt uncomfortable. The point is, we have people who are literally having things dropped on them and they're being SHOT in the head by these snipers. That's problematic, right? That's real problems. And not having food, not having water, not having medical aid, having to cut things with knives with no anesthesia. And this is horrific. Plus, just being generally miserable in bad weather and being displaced from your home, having your family members who have all been lost or others. That's just an insurmountable amount of pain and suffering. And somebody says, I was offended. Okay, go about your day, right? Go about your day. So, speaking of which, I got to go about this light. Anyway, so yeah, and what I've done is in my live, somebody said I just quote read the tweet or read. There's a collection of them. There's like several. This guy Nick made a video. Anyway, what I'm doing in the comments is if anybody keeps harping about it, which I understand people want to share their thoughts, I just ask the person nicely to stay on topic, or then I just have to block it or mute it. Because, like I said, I'm not hiding from anything. I'm not trying to keep people away from it. There's a time and a place to address it further, which I'm going to do. It just has to be the right forum. And I can't spend 24/7, 365 in an apology tour. I can never talk about anything else. So it's not that I don't give a shit. Please describe how Democracy Now! Was unfair to Trump. Okay, I will try to do my best bet of that. So Russiagate. They ran with Russiagate just like MSNBC did. So if you don't know what Russiagate was, Trump was accused of colluding with the Russian government, i.e. Vladimir Putin. People said that Trump was financed potentially by Russian oligarchs because his businesses have had problems in the past. So they were questioning his loyalties. And there was this thing called the Steele dossier. Christopher Steele had this report that supposedly was very indicting of Trump, right? It made it look like there was corroboration for this. But it was the only one, it was made up. It was completely fabricated. And guess who was pushing this? Guess who provided the push for this? That it was all Hillary Clinton. And I'm not some conspiracy theorist. That's public record. She was responsible for working with Christopher Steele to create this dossier that would delegitimize Trump. Now, I'm not a Trump supporter. I don't like the guy at all. But I don't like people doing political assassination on false reports either. I think that's bullshit. And listen, the Democratic Party is horrible. Horrible. And I'm not a party person. I don't align with either party. But as far as Democracy Now goes, they've run with every anti-Trump story that's ever come out, and they've run it into the ground. And also January 6th. I don't think they were fair about January 6th. I don't like the characterizations that people have used and the punishments that have come about for people that were just walking in. If somebody was smashing the doors down and doing crazy shit, yeah, sure, they should be punished for damaging and breaking and entering, basically. Whatever the laws are with respect to that. But the people that filtered in, that weren't beating up on people, and they just kind of came along, especially those where the Capitol Police said, "Hey, come on in." Like, I mean, to give them really harsh sentences, I think is wrong. And for those who were threatening to harm elected officials that were banging on doors or sitting in offices, okay, yeah, those people should be punished. But the rank and file people, as far as I understand it, I watched a lot of the video. Yes, there was a rumble and tussle that led to the entrance, but a lot of it after that was not violent. And so I think that the way the government chose to handle it was, I think, excessively harsh. I don't look at it as an insurrection, although I understand how people say it is. But I think to be an insurrection, you have to have some capability of actually doing it. And having twist ties and some tasers or something like that is not going to get the job done, right? Now, as far as Trump's involvement in that, you could say that he could have been more responsible in his language when he said, go down there and give them hell. But he at no time gave any kind of specific stuff. Not other people have alleged that there were people in the Trump administration, as well as things like the Proud Boys or whatever the hell they are, those different groups, that somehow there was collusion there. I don't know for sure. Maybe there was a little bit of chatter. That guy, Roger Stone. I don't know. But all I know is this. Imagine for a second, and I'm not saying I agree or disagree with this, but imagine for a second that you legitimately believed in your heart that an election was not handled properly. And, he said, stop the steal, right? That was his point. But I got to tell you, after looking at this from a number of angles, and when I first saw the story, I thought the guy was crazy, right? I thought, oh, this is ridiculous. The guy's a liar. He's, all the same things I was hearing on these news shows. And then, like anything else, I started to dig, right? That's what I do. And the more I've dug into it, the more dubious I have found those claims to be. I'm not siding with him. I don't even know if he should have been president or not, but I know something was up. Let's put it that way. Something was rotten in the state of Denmark, which makes me a little bit concerned because some people have said there's not going to be an election in 2024. Maybe there's going to be a conflict going on. Bill O'Reilly was just talking about, I saw his TikTok rolling through my scroll. And I'm not a big old Bill O'Reilly fan, but I just happened to listen to him on this one issue. He thinks that Joe Biden is no way going to be the nominee, which is, I believe that too, because he has advanced stage dementia and it gets worse exponentially. My father went through it. And Joe Biden is probably at the 2-year mark before he dies, is my guess. Because if you don't know much about dementia or different versions of it, it gets exponentially faster, and people's ability to function becomes rapidly less and less. And we've all seen him on stages, kind of shuffling and not knowing where he is. That gets exponential. So I don't think by 2024 in November, unless they have some sort of, I've actually heard some allegations that they have a double that wears this like skin mask. I don't know. That seems kind of, but I saw a video once where him scratching his neck and it looked for sure like it was some sort of skin pullover. But who the hell knows? That sounds a little outlandish to me. But I don't think Biden's going to be the nominee. I've said that for a long time. I think that my guess is either Michelle Obama or more likely Gavin Newsom. And why do I say Gavin Newsom? He's the governor of California, very well known, very big within the Democratic Party, because anybody who governs California is automatically big in the Democratic Party if they're democratically elected. And he's been over to visit national leaders like Xi Jinping. Why the hell is the governor of California going to visit the premier of the Chinese Communist Party, right? What the hell? So I think it's going to be Gavin Newsom, is my best guess. But who knows? It's anybody's guess. I don't even cover the elections that much because it's like a big pageant, as I've talked about. So, but listen, getting back to Trump, I think Trump's a jackass in many ways. I don't like the fact that he's against regulations that are common sense, like having proper braking systems on trains that are inspected properly so you don't have tankers full of poison rolling over and derailing in small communities. I think that's important. And I think that when people in a general sense say, well, we're not for all that crazy regulation. Well, not all the regulation is crazy. In fact, most of it probably isn't. Now, does it cost corporations more to do it? Yeah. That's why corporations don't want it. They don't want to spend the money. And usually, the more money they make, if they have to pay out for an accident, it's less than all the other profits they make from not having to do all the labor and buy all the extra systems. So it's always the same shit. It's always the same shit, right? To money. Somebody says, is not related to Pelosi's? Is he not related to Pelosi? Who's the he? When people say he, I'm not sure who you're referring to. Uh, I don't know what's happening to keep Joe Biden going. I think sometimes when he speaks, they have him on some sort of medication to give him a boost or something like that. Because I see him in such different conditions. When he speaks sometimes and he's finished, he's just out to lunch. And then other times he looks more sharp. And I don't know what that's all about, but something's not right there. But we'll see, right? We'll see what happens. Yep, Gavin Newsom. Oh, Gavin Newsom is really, yeah, he used to be married to Kimberly Guilfoyle, you know who she is. She was Donald Trump Jr.'s girlfriend for a while. And I don't know, all these high society, politically connected people, I hate to say it, they kind of make me sick to my stomach, man. They live high on the hog. They take advantage of all the goodies in government to get their way. And they're the ones who call the shots, right? As far as the decisions they're allowed to make. Just kind of makes me sick. Uh, so people talk about, let's talk about the slogan of President Trump, make America great again, right? Well, first of all, when was America great for about half the country, right? It wasn't that great, especially if you're somebody who's working in the working class or you're the lower income class. Life hasn't been great for a long time, right? And it's getting worse because of inflation and other things. The reason why Trump, he leans on his economic record. He says, I created all these jobs and the economy's never been better. Yeah, it's a cycle thing. And then the interest rates uh, that the Federal Reserve puts out, that affects the economy more than anything. Presidents don't set that. The Federal Reserve does. So that's outside of his hands. But he took credit for it, right? And he's going to blame Biden for being in a bad cycle, right? We're coming into a much worse cycle. The stock market's at all-time highs. But that's because, I mean, it's interesting how the stock market works. It forecasts future growth and then it also discounts it. So we'll see when the market starts to crash soon, probably in the summer, that things are going to get pretty tough. We'll see how that goes. Just trying to cross the street without dying. Come on, dog. Come on. So anyway, we'll see what happens there. We've got a lot of time left. A lot of things can happen, obviously. God forbid, I really don't want to have Kamala Harris anywhere near the Oval Office. That would not be good for the country. I don't think she's a very bright human being. If you've listened to her talk, I think Michelle Obama could win. I think she's got the personality and the name recognition, and she's sort of this, likable personality. People tend to like her. A lot of people don't. A lot of people don't like Obama. I voted for Obama, but now that I've come to learn all the things that he did, I feel disgusted that I did. He unalived more people from drones than any other president. He deported more people than any other president. So not a good guy. He bailed out the banks. Great talker, by the way. He really has this. He dresses nicely. He talks a good game, but same old thing. Different dress code. Anyway, coming back inside, which will feel good. So listen, everybody has their point of view. If you listen on TikTok, if you go on the lives here, it's unbelievable. There's so many ones that are talking about the Democrats, Republicans. If you vote for Trump, you're a moron. If you vote for a Democrat, you're an absolute idiot. Those kind of things. I think those things are such a distraction, man. Again, what's really going to change if different people get in, right? Yeah. Listen, people already said that. Listen, people have accused Obama because of Joe Biden being his vice president and Obama staying close to the mix. People say that Obama's already had his third term. A lot of people allege that he's involved. He may be. I don't know. But let's think of it this way. If Michelle Obama gets elected, just like if Hillary Clinton would have been elected, you got Bill Clinton, it's like a dynasty. So for that reason alone, I don't want Michelle Obama in there. I think we don't need more of that. And she seems perfectly nice. I mean, I don't have any reason to dislike Michelle, but her politics are basically along the lines of the establishment, which benefits people like her. They're wealthy, right? So they got a place on Martha's Vineyard and stuff like that. And they live the high end life, which I don't despair. Listen, if people get there through hard work and they really have a good company that helps the world, they make money that way. But these people that just make it off milking the system, that makes me sick. And they do insider trading and they get rich. They might write a book that someone else writes for them and they put their name on it and make $10 million or whatever. Okay. I'm going to show you my trading setup really quickly. I have my account value knocked out, so you can't see that. But this is where I make my. Let me turn it around so you can see it. Flip the camera. Here you go. How about that, huh? So what you're seeing there is these are all the futures markets up there, and there's like what S&P, Nasdaq, Russell 2000, Dow futures, which, by the way, the S&P futures and the Dow futures are looking like they're both at all-time highs right now. We're very close to it. Then you have crude oil, natural gas, gold and silver. Then you have 30-year bonds, copper, the US dollar, and the treasury yields on the 10-year. And then here's just the trading platform where I actually trade if you're going to put in a trade. So anyway, I'm not a financial advisor. So look, I had a little loss today. I don't know if you can see that. I was down $225. That happens. Some days you do really well. Some days you have small losses. Anyway, so let me see what played out here as far as the supply zone. Yep, it broke through it. Let me look at the 15-minute chart. I don't know if you can see any of this, but these are the charts I look at. Let me put it up big here. So you can see here, let's show you the edge. This is the hard right edge. You can see right now, if I blow it up, you can see right now we're about to make a new high. Here is the current high. We're about to make a new one. This is where I put a trade in, and it dipped down just a little bit, and I got hit, and I got out, and then it went right back up again. That's what happens a lot of the time. You get very close to making the right entry, and then you get knocked out. Let me turn the camera back, or you probably don't want to hear about all this crap. Anyway, I got to feed the dog while we're doing this. So he says, looks like gibberish. Yeah, it's trading is a whole different language. You know, it takes a long time to figure it out. And even once you figure it out, then you got to deal with your emotions, which is the hardest part of the whole thing. You try to get in and you try not to, get knocked out like I did there, right? It's all about emotions. Anyway, and I have three other screens that are made up of different instruments like that. So I watch a lot of stuff, probably too much, but it's interesting. I got to tell you, we just hit an all-time high right now on the S&P. Just there we go up. See if I can place a trade off it. Wouldn't it be nice if we could make some money together while we're here on the phone, on the live? By the way, there are a lot of people that do live sessions in the market. If you don't know that, if you want to look around for some. So he says, how do you keep track of all of it? I don't. You can't keep track of all this stuff. It's too much. What you normally will do, just to let you know, is sometimes things don't move much because they're just kind of caught in these ranges. And then other times they're moving, like what's happening on the S&P right now. Let me see if I can show you. It's moving. The bigger the candles are, the more movement you get. I don't know if you can see that bigger green one right there. Here you see all these choppy ones right here. So when you're in the choppy ones, you don't want to do much. But when you start to get these big extension ones, that's when you want to start getting involved. And here's the daily chart. So this is the hourly chart. But it just goes to show you today what happened. We broke down. That big red candle was a breakdown right there in the morning. And then it bounced off this level that I drew. And look what's happened since. It's gone straight up. And it continues to go up right now. So what I normally will do is you can draw a little line. I'll do a line right now, show you how this works. There's a line. And then you go up to the high that it broke through, like right about here, I guess, right about there. Right about there. And then you got a line. Now what you usually do is you wait for this thing to come back and touch the line. So what happens is people are buying the breakout, traders, and what happens is when people start to sell into the move up to make some profits, it usually will pull back to touch the line. So right now when it comes back to that line, there's going to be some buyers that try to step in and buy it. And this is on a 1-minute chart, just to let you know. And here are the orders going through. These are all the different sales and the quantities of futures contracts that are going through. And I'm not a financial advisor. This is just me showing you how my setup is. It's very risky to do this, so do it at your own risk and consult your financial advisor before you do anything with your money. But a lot of people trade short term like this, and they trade the short term momentum. They're not like buying something and holding on to it forever. Somebody says, will the Red Sea crisis affect the market? Anything can affect the market. It's got to have a significant impact, though, on global supply for it to have an impact. So, for example, crude oil is a big commodity that would be affected by a conflict. And if there was, let's say, 5% of the global supply that was affected, yeah, that would make crude oil prices jump, which of course affects everything. And it may be temporary, it may be longer if the crisis lasts. When the Ukraine war popped off, crude oil jumped up $12 in like 1 minute. So again, it's about energy. Everything's about energy. I have to give the dog her food. Excuse me for doing this, but she's hungry. Let's see if anybody wants to come up and talk. Does anybody want to come up and talk? Maybe you can share some thoughts about the election. If you want to talk about that issue, that's fine. If you support Trump or Biden or neither. And if you want to talk about Gaza, that's fine too, or anything else you want to talk about. I'd love to have you. Some people have told me they're afraid to come up because they're nervous. Listen, I never have an agenda. I just start yapping, just like you talk to somebody down the street. Ruby, hold on, I'm coming. Hold on, I got you. Relax. And so, believe it or not, the first time you do it, I was a little nervous too. You get right over it, right? And looking into a camera is a little bit weird, but you get used to that too. Anyway, yeah, I can do. By the way, I can do some lives about trading or investing if you want me to. I'm not even great at it, right? I know how to do it, but I'm not good at doing it that well. But I certainly can teach it. And if I could just get over the fear and greed of it all, that's the hard part. It's it's. I tell you, all of your flaws, whatever they may be, as far as your fears or your greed or your whatever your problems are, trading just elicits all of your worst qualities. Who am I voting for? I don't vote in federal elections. So I won't be voting for anybody. I may do a vote for, let's say, Cornel West or someone like that, who I like a lot. I think he's a nice man. Just a protest vote, but generally speaking, I think federal elections are. There are a few issues that the presidential election affects. Certain conflicts, certain emergency funding, executive orders. Some of the Supreme Court appointments. So it matters to some degree, but the bigger problems we have are unsolvable through elections. I've talked about that a lot. And I wish it wasn't the case, obviously. So, but, I've been watching this go on for, 40 years since I was in my teens, and it's always been the same crap. Always the same crap. Nothing has changed with our foreign policy. Nothing has changed with our monetary system. It's all the same stuff. That's why I support I don't know if you saw this, but I supported an independent candidate for Senate named Diane Sayre. And I'm sure Diane and I disagree on plenty of things as far as, the ins and outs of this, that, and the other. But she's against the monetary system. She wants to change it from a central bank to a people-owned bank, which I think would be great. And then she wants to stop these wars, right? These crazy. And so I think the number one challenge we have if things go bad is, an exchange of intercontinental ballistic missiles, right? I don't want that to happen. So I think we need to have people in power who aren't cavalier. We don't want people like Lindsey Graham and Nikki Haley running the show. These arrogant, ignorant, warmongering chicken hawk weirdos that have no idea what they're really saying. They're saying, "Oh, finish them. We got to show China a lesson." What are you, out of your mind? They have no idea what they're talking about. And the diplomatic landscape is the United States is so bad when it comes to diplomacy right now. The people that we have in power, they suck, for lack of a better term. They're terrible and they're arrogant. And the international community looks at the United States right now. It's a joke. We're a joke in terms of the staff that run our country. Obviously, we have a military and we have a set of systems that aren't a joke, right? But I'm saying the people that interact with them, they're like, these people are fools. So anyway, and their attitude is it's everything about America. They don't care about anybody else's motives. They just want it's such an arrogant, one-sided way of being. And it could be so much easier if you're not going to agree with me when I say this. You're going to be like shocked that I say this, but Vladimir Putin is 1,000 times better than any president we've ever had in our history. 1,000 times better. Now, why would I say that? He's very conciliatory and very open to dealing with people in a way that's mutually beneficial. The American system is, we want to take your stuff. We're going to sanction you if you don't. Give us your stuff. Let our business people in or else. That's the American approach. It's a lot of sticks, not carrots. The way that the Russians work and the Chinese work, it's a much different way of engaging with people. Much more respectful, much more dignified. It's not a hammer over the head. It's a handshake, or it's a reaching out of the hand, put it that way. And nobody's perfect, right? Every leader does what they have to do to stay in power, and I'm sure it involves some pretty dastardly things. But in terms of doing things that are good for the people of the country, right, and the benefit of more than just the oligarchy, these leaders are way better. I mean, 1,000 times better. And everything you've heard about Vladimir Putin is wrong. Everything, every last word. Do some research. You'll be shocked. You'll be like, holy shit. Just like it was with the Israel-Palestine thing. I had no clue, right? In 1989, I heard a whole different version of events. I was like, damn. And the Ukraine war, same thing. If you do some digging on that, you're going to find out, damn. And if you dig on foreign leaders who are vilified, you're going to be like, damn. It's all the same thing. And that's part of the propaganda system. And it works. It's really effective, by the way. Somebody says, "You mean he didn't invade another country?" No, it's not deniable that the Russian military moved its forces into Ukraine, but the rationale that was given for it, just like the rationale for what we heard about 10/7, was very one-sided, and it omitted most of the context that was necessary to understand how and why it happened. So, if you want the quick skinny on that, I'll give it to you. You really have to go back to at least 1990 to understand it, and I've said it before. I said it yesterday, actually. If you want to hear this again, please type the number 1 in chat. And if you want me to go into something else, please type the number 2. Because I don't want to, if everybody's already heard it, I don't want to repeat it for the 10,000th time. So 1, you want me to talk about Ukraine. And 2, you want me to move on. So please type in the number and I'll do a little poll, and then based on that, so we see a lot of ones, 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 one. Okay, the ones have it. Okay, so listen, we know that nothing happens in a vacuum, just like with 10-7, right? So understand this historical backdrop for it all to make sense. So it goes back to 1990. Did I already pick that up? No. Okay. I'm feeding the dog. Sorry about the noise. It's got a microwave for food, and I'll try to mute it when it beeps. So this is what you have. So we all know that the Soviet Union fell, right? Historic Russia. Hold on, Ruby. Get on your bag, please. I'm going to feed you right now. Chill the hell out. So Russia had historic, large territory when it was the Russian Empire, but then it became the Soviet Union. When the revolution in the 1917-18s happened, it became the Soviet Union, and it morphed into the Soviet Union under a communist, Leninist type of government. And they had Stalin in power for a while, and other leaders like Brezhnev. And the leader that was in power towards the mid to late 90s was a guy named Boris Yeltsin. And why am I telling you all this? Well, in 1990, the wall came down, meaning the fall of the Soviet Union. It disintegrated, right? So there was no more centralized control of all these republics, one of which was Ukraine. It was just to the west of the Russian border, if you know the geography. So why does this all matter? Well, it matters because, in the changes that were coming, there were a lot of changes with respect to business. So it all used to be state-run. So the state would own the factory, and then the workers would work for the state. It was like working for the Social Security Administration, but all businesses were working for the government. And so the changes that were taking place inside of what was now the Russian Federation, and politically speaking, when the wall came down, this is important to know too, because there's a political side of this and then there's an economic side of this, and they both come into play. And also military. It's always those three, like political, economic, military. So on the political side, James Baker, the then Secretary of State, went and met with the Russian representatives to work out, how's this going to work out? We got all these Warsaw Pact countries that were like the buffer, Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, the Baltic countries, all those countries, Czech Republic, which is now Czech Republic, was called Czechoslovakia, that whole layer of Warsaw Pact countries. So they were sort of like the counterbalancing force to NATO back in the day, if you don't know what that was. So what happened with that? Well, the U.S. government made a commitment, and Germany used to be split in two. Berlin was the capital, but it was split between East and West, just like Jerusalem is. And so East Germany was Warsaw Pact and Soviet bloc, and West Berlin was the Western side. And when I was there, it was still West Germany. They didn't have. It was still two countries. And the year I left Germany, they had just switched it over. It was a full country. They reunified. So James Baker gave a promise to the Russians and said, listen, if you let us incorporate East Germany, all of Berlin, into our one Germany, they will enter NATO. We won't go any further towards your border. We won't mess with any of those other countries. We'll let it be. They'll stay neutral, so there won't be anybody creeping towards you with our military. Well, that was a good promise, right? That was a good deal. So Gorbachev was the premier at that time, and so that was the deal. It was a handshake deal. It wasn't like a formalized treaty, but it was understood that's how it worked. So what happened? The U.S. doesn't keep its promises ever. And I mean ever. Look what happened to the American Indians. They promised them this, they broke it. They promised them, they broke. That's how the U.S. does things. It's just bad acting, not good faith. So what did they do? They broke the promise. They started adding other countries to NATO, slowly but surely. 15 countries, not one, not two, 15 countries. You can see these maps. Type in NATO 1990, NATO 2020, and just look at the map. You can see there's maps that show you both. So basically, they kept moving. You might say, well, countries can do what the hell they want, right? Okay, well, what if Mexico wanted to join an alliance with China? Countries can do what they want, right? Nope. When you have a very powerful country who has its own interest and you have bordering states, they have an influence. They have to, because their interests are strong and they have to protect them. Just like the United States, they wouldn't want Canada or Mexico. And look what happened with Cuba. 90 miles off the southern coast, we created a military blockade it's still to this day when the Soviets tried to put missiles there, right? So you can't say on the one hand the U.S. has a right to protect its hemisphere, but other countries like Russia and China don't, right? That's not fair. So to put those things out there, so Russia's watching this, and Yeltsin was a stooge. So as these other countries are entering NATO throughout the Clinton administration and the Bush administration, Yeltsin was the president from 1996 to 2000. He was a drunk. So you have Ukraine is its own country after 1990. Okay, very corrupt place, very messed up, just if you don't know. And it's a weird country. And I should probably pull up a map to show you this, but if you don't know geography of Ukraine, it borders Russia, and many of the people who live in the eastern part closer to Russia are Russian speaking. Makes sense, right? They're from that historical Russian Empire, many of which were from Russia when it was a bigger empire. And now they're living in a country that's now called Ukraine, but they're basically Russians. They just happen to be Ukrainians. Just like we have people that live in the Southwest that may as well be Mexican because they've come from Mexico, but they live in that little band near Texas. And they identify, they speak Spanish, first language. They probably have, Mexican culture. And makes sense, right? It's like borders don't define, cultures kind of drift around borders, right? So it's not like everyone was, quote, Ukrainian. Now, the ones in the western part of the country, where the capital, Kiev, is sort of somewhat centralized and to the north, and then you have towards the Polish border, which is to the west of Ukraine, is Lviv, which is the city right before you cross the border. There are a lot different people on that side of the country. And the other part you have to know about, and this is really hard to understand, but it's all part of it. Historically, during World War II, there was some people in Ukraine that collaborated with the Mustache Crew. And so what they did was they helped remove, for lack of a better term, like 65,000 people. This guy named Stepan Bandera was the leader of this group that basically carried out the instructions and collaborated with the Yazis. And so they're considered neo-Yazis, these people that are disciples of this guy Stepan. So in Ukraine, especially in the West, the place is littered, not only Ukraine, but a lot in Ukraine, with these people with these, tattoos of the Mustache Man and Stepan Bandera and Iron Crosses, all those other insignia that come with the Luftwaffe and stuff like that, right? Stepan, S-T-E-P-A-N, Stepan Bandera. It's not Stefan, it's Stepan. Look it up. So anyway, so there exists a strong influence, a lot of muscle that gets put on the government and the military by these groups of sort of fanatical, right-wing, extremist, ultra-nationalist Ukrainians. People call them neo-Yazis. They exist. The American people were told there's no way they could be Yazis in the country. The president of the country is Jewish, right? That's what we heard on the TV. Not true. Not true. In fact, these people had so much influence as they sort of scattered themselves through the armed forces, as well as in some of the leadership positions. They only had a 2% representation in the government, in the governing body, like a Congress, their legislature. But they had huge influence in the country, and they were the guys that would go out and do stuff. Like they're almost like rangers. Like they'd go out and they'd be the ones to go fight if you needed somebody to go do stuff. They're like attack dogs, and they hate Russians you can't even imagine. It's like something you and I can't even believe. They just hate them. They call them orcs. So in the same country, you have different people. You have one that identified as Ukrainian, like ultra-nationalist, or they're moderate, but they believe in the Ukrainian flag, like that. And you have people in the West, in the East, that are like, we're Russians. We speak Russian. We have Ukrainian passports. We're Ukrainian citizens, but we're like Mexican Americans. We're not going to abandon our culture, our language for these people in the West. So you have to understand that. That's really important. So that frames it. No, Americans, we were told it's just Ukrainians, right? And so when Ukrainians passed away, we thought it was somebody from the Russian side, right? Because it has to be Russia. Who else would hurt Ukrainians? But here's what you don't know. So this is the economic part I'll tell you, and then I'll tell you the military part and the change in politics. So economically in Russia, under Yeltsin, a lot of foreign business interests came into the country as they shifted from state-owned to privately owned, that transition they made. And so a lot of these rich people came in and they took total advantage of the situation. When people used to work, if you're a Russian citizen and used to work for a Soviet citizen, you had a state job, and it wasn't like glamorous, but you had base pay, you had some time off, you had a guaranteed pension, basics, but it was firmly in place, and you had like a floor that kept your life at least decent. But that all changed when these oligarchs came in. You know how businesses are. They try to cut costs. They don't really care who gets hurt along the way. They do what they can to make money. And a lot of this started having a negative impact on the country. A lot of people were being, in poverty. In some cases, they lost jobs if they closed down factories, whatever the hell it may have been. And so during the Yeltsin years, there was like a feeding frenzy in Russia. As they went through, it was just the right time and right place to have a stooge leader in place that allowed these Western capitalists to come in and do what they wanted to. And it put Russia in a bad place. And the economic activity for the average, their standard of living dropped by like 50 or 60%. That's a big deal. Imagine right now if you had 60% less money, how that would be. Somebody says you don't believe the first part of that. Politics, Polly, what do you mean by that? I'm not sure what you mean the first part. So the point I'm trying to make is there's all these factors going on in the background that most Americans, why would you, have no clue about. Most of this stuff does not get reported in the Western media, and it never gets talked about, and who the hell has time to go look it up when you're busy, right? So what happened is
Vladimir Putin was handpicked by Yeltsin. If you don't know this, he was a former KGB agent. And then, you know what his job was after he left the KGB? This is no joke. He was a taxi driver. He drove a taxi in Moscow before he became the head of... It's crazy, man. So the guy's a pretty, whatever you want to call it, like a humble guy. He's not some rich dude. And he loves Russia. He's a Russian nationalist. So if you don't know what that means, it means he's really staunchly trying to help his country and his people, and that's what he cares about. He's not one of these leaders who wants to just get super rich and just be like, run off into the sunset. But he wants to stay in power, and he wants to help run his country. And he does a good job of it, by the way. And he took the economy from where it had been under these Western oligarchs to an amazing transformation. I'll get into that later. So anyway, but the point is, if you don't know how the United States operates and has for many, many decades, they try to get their hooks into countries like they did during the years of the transition through Yeltsin. And they want to get in there and they want to be a part of they want to control the energy. They want to control the timber. They want to have they want to profit from each country as best they can get into, right? This is how the global rich people think. And then they use things like the military and the treasury and other tools to try to, work in symbiosis with these different geopolitical factors to achieve their ends as well, right? So why am I telling you all this stuff? Because it frames the broader conflict, just like the 1948 Nakba frames the 10/7 attack. These are all the things you need to be aware of. Somebody says, why you don't answer? I'm not sure what you mean by that. So I'm trying to look at the things. So what happened was, in 1996 through 2000, the power was turned over in 2000 to this guy, Vladimir Putin, this former KGB guy. And like any new president, you're trying to figure out what the hell's going on and trying to get your footing. And so that stuff kept on for about 18 more months into his presidency, the same old, same old. He started to realize, though, people are complaining. He saw what was happening. They had stock certificates that people could use to convert into ownership of have a share of the ownership. That was the idea, to give the citizens participation in this change. Well, people swept in and took their shares from them for like 10 cents on the dollar because they were desperate. And therefore, people lost their ownership stake. It was basically an accumulation of outside interest in the Russian economy is what happened. So, Putin figured this shit out around 2002 and a half, and the U.S. was also doing its whole roll-up for the Iraq War. And so there's video. I have a copy of it on my phone. I can show it to you. Putin went out to these factory owners and business people and said, listen, there's like 25,000 people's lives that are affected by your businesses in this region. You're not going to close down these factories and send it out to somewhere else to save money. You're going to keep it open because these people's lives are going to be destroyed. Or if you don't keep it open, I'm going to take it from you and I'll put somebody in here who will. You can either keep it open and make whatever money you could have made, or I'll take it from you. You can go somewhere else. F you. And he's a powerful guy. He can do whatever the hell he wants, pretty much, within limits. But it was trying to do, I know this sounds crazy. He was trying to do right by his citizens. I know that sounds like unthinkable because everyone thinks of him as this, totally horrible human being. And that's what we're told. And we can't even imagine imagine a Western leader going to a corporation saying, you can't move your company to Mexico or China. It's unheard of, right? Never happened. So anyway, him pushing back on these oligarchs coming in and basically stealing from the country, and his unwillingness to support the 2003 invasion of Iraq at the Security Council upset the Americans. In addition, as the time goes by, so that made him persona non grata. If you look at the news clippings, for the first 2 years he was in office, he got very favorable coverage. It sounds crazy. As soon as he started doing some of this stuff that resisted the American empire, vilified, right? Vilified. So, and you can verify all this. Go to people like John Mearsheimer, Jeffrey Sachs, Scott Ritter, Colonel Douglas. Everybody who's studied this knows this stuff. Just like people who have studied Israel-Palestine knows the things that we know about, right? So, time goes by. The different regimes come to power in Ukraine. Now remember, there's a battle between the East and the West in Ukraine, right? And they have very close elections because it's about, the demographics are very close like they are in the U.S., left and right. A very controversial leader came to power named Viktor Yanukovych in 2012. And he was voted in by a very slim majority. And who knows if these elections are fair. We don't know the exact numbers. But he was in power. And a lot of people from the West didn't like the fact that he was more sympathetic towards thinking about doing things with the Russian influence. He was elected more by people of Russian background and moderates in Ukraine. So, with respect to the country's politics, it was very contentious. And a lot of people from the U.S., they use NGOs, these non-governmental organizations. They go in and they try to create unrest in a country where they want to change the leadership that's more sympathetic to their interests, right? That's what the U.S. does. So they were doing that like crazy, and they finally got people in 2014 so riled up because Yanukovych was ready to sign a deal with the European Union, which most people in the western part of Ukraine wanted. They're more European minded. They want to be a part of that bloc. Well, the people in the eastern part that are more Russian speaking and down through towards Crimea, where Mariupol is, they're more Russian minded, and they didn't want to have to do all this stuff. They didn't want to become part of the EU. They didn't want to be subject to all the new rules and taxation, whatever. And so they resisted that. So at the last minute before Yanukovych was supposed to sign this huge deal with the EU, he flipped because the Russians gave him a better deal for Ukraine in terms of funding some of their development. And that really pissed off the Americans. I mean, and the business interests, because they lost a huge, a gem got taken from them. So they obviously Yanukovych had to go, right? That guy, you can't, no, not going to do it. So the U.S., listen, this is what the evidence indicates. I don't have, definitive proof, but it appears in further analysis, people like Oliver Stone and others who have deep dived into this, and also some audio recordings with some officials talking about this happening, decided to try to change things. So they orchestrated, there was big protests going on after Yanukovych. They wanted to join the EU. They were mad. People in the East, in the West were mad about that. They filled this place called the Maidan Square. There was legitimate political turmoil in the country that had been whipped up by the US and other Western powers. And it was this huge protest. And Yanukovych was just like Netanyahu, who had these big protests in Israel. Same kind of thing. Very unsettling. So what they did was, and this is not unheard of, some of these, I bring back these neo-Yahtzee types. They're in these groups called the Aidar Battalion, the Azov Battalion, the Right Sector. You look them up, you'll find out who they are. They were involved to some extent, purportedly, in firing, with rifles into the crowd, harming a lot of civilians and some police officers, about 110 people, I think it was. And then they blamed it on the leader, Yanukovych, the sitting president, saying that he had tried to repress the crowd. I'm not going to say January 6th, but you could fill in that blank if you want to also. So these are very standard tactics, agent provocateur, create something that looks something different, and then you do the blame game. And then, so the people thought it was Yanukovych. They were like pitchforks. They got him. He had to flee the country. And so who came to power? An American-sponsored, person that was favorable to Western interest. They could get rid of the deal and try to work with the EU, and let the Western business interests come in and do their thing, not the other people. Right? So that's always the economic battles that go on. And there's a lot of underhanded things that go on, including finance and other tools that help reinforce these things. So why am I telling you all this? Because it's why do the Americans even give a shit about Russia, right? It's not that they're some arch enemy, although they do have potentially arms to fight back with us, even some missiles that we don't have. But it's because of getting in. People want to get into Russia. They want to get in there and they want to grab shit and they want to take it. Russia is the largest country in the world, and it has more resources than like the next 20 countries combined. It's got a ton of stuff. Now, there's more oil in the Middle East, but it's got vastly more timber and gold, and it's got tons of stuff. It's a huge win if you can get in there for capitalists. But what's the obstacle? The guy that's in power, right? So the goal, even Lloyd Austin said this, the goal of the Ukraine conflict, which I'll backtrack to how it happened, was to get to destabilize the Russian military and to degrade them, their military capability, and hopefully cause unrest inside the country. When people have their sons and daughters dying constantly, they get angry. Just like the people are angry about the hostages in Israel, right? They're pissed. And they were hoping that would foment discontent within the country and eventually, tilt the balance of power and hopefully create a situation like what happened to Yanukovych, like just get this guy out. Because he's a huge obstacle to Western interest. So getting back to 2014, and this is the big kicker. This is why I mentioned that. This is why I stress so much the hatred between the western part of Ukraine and the eastern. Those neo-Yazis are in the military, and they're moving towards the territory, what's called the Donbass, which is Lugansk, Donetsk, Mariupol, and of course on over towards Odessa and Crimea. That's the sort of band where the Ukrainians were more moderate or more Russian-leaning or Russian-speaking. So the aims of the Ukrainian government under the American push was to basically force these people to comply and bring them into the nationalist fold of Ukraine, when they were more leaning towards having the one autonomy because their guy was taken out of power. Now, within a week of this happening, there's a naval base at the base of Crimea called Sevastopol. It's been in the Soviet arsenal, their only warm water port in their whole navy. It's an invaluable resource to them strategically. So they basically didn't want to lose that. They held an emergency referendum in Crimea. Some people think it's a sham, but it was voted very heavily in favor of seceding from Ukraine and going into the Russian Federation, which it did. And then the Russian troops came in to protect them from those Yahtzees, right? So the Yahtzees are like pissed off. The world's outraged. The U.S. calls it out. They stole it. Whatever. One man's freedom fighters, another man's T-word. So during the next 8 years, from 2014 to 2022, and this is the build up to the war. It started in February 2022. What was going on? The neo-Yahtzees were throwing artillery into the territories that wanted more autonomy and who didn't want to comply and basically, assimilate back into Ukrainian power structure. And they wanted more autonomy. They wanted their own provinces and their own rules. And the Ukrainian government in the West tried to put rules on where you can use Russia, tried to basically deculturize the people in the East to some extent, which of course made them angry. They first of all, you took the guy out of power who we voted for. I mean, imagine if you voted for Biden and then Trump took it over. Some people would argue they tried to do that, but how mad would that make you? You'd be pissed, right? Your democracy just got subverted, and now people are trying to tell you to do stuff that would have never happened under your person you voted for. So there was a lot of tension there. And so what the Yahtzees did was the government kind of sicked. The Americans, by the way, they know all about this. They were arming the Yahtzees and the military in Ukraine, making them sort of a NATO-capable unit, even though they weren't in NATO. And the Russians are watching all this going, WTF. Meanwhile, there's 15 more countries that have entered into NATO after the American government promised not 1 inch to the east towards Russia after 1990. So if you're a president of a country, you're trying to protect yourselves from foreign invasion and people basically massing at your border and controlling your whole region. And you're watching these countries, one after the other, join another alliance. And you have a country that the other country's arming, subverting their election, and trying to get their influence in at your border. And trying to attack the people that are on the border to get more influence and move up to the border. You're obviously not happy about that, right? And you want it to stop. So Putin, from 2016 and 2017, they made 2 different trips up to Minsk, Belarus, which is north of Ukraine. And they tried to, this is where, is his name Yushchenko? I think that's his name, the guy who's the president up there. Anyway, they had France and Germany and Russia and Ukraine, and they sat down, they tried to work out a peace agreement to kind of have somewhat autonomy for these people that were being subjected to all this. Now, what was happening by the Yahtzees was, I told you, they were launching artillery into residential areas and unaliving a lot of people. And from 2014 to 2022, they unalived about 15,000 people, all civilians, no militants, because they just wanted to force these people to comply with the central regime. And they were willing to do that. They were like the rogue part of the Ukrainian military. And during one of the peace accords, Zelensky had gone out in the field. I have a video of this. And he's talking to one of the commanders of one of these units. And he said, hey, I'm the president of Ukraine. You have to listen to me. We have to do this stuff to me. And the guy looked at him and laughed. And they had actually threatened, if you don't know this, these guys are so crazy. They had threatened to unalive Zelensky's entire family if he kept interfering. And the power structure is not like the U.S. If you threaten the federal government here, you're toast. All the power lies in the federal government. It's not like that in other countries. There's bands of people who vie for power and have different influence, and the central government in Ukraine wasn't as powerful as these people who have all these, they're crazy and they have all these weapons and they have control of most of the military. And so that was the power shift. And so the U.S. was happy to have it because they're doing the legwork to basically de-Russianize the border and make the Russians have to make a tough decision as far as to use military and manpower to try to make a decision. They're kind of forcing Putin's hand. So Putin warned the Americans multiple times over the years. He said, dude, you can't have Ukraine be non-neutral. It's too close to our border, as well as Georgia too, which is also to the south and the west of Russia. It had its own issues in the past, like in 2007, 2008, but we'll get into that later. So the Russians are like, listen, you can't mass on our border. You can't have missiles 5 minutes from our cities. F that. So the Americans basically ignored him. Just ignored him. Just said, whatever, dude. And they just kept arming these guys, and they kept doing their thing. Like I said, about 15,000 people died. So Putin decides after the first deal for Minsk 1 fails. The Yahtzees break it. They start bombing. Minsk 2, same kind of negotiation. They break it again. And he's like, listen, these guys can't be negotiated with. They're never going to be a good partner in peace. It's not going to happen. They're lying through their teeth. They say one thing at these negotiations. They do another. They're not trustworthy, which is why I say the U.S. diplomacy sucks. So what happened was he was put in a position of, what would you do? Okay, you have a foreign adversary that ignores you, disrespects you, doesn't work with you for peace after you go out of your way to try to make it so. He didn't come into the territory. He was being begged since 2014 by these people who are Russian speakers, hey, come help us. We are completely getting destroyed. He did provide some things like arms and some training, but he wouldn't put soldiers in, and he didn't want to get embroiled in a war. because war is very difficult. It's expensive. People die. You know, it's traumatic. A lot of bad reasons for war. They're not looking at it from the American standpoint. They don't look at war as a money maker. It's a money loser for them because it comes out of their treasury. So anyway, so with all that going on, Putin, as a strong leader, staunch Russian nationalist, basically told them in Hamburg, Germany, yeah, there's a red line at Ukraine. If you keep pushing, something's going to have to give. And the Americans just said, whatever, dude. So after whatever, dude, was said for like the 19th time, he decided, okay, this is what we're going to do. And he started massing troops, and they started moving troops up towards the Donbass to invade, and he said, fuck it, he pulled the trigger in February of 2020. That's what happened. And the question is, in that context, does it make more sense as to why a leader of a country would move in to protect the people that were being bombarded by these madmen, to try to thin the herd of some of these psychopaths, and also try to bang down some of the equipment that the Americans sort of inconsiderately kept throwing in there nonchalant for about a decade? That's what he wanted to do. He said he wanted to de-Yatsify and demilitarize. That was what the special military operators. And if you look at what they've done, look at the map, they haven't kept going into Ukraine. They stopped, and they've put defensive positions in those areas that I just talked about. That's all they've done. Now, they are working their way south and westward towards Odessa, which is on the other side of the Sea of Azov. And they're probably going to take, they've already taken Mariupol, they're probably going to take a land bridge all the way to Ukraine if the U.S. doesn't stop arming these people. And they're working that out right now. So I think the Russians are going to do it because they can. And they should, because it's almost like a payback for the Americans being so obstinate and being so ridiculous. So now that you know all that, you probably might see it differently. I did. I certainly don't think Putin's a madman for doing that. I think he's just looking out for his country's interest. I told my family I'm surprised he didn't do it years ago. After Minsk won in 2016, I would have done it then if I was him, because the writing was on the wall. But he waited. He's a very patient guy, and only acts when he has to. He's, by the way, you know, if you just do some research on him, he's a fascinating guy. And you know, I don't know exactly what he has or hasn't done to stay in power, but he's a very well-measured, very smart guy. I mean, he's extremely smart. And like I said, I think we would be well served by having a leader of his type in the Western world. And he's got diplomats on his staff like Sergei Lavrov. Amazing, amazing man. So, and I get no money from Russia. Don't accuse me of being a Putin. I've heard Putin puppet Russia. I know one person who moved to Russia from America, and I don't even know her personally. I just know of her. So that's Ukraine in a nutshell. And there's more to it than that, but I gave you the thumbnail. Now, let's talk about the corruption. So there's all sorts of corruption in Ukraine. If you heard about Burisma, the gas company in Ukraine, it's one of these companies that, you know, just doing its thing in the midst of all the corruption. And they hired a guy named Hunter Biden to be on their board. He's the son of one Joe Biden. And Hunter has no energy experience, no business experience that's worthwhile in that industry. And they brought him on the board. Why'd they do that? They're paying him like $180,000 a month or whatever it was. Why would you pay somebody $180,000 a month with no experience, right? Well, it's a good question. He had an important father in a very important position, the Vice President of the United States at the time. Knowing full well that he has tremendous ability to just pick up a phone and get shit done. So there was a prosecutor that was going after the management of the Burisma company, specifically the owners, for corruption. And they had a good case, and they would have prosecuted them. But, and this was an honest prosecutor, by the way, but it was a big threat to them. So they had Hunter on the board. So the alleged story is that Hunter communicated to the big man, Joe Biden, hey, we got this problem. We need some help. So Biden came over, and there were a bunch of loan packages that were going to go to Ukraine from the U.S., as they'd been doing over time with, I told you about helping them out. And Biden went in and basically said, hey, listen, you're not getting your loan guarantees for the next $1 billion if you don't shit can this prosecutor and put in somebody else. That's the bottom line. And they go, well, you can't do that. You're the vice president. You have to get authority. It said, call him. And Biden had already worked it out with Obama. So he got the permission to go over and put the arm behind the back. So what happened was that prosecutor got fired, and Biden said this publicly. He said, son of a gun. He said, son of a bitch. The guy got fired, and we put in somebody who was solid, meaning somebody who wouldn't do jack shit. You can see the video. Type in Joe Biden, prosecutor fired from Ukraine or something like that. You'll see it. You'll see the video. And he's dumb enough to say this stuff out loud. That's how braggadocious the guy is. If you don't remember, when he ran for president back when he was a senator, he lied about his record out the ass like 18 different times. I was the top of my class in law school. I had the best grade. He was like second to last in his class. He over, what is it called? He over exaggerates everything, and some of it's carried into his later years, and that was one of those moments of him. So anyway, we can talk about Texas in a second. If you don't know what's going on in Texas, there's a pretty interesting situation developing there that I think is worthy of conversation. But so anyway, listen, the Russians have the upper hand. They've won the armed conflict at this point. They've unalived over 500,000 Ukrainians, which is horrific. They've probably lost 80 to 100,000 soldiers of their own. And the Ukrainian military is a good military, by the way, especially when they first started. Very well trained, very well armed, very brave. It's just the Russians had an absolute boatload of artillery, and they just blasted the living hell out of all their positions. It was a horrible war to be in. I mean, all you did was get shot, hit with shells all the time. It's brutal. And then drones came in. And the Iranians decided to back the Russians and give them a ton of drones, which really shifted because it was relatively neutral at some point, but that really turned the tide of the battle. So you can listen to people like Scott Ritter and Colonel Douglas Macgregor for the details, or others. I know the thematic overview, but I don't know all the little details. I don't know the name of every little city. Scott Ritter knows all his towns and the battles. I don't know all that stuff. But so what's happened? They've built a very strongly entrenched defensive position along the eastern portion of Ukraine, going all the way down to the Sea of Azov, where Mariupol is, and over towards Crimea. But they haven't taken the rest of the territory together. They've taken all the territory towards Crimea, but they haven't taken territory west of Crimea, which is Odessa. But they probably will, because they can. And they probably should, because what that will do to Ukraine as a punishment is take away their access to a port. They'll be a landlocked country at that point. And then they'll only be allowed to take anything through Russian control. And listen, I don't blame them for doing that if they decide to. They're probably milling that over as we speak. So anyway, so that's what happened. And so if you know that now, none of that came out in the American media. Like, how could you possibly understand it without knowing that? Just like if you didn't know what the Nakba was and you didn't understand the different intifadas and the different peace agreements, how could you possibly understand the context for what happened on 10/7? Same exact thing. And if you look at any conflict that gets talked about in the United States, from Vietnam to North Korea to fill in your blank, it's the exact same playbook. Always will be, always has been, and it's not cool. And it's a bunch of lies, it's a bunch of obfuscations, a bunch of lying by omission mainly. And the American people have a set of thoughts about democracy and freedom and capitalism of being these forces for good in the world. And they're not. They're good for the people who make the money off it, and they're good for the weapons contractors who get the money from the war effort, and the shareholders who own them. That's good for if you're one of those people, which I'm not. But all the other stuff is really bad. A lot of people get unalived, and I call these people the sociopathic serial accumulators, because they just want return on capital, and everything else is sort of like an afterthought. Somebody says, what can we do with that regarding the media info? Well, the media is a whole nother conversation, and I was challenged by a family member who said, you don't know shit about the media. You have no idea what you're talking about. I was like, okay. So here's how the media works. You might ask yourself, well, how is it they would get all these journalists and all these employees to, quote, be on board with this vast conspiracy? Like, that sounds impossible. Somebody would, of course, tell the truth, right? Well, think about how it works. Think about this for a second. So let's say you go to journalism school. You and I just graduated from journalism school. What do you do next? You got to find a job, right? You're trying to find a job. You might get an entry-level job doing copy for the evening news at a local news station, or maybe you do one of the beat reporters or whatever. And eventually you work your way up. You get well known. You might go to one of the larger CNN or MSNBC. You're still a lower grade. You might cover the White House for a bit or whatever the hell it is. Like Caitlin Collins. She was at the White House for a while. Now she's on the TV all the time. That's how they rise up. Well, who do you think rises up through those ranks? People who are like me? Who question everything? Nope. Those people aren't hired. They hire people who buy the narrative. That's what they screen for. People who want a job, who know just enough to do the work. They have the education and they have the intelligence, but they have no awareness, and they're usually not very critical thinkers. They don't think to question stuff. They just believe in the system. They're immersed in it. So they hire those kind of people. And those who do get a clue while they're in there have to get forced out. Look at Mehdi Hassan. He was talking about this issue quite openly, and he got kicked out, right? So somebody says, hey, can I be a guest? Yeah, I'll bring you up, Ali. Give me a second to finish this part about the media. So what happens is that if you look at the landscape, the media is controlled by 5 or 6 companies in total. Every newspaper, every radio station, every television outlet, every entertainment system, right on down the line. So it's not out of the blue, out of the ordinary to think that with that central control, it's not many people you have to speak with to kind of, hey, dude. And so if you look at things like Reuters and the Associated Press, they used to be rather independent in terms of what they would spit out, and then it would go through whatever it went through in the process to make it down to the local TV, stuff like that. But that's all completely centralized now. And I would argue that the media in other countries like Russia is way more open than the media in the United States. I know that sounds crazy, but if you look what actually happens, and again, this is my observation. I don't have every single receipt to go with this, but it's my observation after a lot of years that this is how the system functions so that it stays so consistent. And it's also throughout the Western world for the most part. So if you go to the UK, Canada, any of the Western aligned European countries, you go to South Korea, you go to New Zealand, Australia, it's all basically the same stuff for the most part. And it's kind of this sanitized version, this one-sided version that omits certain things and also obfuscates others. Sometimes gives a little bit back because it's like controlled opposition. But not much, and most people, of course, don't follow it. And it gets delegitimized, especially independent media. So you get these compliant drones who have their 6-figure salaries, who want to climb the corporate ladder. You don't do that by barking out, anti-establishment narratives, right? You don't want to challenge the narrative or you're in trouble. So, to change all that, look who's controlling it. It all goes back to the same things I always talk about. Who controls that process? The people who run those companies. What class are they from? They're from the ownership class. Big net worth shareholders own those companies. BlackRock, State Street, they own the shares of those companies along with the high net worth investors and the investment banks. Do you think they're going to change it? They don't want information getting to the public that rocks the boat. They want to see the status quo go on, right? So why in the hell would they change? They have no incentive. Things are working just fine as far as they see it. And I mean, when you watch movies like Netflix, right? Who are the bad guys and who are the good guys? Think about that for a second. Think of that thing on Amazon with that guy, John, Krasin, whatever his name, he used to be on The Office. John Krasinski, I think is his name. And he plays this CIA operative, Jack, somebody, whatever his name is. And is he the good guy or the bad guy? He's a good guy. He's our CIA, right? He's trying to stop who are the bad guys? Middle East Muslims, right? That's how it works. That's the plot of most American entertainment. And what does that do to people? It makes you think that the good people are us and the bad people are them, those crazy, fanatical Middle Easterners, right? And therefore, or whomever, Mexican cartel, you fill in your blank with the, but it's never that the CIA is the bad guy. Rarely. There was a movie called Syriana, which is much more sort of nuanced and sort of gray, but it still doesn't paint the U.S. in the light that it should be. But it's the exact opposite of what goes on in the real world, and everybody thinks that America's the good guy. And I'd like to say that too. I really would, believe me. But if you do the analysis, America's not just not the good guy. America's the really, really, really bad guy. I mean really bad. Like the worst of the worst. Like, think of the worst, and by the way, they do it sometimes in very underhanded ways that aren't like, it's not like you bring a hammer out and you smash somebody. You just make things so difficult for their life that they have to do what you want. So anyway, and we live in a country that benefits from that. Now, most of the benefit goes to the top half of 1% and the people that are permanently a part of the apparatus of the security state and stuff like that. But, we take the crumbs and we fight over the crumbs and we try to get jobs and we try to, but most people like us pay the taxes. But people at the top don't pay the taxes. We do. And they take advantage of a treasury that the credit card bill goes on people like us and they get to keep the money that flows out from the charges. That's how it works. So why won't the media change? Because that same power structure controls the media. So there's a combination between 3-letter permanent establishment relationships as well as the corporate oligarchy that has it tied up in a bow, just like they have the Congress tied up in a bow and the judiciary and all these things that have sort of been co-opted away from their initial purpose. It used to be if you have a license for the media, you had to serve the public good or you'd have your license taken from you. Well, now the licensing agencies, the Federal Communications Commission, who controls that? The same people that get paid off. It's all this revolving door of muck. It's all the same. It's so bad, it's like unthinkably bad. Somebody's saying Slava Ukraini. Hey, listen, I understand advocating for Ukraine. You don't have to say it 100,000 times. Listen, I don't blame anybody from Ukraine who supports Ukraine at all. And in fact, I admire people who fought for Ukraine. It's a valiant thing to be a part of. And I can understand, as a Ukrainian nationalist, especially in the West, you probably don't like Russia to start with, and if they invade your damn country, you hate them even more, and plus your people are dying, right? That makes total sense to me. But I laid out the reasons why it happened, and what the problem is that the leadership of the Ukrainians sold their people down the river for Western interests. And who got rich? Zelensky's rich as hell. His wife is buying, $500,000 watches at Cartier, and they have, 2 yachts, for Christ's sakes, and a lot more. So the people who who throw their country under the bus in terms of what's good for their people, make all the money and abscond away when things get difficult, which is probably what's going to happen with Zelensky. His usefulness has kind of run its length at this point. So I don't know what's going to happen, but if they can't get more money pumping to the weapons contractors, they're probably just going to cut him loose, either have him flee to America or worse. I don't know. Maybe his people will turn on him because this thing is just unwinnable. But just to let you know, and this is not some secret, and I apologize to someone in the chat. I think it's audio producer. I'm not saying this to inflame this. I'm not trying to make you angry. But the territory that's been taken and secured and annexed by the Russians will never return to Ukraine. Ever. Unless there's World War III and Russia's obliterated. Then it could happen. But short of that, it's not happening. 2 yachts, not just one. Anyway, so, when all this money's flowing around from the U.S., a lot of it's just not audited. There's no auditing. They say they do, they don't. That's what Rand Paul at the Senate, like, can we at least get some inspector general to, nope. So it's all about just, opening the floodgates to the Treasury, and just money comes flowing out to the oligarchy, and they get to keep it all. Let me just see what's going on. I think the market's still going up, straight up. Yep, it's still drifting higher. Sorry to take a little market break, but had to take a look. So anyway, yeah, and these, by the way, this is the sad part about America is, and we're not, I don't think the people here are stupid. I think the people here are purposely uninformed and misinformed, just like they are in Israel. And so when people say they're pro-America, and they're not doing it from a place of ill will. They just don't, and they may say, well, America's not perfect, but they don't know a lot of the stuff that they're referring to when they say America's not perfect. And I think if people knew the full thing, if they all read Michael Parenti or John Perkins or all these other books, and also studied these other scholars about Israel, they'd feel a lot differently, right? Just like maybe you and I do from some of the research we've done. And think of it this way: who in the hell has time or even wants to make time for some of this stuff that gives you a headache anyway? You can't control it. So why you want to spend your weekend and evenings digging into it, right? It's just going to upset the apple cart. Why not just go, watch football at the bar, go four-wheeling in the woods, go hunting with your friends, go to whatever it is you're into. Go do that. Watch Netflix, right? Just turn off your head after working for 40, 50 hours a week and not even be able to pay your bills. You're putting it on credit cards. You're stressed out. And then what are you going to go research Ukraine? Probably not. And it doesn't make people dumb. It just makes them unaware and sometimes misinformed. And it's not their fault. And that sounds very condescending coming from somebody like me. Like, listen, there's a lot I probably don't know because I'm subject to the same programming. I couldn't believe about Putin until I spent like 50 hours of my time trying to deprogram that. I still would say to myself, I would say this, he's not a great guy, but that's how I would start every sentence. I don't start it that way anymore. Because it's been crammed down my throat like it has yours, like everybody else. All right, I've talked a lot. We have a guest that wanted to come in. I'll see if they're still here. Nope, they left. Sorry about that. Yeah, sometimes I go on and on. But when people ask me an in-depth question, I got to give you some of these things. That's why TV is so tough. You get like 2-minute segments to talk. You can't cover this stuff in 2 minutes. It took me, 30 minutes to tell you, and that was just an abbreviated version of it. So, and this goes on, by the way, all over the world, these kind of things. Okay, The Voice is here. Let's see what The Voice wants to use The Voice for. If The Voice comes through. Sometimes people, by the way, if you're trying to come up as a guest and you're not able to come through, a lot of times you have to exit TikTok, like close the app altogether and then come back in. Speaking of which, while we have a little break, if you don't mind, could you please tap on my face? And if you'd like to invite some other people in, which would be great, if you hold your finger on the middle of the screen for a half second, it'll pop up your list of mutual friends, and then you can just hit the invite button, which is what I do when I go on other people's lives. What do people mean by Cop City when they say it? This is down in Atlanta, Georgia. I can talk about that. And by the way, the Israelis are involved in that, if you didn't know. So yeah, please share the live if you don't mind, and then please tap on my head to up. We have like 37,000. We should be up to at least 50,000 likes by now. So we have 300 people. If some of you or all of you could just tap on my face for a few seconds, it'll up the likes, and then it would really help bring more people in. And I don't know if it affects. I get paid like 12 cents for doing like a 2-hour live, so I don't know if it affects the money. Yeah, there's other cities that are doing similar things, but the biggest one that's contentious is Cop City in Atlanta. It's where there was a bunch of protesters who were trying to stop the construction of it. Basically people that are sort of like peace-loving and anti-establishment. And one of the people got shot and unalived, unfortunately. And they were sort of just sitting there with their hands up. They weren't doing anything, but they went in sort of, with a lot of force to try to remove these protesters. So the bottom line is the Israelis are involved in training that, by the way, if you don't know that. They send forces to the United States to train our police and military. And I think some of their special forces are actually really good. And of course their Mossad and their intelligence services are second to none. They're spectacular. I don't know the exact date or time, but if you look, I think it was like 3 or 4 months ago that this person got unfortunately unalived. So how can we support PS? I don't know what PS is. But yeah, you can look it up. Look up Cop City protester shot. You'll find it. You'll see the details. Obviously, you want to pay attention what's happening. Russia has taken over. Oh, that's at Maddie5906. Listen, there's a lot of contention about what's happening in Ukraine. We got lied to so badly for the first year and a half of that war. And everyone was telling us how great Ukraine was doing and how Russia was being... No, it was all bullshit. That was all bullshit. Okay, we have some guests that want to come in. Let's see. We have The Voice and then C-Tang. Hopefully you can come in now, The Voice, because there you go.
Hey, Chip.
What's up?
So, yeah, man. So, just relative to what you were speaking about just before this, it's really hard, I think, as a society. I mean, not just Americans, but Western society to wake up and liberate itself from the very societal fundamentals that drive their lives, right? I mean, it's a perfect psychological... Imagine if you could actually psychologically script out how to manage, the psychology of the average human being. This is the perfect script. You've devised a way in which you've put out these measurements equal good, these measurements equal bad. By the way, we've created a system by which you can earn a living, you pay towards the state, and these are, you dress it up every time. You just repackage it as the decades go by. As the public gets, some sort of unrest, you make it into a two-party conversation, so that way there's no realization from a global or connected basis whatsoever, or from a humanity basis. You make it a us versus them, which takes our focus away from what really, really matters. And then they give us, the standard. Americans should really be used to this, which is, how like every year they go around and they go, should we give them all a 3% raise? Yeah, let's temper down the restless natives, give them a little bit of something, make them feel like they've made progress, make them feel like their voice is being heard. In the meantime, we continue to run the same game. And the game now is it should be obvious to everyone, no matter if you believe that there's an actual two-party divide in the first place, if you pay into that, you're paying attention to the wrong thing. But it should be obvious to you that you do not have actual representation and that you're paying into a system that you actually have zero control or voice over. It's literally supporting an oligarchy, a corporate state that essentially uses the American worker as the revolving credit card, right? So, when you're a weapons supplier able to sell to not only Americans as a government or as a country, but to other countries, and those other countries go, well, we don't have the money to pay you. That's okay. We'll put it on the credit card that is the American people, and then we'll loan it to you, just like a bank would do. Okay? We'll charge you interest and hit up the American people for interest. And if you default, that's okay. We've got that covered too. We'll string it out over a 10-year budget, and we'll get our money up front, and the American people will pay for it over the next 10 to 20 years, with compounded interest. That's the game now. And it's an amazing thing that people don't realize. That's the exact game. But I get it. I'm with you. We're all trying to get to barbecue, football, and beer, right? And people are just happy to be able to get their kids to Disney World or Disneyland once a year and put it on a credit card that'll take them 3 years to pay off. And that's the life cycle. And you're asking people, and you and I are asking people, hey, would you be willing to suffer in some way to save a Palestinian kid around the world? No, they're not willing to suffer in some way to save a kid down the street. So it's really, really tough to bust out of this societal kind of psychological game, because it would take much more than 10 million people marching, right? We have 330 million. Unless 100 million people actually woke up tomorrow and go, no, we're not going to work, we're not buying a damn thing for the next week. Unless you can have that type of level of effect, 10 million marchers is not going to have any effect whatsoever. They're not going to change anything for 10 million marchers, because that doesn't affect their back pocket in any way. It doesn't disrupt their cart in any way. The other 320 million people will continue to wake up every morning and pay that 1/16 of a penny into the war machine and continue to do so. That's it for right now. That's a
100%.
downer of a thought.
Yep, I couldn't agree more. You're right on. Yeah, that's sad, isn't it, too, to think that it's that sort of controlled. Please stay up, voice. I'm going to bring up the other guests, but please hang on in case we want to share some more thoughts. I'm going to bring up Matt and C-Tang, and we'll see what they have to say. If you want to stay, please do. You don't have to, but if you'd like to. Oops. Yes, C-Tang, it's your turn, please, if you'd like to.
I appreciate that, talk about Putin, but I just want to remind people that, Putin, when it comes to LGBT, right? I know a lot of people don't care, but Putin say they sought to destroy our traditional value and force us on their false value that would erode us, our people from within. The attitude they have been aggressively imposing on their country, attitude that directly lead to degradation and degeneration because they're contrary to human nature. This is Human Rights Watch. And actually, the Supreme Court from Russia, they just recently banned LGBT movement as an extremist group. So when you're an extremist group under Russian criminal law, participating or financing an extremist organization is punishable by up to 12 years in prison. So, yeah, I guess I understand the context of it, but I don't think he's a great guy because, well, unless you want to live in a patriarchy, then I understand a lot of people like that, but I'm just giving my opinion on that perspective. I'm not not anything else.
Let me say one thing. He's a staunch Christian, like a very conservative Christian, much like we have in the Bible Belt in the United States. So he espouses values that are not the same as in the West that we have here. We have more permissive society with different sort of things that probably, if you go back 30 or 40 years ago in America, is very similar to what it's like in Russia right now vis-a-vis those particular issues.
I think even in China is more open-minded than Putin right now. But anyways, I'll go off.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that. That's a valid point. A lot of us don't think from that standpoint. So thank you very much for mentioning that. Yeah, I mean, imagine if you were somebody who was either transgender or LGBT, if you're gay or whatever it may be, and you're trying to just live your life and you're living in a repressive society. Probably the same thing if you're living in some other places throughout the world. I don't know how permissive each society is, but I would imagine if you live in Gaza, it can't be as easy to take that path on in your life if it's part of who you really are, which is unfortunate. I don't like to see anybody not be who they are. There are, I guess, in their mind, pros and cons with having the family unit be the primary structure of society. And I think that's what Putin and others believe in, who take that path. I don't know for sure. That's how it has been for a long time in many societies. So a lot of people want to see that continue without it being changed. And they see people who don't embrace that as a threat. Like someone like me who's single with no kids, I'm not as welcome as somebody with a family of 6. Okay, let me see. Matt, how are you doing today? Matt, what would you like to talk about? If you're there. I think I just unmuted you. If I didn't, let me try again. Oh. So Matt, if you're there, you should be able to come on now. I just made sure your mic was unmuted. But let's do this until Matt comes on. Yeah, I mean, I actually have a family member that's transitioning or transitioned or however you want to say it. And I don't want to get into the details, but it's an interesting, I have a very, put it this way, when it comes to gender, which is what it's about gender. As somebody who, listen, I'm about as white middle-class heterosexual guy as you'll find, like I'm right out of the dictionary probably. But in all fairness, listen, I want to be nice to everybody and try to understand their point of view as best I can. Don't always do a great job of it, but try to. And I try to think of it this way. What if I were going through that? How would my experience be, and how would I want people to interact with me or whatever? And that's the way I try to think about it. But it is hard. It's kind of uncomfortable in a way when gender is kind of twisted a little bit. I'm just being strictly from the heart. Not that I'm doing it in a mean-spirited way, but there's something awkward about it. And I've met people who are going through it, and in addition to my family member, and I used to drive for Uber a lot, and I have a lot of people because where I live, there's a lot of people who are near the neighborhood near where I live, and there's just something, I don't know what it is. I mean, it's not doesn't come from a place of being mean. It's just there's something a little bit uncomfortable about it in some way, and people say, well, that's for you to get over, right? I agree, but it's there. I'm just being totally like, if you put the truth serum in, there's just something, I don't know, and I don't know if that's. I don't mean it in a mean way. Yeah, do you want to pipe in, voice? You want to say something?
Yeah, Chip, I don't think you need to necessarily apologize in any way. I think you're pointing out a factual thing that everyone in the room, regardless of their point of view, and I'm reading your comments, everyone in the room, some are for, some are against, some wants to make a point about being different. Okay, so let me share with you real quickly. All right, I'm an immigrant. English is my 3rd language. I've been called a name every day of my life walking down the streets of America, right? So if you feel displaced, if you feel like you're at odds or out of place, understand that many of us do, and we experience that in cultures throughout the world, okay? If you think that placing it on the voice or the words of Putin only, but never having gone to Russia and experienced nightlife in Russia to see for yourself whether there is a trans life or LGBTQ activity happening on the ground there amongst the people, it's a very, very hard thing. Again, back to our talk about psychology earlier, right? If you make it 2-party and you make it good guy, bad guy, and then you make it, oh, look, we're the normal ones right here in the middle. Look at these fringe people over here on the left. Look at these fringe people over here on the right. Let's make fun of them because they're not enough. Or let's point out their differences because we're afraid of them. Or we, or we just don't want to understand them because we're stuck in our ways. Yet another psychological play, right? I mean, like, why should I give up my understanding of comfort that I've learned from my parents, my grandparents, my society, my mayor, my pastor, my blah, 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 for all these years and generations to put up with you because you like wearing bangles on a Sunday night, right? Like, that is the attitude. And the truth of the matter is, those bangles never hurt anybody. It doesn't affect my life. Okay, I'm still having Sunday night dinner with my religious family, okay, without all of a sudden all these people springing up on my dinner table and dancing in front of me. That never happens, but somehow that's the woven fear. That's the woven picture that they want us to get caught up in. In the meantime, what do? They collect our money. Right? They give tax exemptions to these very organizations that push these fear narratives on us. and yet again steer us away from, we don't want equal rights for them, and then we don't want them to have that program. And somehow now it has spilled down to, hey, let's reduce our spending on children's school meals.
Yeah.
Like that's the trickle. That's the trickle. It starts over here with something that I can make you hate, and then I turn it into something that I can privatize, just like prisons have been privatized. I'm going to privatize through programs like, I'm going to reduce budgets. I'm going to give a coupon so you can decide to go to whatever. I'm going to privatize it so then I can take tax money to fund private
Right.
industry.
Yeah.
That's where we are. And it's a really hard thing, again, for people to break away from psychologically because they are so invested in their thing. And because there's enough fanning going on to make their thing the thing, when in actuality, it's always been the thing. You're just being pushed certain points and you're being steered away from other things. That's all.
Yeah, good point. Fair enough. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry, hang tight. Yeah. So listen, it's culture is always tough in terms of societal change. It happened with we went through what's called the Jim Crow era in the United States. Then we had the civil rights movement, and now things are better. They're not perfect, but they're better. And there's a similar movement taking place to try to, different parts of as we've changed culturally in terms of gender and sexuality and those kind of things. So, it's just an ongoing process. And I think the good news is, and if you were an actor or actress, let's say in 1990, Ellen DeGeneres had her own show. I think it was called Ellen or something like that. And she was not out with her sexuality. So that's changed. That's completely changed, where people are given a lot more latitude to just be who they are publicly, which is great. You want to just let people. The same thing now is happening, albeit it's not quite the same degree of acceptance with people who are transgender. There's a lot of conversation online. I'm sure there's people here on TikTok that talk about it a lot. I've seen some people's lives that are geared solely around that issue. And I think the overriding thing is that if somebody is a former biological male that transitions to female, they want to be called a real woman. That's the argument. And I guess the same thing goes for that. There's a lot of conjecture about that, your anatomy, as far as sports competitions go. And everybody thinks differently. If you want me to share my point of view, which you probably didn't ask, but I'll share it with you. I think for certain competitions where biology does not influence it dramatically, I think it should be, whatever. If you're a biological, whatever, who cares? Just whatever group you want to compete with, great. The chess club, for example, or maybe badminton or whatever the hell it is. When you get into sports like competitive weightlifting, mixed martial arts, football, basketball, or maybe lacrosse or whatever the female sports are, I think it's a very hard stretch to add, maybe swimming, like we talked about with Leah Thomas. It's a tough one because you don't want to deny somebody the ability to do things they love to do within the sportings and stuff like that. But how do you ask somebody who's female, who has a different anatomical structure, different size lungs, heart, all that stuff? How do you ask them to accept that as the new competitive landscape? I think it's a dicey issue. I tend to lean on the side of having separate competition, and I know it's not practical because not many people are fit into a category. There's not like tons of competitors, so it's a tough one. But I think for the short term, I think we should base competition in sports where it makes a big difference based on biology. That's my personal take. It doesn't mean I don't care about people who want to participate. I do. I just don't know how it's fair, especially things like mixed martial arts or weightlifting, where it just makes a tremendous difference to have the biological male for functions of your body. Now, it depends on at what age you transition, right? We've talked, there's things like hormone blockers and puberty blockers and testosterone levels, and it depends on what age it happens at. That cannot have the same outcome as far as the advantages one would have, as far as I understand. I'm by no means an expert. I'm just going on what I've read. And people say it's common sense. Listen, if I was transgender and I wanted to compete in sports, I would want to compete in sports based on who I perceive myself to be, right? That's what I would want. Question is that fair to the other competitors? There's Riley Gaines, who's been very outspoken about the fact that she disagrees with that. She thinks it should be biological women. And she had to compete against Leah Thomas, who was a former biological male who transitioned to female. And then she, as Leah Thomas, won the national championship in a certain event. I think it was the freestyle, 400-meter freestyle. And the question is, hey, relax, girl, relax. Is that fair? And I think that I can see both sides, but I tend to lean on the side that is, women deserve a right to compete fairly amongst each other, the ones that are born biologically that way, doesn't mean it delegitimizes the womanhood of somebody who's transitioned. I don't believe. But there are plenty that disagree. And in fact, I think it's got to be upsetting to a parent who raises a daughter and she's really good at sports, and then she competes against somebody who has an unfair advantage to her, and they have to kind of just deal with it. So there's that issue too. So I don't know, mixed feelings. I saw somebody asking about Mansour in here. I think I did. What do you think about that issue, Voice?
You know, I think when you stand back, you have to understand something. I think one, let's all agree we're creatures that essentially exist for about 70 to 80 years if we're lucky, right?
Yep.
So what ends up happening is everything that's occurring in our face, so everything that's happening right now, no different than any other generation, there are ebbs and flows. We're trying to resolve it in one generation or within our lifetime. And if anything, if you're a student of history, you can see things rarely get resolved within a person's lifetime. Societal change, attitudes towards society, understanding of what a human is. I mean, let's be honest with ourselves. As learned as we think we are, do we know what the brain is or the psychology? We barely touched on things. We're just at the top 5% right now. Beating our chest, going, look at all these wonders that we've advanced. And in actuality, you ask anybody who's serious, they go, well, why do some people identify this way psychologically or that way psychologically? Nobody knows, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there's so many things scientifically and evolution wise we don't have a clue about. But from a psychological standpoint, from a societal standpoint, it takes time for us to make these particular strides and progress. We've made what we think is tremendous progress in the evolution of from the 60s to now as far as certain freedoms or equalities. But then again, have we actually made that progress, or can we now tap back to our previous conversation, which is, well, it's a well-designed propaganda machine, right? I tell you have more freedom. I tell you have representation. I give you a little bit of crumbs over here. But let's face it, there's a reason why the stock market right now, you and I are enjoying whatever aspects of the stock market rising up, but the average American is not feeling, regardless of which party they're in, the average American is not feeling that wealth of the stock market, right? That whole thing of the economy is doing well. And there's a reason why that is, because reality is not reflected in the story they're trying to tell you. They use very specific words to tell you what's going on. As to our progress as humans, man, we are constantly on the edge of faltering, and it is only with more thinking and the right pauses that we can advance. The one good thing that's going for us now, Chip, you and I are of the same generation. We're the last generation to be born with one foot in analog, and the first generation to put our foot into digital, right? We're that generation. Okay. We're the first of that generation. Okay. And I can tell you from where I stand, having been involved in technology for over 20 years, technology is now enabling a reach, a level of communication, a level of education, a level of knowledge sharing greater than ever before. And only through that can we potentially see a shift as far as the speed of change, because technology now can enable speed of change, right? You get enough voices, you get enough activities, you get enough coordination that skirts around the MSNBCs, the Foxes, and the CNNs of the world, which are all controlled media message pipelines, right? That they're still walking around talking as if that's the only thing that exists for the public, when 10 minutes on TikTok and the public gets more information than they could gather in 24 hours worth of APAC paid media. Right, so that's what's changing now. But let me Yeah, yeah, we could go on for a lot of other things, but yeah, I'd love to. You know what? I'd love to hear from you. What do you think we can do now, above and beyond the continued conversation, the panels that will inevitably put together? I was talking to Shakur yesterday and a couple of other people that were on your live yesterday, post live, talking about like let's put together a panel discussion and then we can do a Q&A and things like that. Aside from that continued interaction, what do you think we're going to be able to do as a society to really shift this? Because it's almost as if we're all throwing our hands up, hoping that something can be done. And I just get this feeling every time they go ceasefire. I'm like, really? Great. You declare a ceasefire. You can state a ceasefire. You can say there's a ceasefire. But I guarantee you, before I finish this sentence, there's an Israeli soldier that's shooting another kid right now.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, yeah, the whole thing is just so beyond I can't even believe it's happened. Yeah, I don't know. I think that it's got to come from America. That's where the pressure has to come from, because they can say anything publicly they want, but privately they have to put the pressure on the Netanyahu administration to not do this. And obviously, so far they've not been able to, if they've tried or if they have even tried. I don't know for sure. So that's where it's going to have to come from. And right now, it doesn't seem that the will's there to do it. You have a lot of members of the Biden administration who have, who knows where their heads are. And it seems like the Netanyahu and the hardcore people on the right want to pursue a lengthy campaign and probably some sort of administrative or other control of the north of Gaza, maybe more. And I don't know what that means for the people long term and how they can all fit into half of the space they used to fit into, which sounds unlikely and untenable. But I know they don't want to leave. So I don't know.
Shouldn't.
A lot of exactly, they shouldn't have to. So a lot of question marks in my head, and I just don't know. I don't want to make a prediction because it's going to be wrong no matter what I say.
We've talked about this briefly before, but I think maybe a topic matter that we might want to put, at least one of the topics we want to bring up in the panel is the observation of activity around end of empire. When this is where we are, right? This is the last. It's almost like as if Israel is almost acting as like a last straw. This is if we can find a reason to do as much eradication, even if we don't get them all, the world will just raise its hand because we own the big stick, right? We own the big stick, and the big stick. Not only do we own the big stick, we own the big stick, and we have the American labor force to pay for everything. That's how much we own the big stick. We don't just own the relationships in Congress and the Senate because many of them are dual citizens. Okay, throughout the U.S. government structure, we not only own that, we own a justifiable reason from a geopolitical standpoint because we're the only thing that gives them an internal reach into the Middle East and exert some measure of control and balance between them and the Arabs, right? So we own the big stick, but what's really big is that we not only own the relationships and the big stick, but what's really, really big, and I wish the American public would just please wake up to this, is that literally within the bills and the funding and the budget, the federal budget on an annual basis, there literally is a formula that extracts percentages of pennies out of every tax dollar generated by American labor to prop up the Israeli state. They go to colleges for free, not there. They go to colleges for free in the United States. That's the other thing I don't think most people realize. Like, for instance, I'm a New Yorker, I mean, like, if you're an Israeli going to NYU, you are not paying for it. The Israeli state is paying for it. How is the Israeli state paying for it? American workers are putting money into the Israeli state to pay for that. Yeah. Why is it that they have universal health care? We pay for that. Okay? Abortion is 100% legal. 100% legal in the land.
1 second, boys. There's somebody in the chat that's saying that's a lie. So how do you respond to that? In other words, you could make the argument that the U.S. dollar, I think they're talking about the fact that education is paid for by the American tax dollar for Israelis who go to school in America. Or
absolutely. No,
And
that's an absolute truth. It's not like, the only education you can get is if
really,
you go to
how would
Yeshiva
that?
University in Israel. If that was the case, you can choose one of two schools in Israel, and that's it. And that's it. No, you go off to London and go to school. You go off to California and go to school. You go off to New York and go to school. Okay, your housing is paid for by U.S. taxpayer money. Your travel is paid for by U.S. taxpayer money. Okay, I know. I have friends all over New York who are Jewish. Okay, some ended up marrying Israelis. You know what happens when you marry an Israeli in New York City? You can instantly raise your hand and go, "I need a house over in." Terrific. We got an apartment, a house, a villa ready for you. How are you going to get over here? Well, I can't afford the plane ticket. No problem. It's been taken care of. Why is it taken care of? Through their good graces? No. American tax dollars are taking care of it. We'll buy you a ticket. We'll put you up in the hotel while you're here. You can go on the tour. We'll give you some spending money, and it's done. And that's the
Yeah,
method of operation, and people just don't realize that. And anyone who says any different, I challenge them because the person you're talking to right now, I've stepped foot in those lands. I have direct connection and resources. I've seen it happen. Like this is not a thing where like nobody can just come out and say this. Ask somebody else about it. Ask an Israeli if they pay for their education in any North American university, that they themselves out of their pocket pay for their education. Go ahead.
yeah, I wasn't aware of this. I didn't know. A lot of people in the chat are pushing back pretty dramatically, saying there's someone named Mr. Big who says this is total BS or it's a lie. There's someone else who has, I think they're written in Hebrew. I don't read Hebrew, but they say same thing. So maybe one of the folks, maybe Mr. Big or somebody can come up and talk with us about it, or if you want to provide. Do you have a reference that is it just you're talking to people on the street that show this, or is there some other way where it's documented that people could look it up? Or I don't know. I've never heard all this.
Right. So, if you take a look at appropriation bills as well as the total summary for what we send, the 3.5 billion is just the base, right? Because then we charge everything else against other programs. So the total take is almost 14 billion a year that we actually send to Israel on average. On
Wow,
average.
that's a
Okay.
lot of money.
So that's a ton of money, right? So what is that? Within those particular appropriations and within those particular budgets, you will literally see lines defined out for the education of the public, of Israeli public, for college education. I mean, like, it literally is spelled out for you. The thing is, the average now, that's not to say I don't have any control of this. If there's an Israeli right now online saying, "Hey, my family paid for education for me to go to school in America," well, if that's the case, maybe you should find out from your government why they duped you out of money that they took from American taxpayers that has a line item that was supposed to go to you.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there is a place that documents that. I'd be curious to hear somebody say that. There's someone named Blah. Blah. If you enter the guest queue, I can bring you up if you want to talk about it. Yeah, I don't know that. I don't know for sure. I mean, I don't have any reason to distrust you. I don't know about the people in the comments either. So they are asking for some sort of. And I think it would be fair to find that out. If is there something from the Israeli side that they publish that tell people this so they know that people have these benefits?
I'm not familiar with the Israeli side of it. What I will do is, sometimes over this weekend, I will get the links for our government websites. Okay.
Okay.
I will get those links and then into a call, or I'll send it to you via email, and you can actually provide it as information, general information somehow. But I'll get
That
those
sounds good.
links so that people can themselves can actually go there and take a look at the way this is listed out. It literally lists things out like if Johnson and Johnson sends something to Israel, it's on our bill. It literally lists it out. Bandages for Israeli hospitals, that's on us. Like, that's how it works. Like, we literally prop up that state. Otherwise, if they were doing so well on their own and they're such geniuses and they've conquered the area. Why would they need any of our money? Right?
Yeah,
We literally prop up the system of that state.
It does seem really unfair, especially the fact that there are people in the U.S. that are having trouble with a lot of things in life. We have infrastructure that needs work. We have a huge homeless problem. We have a lot of drug problems. We have, mental health issues. We have, people who have student loans that are overdue. We have people that can't afford to pay their rent. People that are having trouble getting food. It's just a lot of domestic issues that could be helped by more focus and more money being donated to that. And the fact that money's earmarked elsewhere is telling as to where the priorities are. But I don't have verification for the things you say. I don't want to speak to the chat that I'm ignoring their points because I don't know for sure. But if there were ways to verify, that would be good. But I think they're saying that it's not true. So, but anyway, I know there are a lot of things you do get if you're born in America and you're born in a Jewish family. I don't know if you know this or not. You have something called birthright, which means that you can go and visit Israel, all expense paid. I don't know, maybe it's like age 18. I'm not sure exactly what the year is. And that seems a little unusual. And then if you're American and you want to move into one of the settlements that are in the West Bank and probably soon to be in Gaza if that happens, let's say you're a New Yorker, you live on Long Island, you're Jewish and you want to go move to Israel, well, you'll move into the occupied territories. They'll give you a bonus. They'll pay for your relocation expenses. They're encouraging people to come from different places to the settlements, which can be dangerous, by the way, as we've seen what happened on the 7th, right? It's not necessarily, it's guarded by the IDF, but it's contentious, right? Because people's land different people argue that they don't want to have people settling into what they believe is their land, and people who are settling it believe it's their land. So anyway, interesting.
Well, the psychology on that, Chip, is, like this morning, if you didn't see some of the news reports and even the video reports on the border where Israeli citizens, just regular, everyday Israeli citizens, are literally stopping all the trucks at the border, and they're attacking. They're literally preventing any truck that comes in with aid stuff to Gaza. Okay, so Israeli citizens are doing it. So this is a psychology of we're staying, we're taking over, and we are absolute in what we want, and there is no other conversation whatsoever. We want them out or we want them eradicated. And if by eradicating means by not getting them medicine and food, so be it. If you want to hear it summarized well, all you have to do is, I think over the last 2 days, did you see the recording and the response from the mayor of Jerusalem, what she came out and said? She says, we want them out of there. And if stopping humanitarian aid and killing them allows us to wipe them all out so we can get them all out of Gaza, then so be it. These are words literally coming out of her mouth in English. She's not speaking in Hebrew. There's no translation needed. It's like,
I thought I heard that by the sort of ultra right settler Daniela Weiss. I thought that she was being interviewed in Jerusalem, but that's what she said.
Maybe that's the case. I thought that it said Mayor of Jerusalem underneath the banner when the interview was the case. But she was very clear in the position that she is taking, and that's a psychology that permeates leadership. That's not a leadership psychology. That's a people psychology. You've seen it. You've seen them sit in front of city blocks and cheer before they blow them up. You've seen their teenagers laugh and talk about destroying and killing, women and children. So this is a psychology that's built in at this point. So anything that I can say, anything that I say, and I'll come back with definitive proof from the American side about the budget and how it's allocated or how it's supposed to be allocated and what it's for, so that people can see the truth of it. Okay, that's on me, and anybody can criticize me as much as possible until I can provide that proof. Or, you know what, your opportunity to counter and prove me wrong, please provide proof to counter that. While I owe that, I can say this: there is no doubt right now that any voice that speaks up against any Israeli action or any Israeli reframing or justification or even the apologists, I got to tell you, I hate that the most. the apologists who come over with yet another reframed excuse for the actions of their people. Any voice that opposes that is considered, anti-Semitic or whatever they want to call it. First of all, anytime who's an Israeli supporter calls you anti-Semitic, okay, ask them in Hebrew. Okay, it's a very, very easy way to ask them. Haggadah Shemitah, define Semite, and then ask them to go do a 23andMe test. And they'll never respond to you. Okay? Because everybody knows less than 20% of Israelis right now are likely to have Semite genes in them. A majority of them actually have Northern and Eastern European genes. Okay? They don't have any Semite genes, whereas 90 plus percent of Palestinians are Semites. Okay? They are more Semite than any other group in the area. They are the original people there.
I wonder if, I've heard that claim made a lot of times, and so I don't know the exact numbers, but it would be curious to know, let's say that just in a fantasy universe, everyone did take a test of some type and to determine exactly their lineage. I wonder what the numbers truly are. I do know this, that the indigenous population, if this is a good exercise for people to do if you want to do it. There was somebody in there with the name that's written in Hebrew that said, what? So if you go back and look at the population tables from 1800 in historic Palestine until present, until 1948, when the state of Israel was created, you're going to be I think it may corroborate what the voice is saying, because the numbers were very, very, very small in terms of Jewish population versus what I believe to be the native Arab population, mostly, who's the majority native population who are of Arab descent, I believe. And I heard people argue, well, 3,000 years ago, this happened in the kingdom of David. I've heard that argument. And I've heard people say, well, 4,000 years ago, there were these Canaanites, and who knows what was 5,000 years ago. I have a hard time accepting these long-standing historical arguments. But even so, if people were in those lands, they claim that they were pushed out, but where did they go? But the point I'm trying to make is, if you look at the population, it was the influx of massive numbers of new, I guess you call it ethnicity, of different people into the region that caused some of the strife, like it's tending to do in other places in Europe and the United States. It's not unusual for that to happen. So it wasn't necessarily who they were, it was just that other people came. So anyway, so interesting points. I don't know how much we can get into here. That's a very dicey subject, and you can't talk about
it is.
And
it is, Chip. And the other thing is, I'd really like people to be able to be calm enough to separate religious affiliation and or background versus factual information. The last thing I'll say about that, and I'll say no more. You know what the standing law in Israel when it comes to DNA testing is?
My understanding is that they have to get a special doctor's order, otherwise it's not allowed.
Exactly. It is illegal. It is illegal for any Israeli citizen, okay, to ever put themselves into a DNA test whatsoever. You're not allowed to have 23andMe or anything else, all right? And you're exactly right. Only in the case where a doctor has it, and the reason why is because there's another thing that they do. They all get tested for Tay-Sachs before they, right? Because of the small population pool. So there are defects that they look out for. So that's the only time they allow some sort of DNA test, if it's allowed, only singular, right? It is not allowed as a general population. And the reason why is because if they did that, it would wake up the general population to the fact that over 70% of them do not have roots connected to that region of the world, period.
Someone here said they have maps. Someone here said they have maps that prove otherwise as far as the population. So again, I just try to look it up. I looked this table up before, but if you look at the maps and go to any Encyclopedia Britannica in the 1920s, 1930s, even the early 1900s, and look at the region as it's referred to, it's on a map. And it doesn't say Judea, Samaria, or Israel. It says Palestine. And so the territory that the whole world recognizes that name and that region, and the people that occupied the territory were people from the region. They were regional. They weren't a nation state, but they were from the region. And the region was called that because that's had a unique culture and identity from that region. Other countries that formed later had the same thing. They were regional, and they later became nation states at different times, just like Israel became a nation state different times. But to deny Palestine's existence on maps and to deny the demographic issues and the likely makeup of the current Israeli population is somehow different than what the Voice said, I think is a difficult argument to make, but I guess it could be substantiated. I'm going to look up those stats about the population just to show you. It's a chart that I just happened to find, and I'll show it to you. It just shows 1900, 1910. It just goes down the years and tells you what the approximate populations were. You can judge for yourself. I'll just show it to you.
Right. And let's understand one more thing. There's a disconnect here when people go, "Oh, that's our land." Actually, no. I'm sorry. The people want to wipe out the previous 400 years to that, and somehow just like make the whole colonization and division, between the Spaniards, the Dutch, the French, and the Brits going in there, having been in there since the Crusades, by the way, people, okay? I think people have short-term memory here. Like, who's really been in control of the region for 400 or 500 years before even the thought of going, hey, you know what? Hey, there's that Zionist group over there. They're always clamoring about having a freaking homeland, and we've been at this Crusades game forever. And you know what? We're actually in line with the Germans and the Northern Europeans. We don't want them here either. So what are we going to do? It's 1944, 1945. How are we going to get a resolution to this? Oh shit! We got a convenient bad guy. He killed off 6 million. All right. We're going to use that opportunity. Let's link up with the Zionists and put our support behind it. What do you want to do? Hey, I got a section of sand that we can put them on. I own it. The locals don't own it. Who owns it? The UK owns it.
Let me show. This comes from Wikipedia. It could be wrong, but it says the demographic history of Palestine region. So if you go back way, way in the past, it doesn't give exact numbers. It just shows who was in the majority or the minority. Let's go to 1533 where they start to have more information. So if you look at, these are in thousands of people. So it was 5,000 people that were Jewish, 6,000 people that were Christian, and 145,000 that were Muslim. So a very large Muslim population. And then it gets even larger, 188, and then 219, and then 246, and then 432. Now, in 1890, there's more Jewish and Christians that come into the picture. There's 43,000 and 57,000, but still an overwhelming majority of Arab population. And then in 1914, just before the war, you have a big jump in Jewish population emigrating from Europe, to have more than doubled the population from 43,000 to 94. The Arab population grew about 20% or so, and the Jewish population grew by about 20%. And then the Christian. And then 1922, you have a slight pullback. I guess that's during the war. A lot of people may have fled for whatever reasons. The Christians stayed about the same, and the Arabs increased by a little bit. And then in 1930, you see another big jump of immigrants to the area who are Jewish. You see just a few more Christians, but look, way more Arabs, 760,000. Now, look what happened in 1947. So between 1931 and 1947, that 16-year stretch, look at the jump in population here from 175,000 to 630. So if you look at all the shifts in the history of this table, this is the most dramatic point of the data, where it's a big shift from 175 to 630. That's a little less than 5-fold. It's like 4.5-fold. That's a big change. And then you look at the Christian population, it jumped a good bit, but not nearly the same amount. And then the Arab population went up by about, why is this? Why are these numbers jumping so much? This is when the industrialization age started with food production and more people were starting to be born and live. This is like the industrial age where things started taking place over there. So, but still, look at the numbers. You had a much different demographic going back, let's say to 1800, totally different demographic makeup, right? Vast majority is Muslim. Then you have the 1920s, it becomes still a pretty large majority, but not a little less so. And then a lot less so. And then, only twice as many Muslims as Arabs in 1947. But still, twice as many Arabs than Jewish people. That's if you listen to thirds, 2/3, 1/3. So again, I think if you did trace back the lineage, the people that weren't in the region during 1922 that came into the region did not live there initially. They lived elsewhere, as you can see this table. This is the sort of the generic population growth here, and to these up to 1914, and then look how it gets much bigger over time. So this is immigration. So this is a lot of people from Europe and elsewhere, like Ukraine, that came from places where it was less safe to be to Israel to build a homeland. I'm not making a value judgment. These are the numbers. So when somebody comes in and says that's not true, this is the truth. Okay. Glad we got that.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's hard for people to get away from that ideology. It makes them question their parents. It makes them question the world that they grew up in, and I completely understand it. You know, as a New Yorker, you know, and as a guy who's been involved in a lot of different cultures and traveled all over the world and lived under different systems, it's hard for people to get away from the stories. You know, Chip, you've traveled a little bit. You've had your military experience. You know, what they tell us here and what we grow up with versus what we see on the ground when we're abroad is a very, very different story. You know, you rub elbows with people that are just there in the souk trying to have a cafe or a tea and a sweet, right? At 8 o'clock at night or 9 o'clock at night. They're just like us. On an everyday basis, they're just like us. We're fed a very, very particular, you know, mix of a diet of we're the good guys. This is what it's supposed to be. They're the bad guys. You know, when in actuality, that's not the case at all. There's a mechanism working here, and I'll tell you, I've spoken to some people, and I think you run across people like this too, where you can hear from the questions and from the way that they're waking up to the information that it's exactly what you said earlier. It's so frustrating that they just want to put their hands over their eyes and ears and give up and go, hey man, I'm just trying to get the beer and barbecue, right? Like you're making me think too much. I'm already doing 50 hours a week and I'm already behind on my bills, and you know my kids got a this and my wife's got a that and the house needs this, and you're asking me to come out and protest and make some sort of sacrifice or be part of a big change group for something that is not going to change anything in my lifetime halfway around the world. And that's the problem. We're the fuel in that mechanized system. That's an unfortunate thing. We're the fuel inside that same system. Oh, we've got somebody new. Let me silence my.
All right, cool. Yeah, Riri, how you doing? Let me get you unmuted here.
Hey, Chip.
There you go. You're good. Hey.
Well, how are you?
I'm having an interesting discussion. This has been cool.
Yes, I've been listening, and you guys have been having a great discussion. Thank you both. And I had a few thoughts that I wanted to add and comment on a few things that you guys were discussing. The first thing that I wanted to comment on was the Wikipedia page, and this is just I'm raising awareness regarding Wikipedia and the Zionist influence on Wikipedia, and why there is actually an occupation of information that's systematic, but it's also one of the main sites that are targeted is Wikipedia. If you Google Wikipedia training by the Israeli government, so if anyone is not familiar with this, the Israeli government has trainings where they have youth and members of the army, like official trainings, and they train them how to edit Wikipedia pages. And there's this famous interview with Naftali Bennett, who's a previous prime minister. So he's not like a random guy, where he says, whenever there's information about Palestine or Israel, I need to be there. We need to control the narrative. So just be aware that even the Wikipedia that you guys we're looking at a few moments ago, that's probably edited. So that's like, I would really take it with a lot of consideration and a grain of salt. But you know, some people are trying to push back and try to re-edit the pages. Wikipedia itself has a lot of time revoked some of the changes. So I just wanted to mention that. Another
Well,
comment. Oh,
Can I just
yes.
ask you one question? So I want to, there's
Yes.
somebody in the thing saying, let me just share this with you. So I'm a troll 77. I'm a troll. I like that name. Says, so this is this person's words, not mine. So quote, Jews control the media, end quote, has become quote, they control Wikipedia, end quote. So just to let you know, I'm troll. I'll share this with you if you want me to. If you give me an email or whatever, Telegram. I have a video of Naftali Bennett hosting a convention of people who are willing to be pro-Israel Wikipedia moderators. What do they call them? Auditors that are willing to go online, and hundreds of them being trained at a meeting in the United States. These are American citizens who are coming in to volunteer to do this, and people can interact with Wikipedia. It's not like one person writes it. People can get involved and do stuff. It gets approved by other moderators. But the point is, that is real. I have video of him being interviewed saying as much. That was one of the things he led in the United States during his, I guess, outreach for Israel. So it's not a lie. I mean, these claims that are being made can be backed up. The other thing about Wikipedia, just so you know, it's got some good information, but it is influenced by outside sources. Let me give you one example. I know of an independent journalist who I followed for years. She did great work in Syria. She's done great work in Ukraine. It just so happens that her work is counter narrative to the United States and the Western, desired narrative about Syria as well as in Ukraine. So therefore, anybody who's speaking out against the narrative, who actually digs stuff off the ground and says, hey, this is what I saw, it doesn't fit in with this is the story we want people to think about, they get vilified. So for example, her name is Eva Bartlett. So if you go to Eva Bartlett in Wikipedia, it says she's a conspiracy theorist with whacked out ideas, but they just completely disparage you because you're independently minded, you don't carry water for the establishment. Please continue, Riri.
Yes, exactly. And actually, anyone can simply right now verify this information by Googling it. You will be able to watch the famous video of Naftali Bennett that Chip just referenced here. So you can immediately verify this information is real. And I find it ironic whenever we talk about something that we as Palestinians are suffering from, people think it's a lie because it's too crazy to believe. And that's the reality of the occupation that we have to live under. It's surreal. It's nightmarish, unfortunately. But
Yeah.
we live it. We live it every day. The other thing I wanted to comment on was the weaponization of starvation in Gaza, that I heard you talk about that. And I wanted to mention this person. I'm not sure if you have seen her speech. Her name is Tali Goltev, and she's a member of the Israeli occupation government known as the Knesset.
Yep.
And she said, and I quote, keep Gaza hungry, and to break the siege was, in my opinion, a terrible decision, because without hunger and thirst in the Gazan population, we will not be able to recruit agents. We will not succeed in luring the people there with food, water, and medicine. End quote. These are her words. So it's not random, and we have seen Ben-Gvir, and we've seen other people in the government also talk about the complete blockade and not allowing any type of food or medicine, electricity, water go into Gaza. So this is real. It's not just one person; it's systematic. Another two other things that I wanted to bring up today. Hopefully tomorrow there will be a ceasefire. I hope, I keep praying that it will pass. But I wanted to bring people's attention to two other issues in Palestine outside of Gaza. The first one is in Jerusalem, which is the depopulation and ethnic cleansing of Palestinians from neighborhoods in Jerusalem, and the just moving of settler Zionists into Palestinian homes, like not even building them new homes or taking land on which no one is living on. No, they're actually bringing settlers. They evict the Palestinian families who lived in their homes for generations, like intergenerational houses that they owned, they inherited from their parents, their grandparents. And then all of a sudden, a settler family can move in. And a great example, if anyone has not seen the famous video of Yaakov, or his name is Jacob, the settler from New York, and his confrontation with Muna al-Kurd and her brother Muhammad al-Kurd. They both are journalists from Jerusalem now, but they used to even film their lives as children, and just showing the brutality of the occupation and the apartheid and the ethnic cleansing that they had to endure. Just Google Yaakov, if I don't steal it, someone else is gonna steal it, and you'll be able to see the famous clip. It's almost surreal.
Yeah, craziness.
Yeah, the last thing I wanted to bring to people's attention today, as we want people to continue talking about Palestine, is the apartheid. I can tell you about my own life as a Palestinian living in the West Bank, and the things that you wouldn't believe that in 2024 anyone has to live under, like having to use, as Palestinians, different color IDs to be easily identified by the soldiers. That we have within the Palestinian territory, which is internationally recognized Palestinian territory or land. The
Hey, Riri,
city, yes.
sorry, real quick. There's some flashing news just came across. Thank you, Chasing Peace, and I'll get right back. It says several U.S. airstrikes. This is the response by the Biden administration to the 3 soldiers that were unalived at the base that was in Jordan near the border with Syria. Several U.S. airstrikes targeted 3 sites in eastern Syria and near the Iraqi border just now. Thank you.
Wow.
Sorry about that.
Wow. No, thank you. Thank you for sharing. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, I was talking about the apartheid in the West Bank. So for anyone who is not familiar with the settlement problem, so those Israeli settlements are illegal under international law. They are built on Palestinian territories, like within the internationally recognized Palestinian territory. And they end up building streets for only Jewish settlers, Zionists, where as a Palestinian, you wouldn't be allowed to take that street. There's even inside some of the cities, one great example is the city of Al-Khalil, or as they renamed it, Hebron. You can go and watch a documentary called How the Israeli Apartheid Destroyed My Hometown by Dina Takruri. She's an American journalist of Palestinian descent, and you can watch the documentary of her walking around the streets of Al-Khalil or Hebron, and showing how certain streets only Jewish settlers are allowed to walk down those streets. Palestinians are not allowed to, including Al-Shuhada Street, which used to be one of the most vibrant and important main streets in the city. There used to be markets, schools, all of that. And they just took over the houses, evicted the Palestinian families. They even welded the doors shut because we have the traditional kind of iron, like steel doors in Palestine. They welded them shut so no one can go in. Some of the families who still live in those houses, they have to climb on top of their roofs just to be able to go to their houses. And the list goes on and on and on. We have within the West Bank, which has been partitioned into more than 200 cities. I call them concentration camps, each one of them. They control every movement inside and outside of every city and every village. There is a checkpoint between every city. So if you want to move from Bethlehem to Ramallah, while there is a road that you can take that takes about less than 30 minutes to go from Bethlehem to Ramallah, as a Palestinian, you're not allowed to take that road. So instead, you have to go around in a road that looks like an anaconda and takes you about 2 hours just to arrive to Ramallah. So if you have family, you can't even give them a ride back home if they're visiting you. And then on that road, you have to be stopped by Israeli checkpoints. Now, we don't understand why we have Israeli military in the midst of us, inside the West Bank. That doesn't make any sense, and it's against international law. And their excuse is to protect the security of the settlements, which are illegal to begin with. They should not be in the West Bank to begin with. Not to mention that we're not allowed to go to the beaches. We're not allowed to use the airport. They destroyed all the Palestinian airports, took some, and we're not allowed to build our own airports. And we're not allowed to use the airport. We're not allowed to use the same buses. So I mean, I cannot even, you have to visit, you have to see. I used to work in East Jerusalem. I had to cross within on the Bethlehem checkpoint. You guys can go to Google now and see what it looks like. It's like a long human cage that is usually packed with people trying to go to work, teachers, doctors, nurses, construction workers. Students even trying to go to school, just cram thousands of people on top of each other, just trying to go to their work, school, make a living. And then standing under the rain, under the cold, under the sun. They don't care because we're not human enough, unfortunately, for them.
Is it okay, Riri, if I mention something about a documentary that some people might be able to find interesting about this?
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so, and it's, by the way, it doesn't include everything that Riri's talking about, because things have actually gotten worse since this person made this documentary, but it's still germane enough. So it's done by a young, just to let you know, it's not some Palestinian propaganda film from Qatar. This is made by a young Jewish American woman who traveled to the occupied territories because her friends were telling her all these things like Riri's talking about, and she didn't believe them. She was raised in a household that very supportive of Israel. I guess you'd call it a Zionist household. And her friends were telling her this stuff, and she's like, no, you're brainwashed. You have no idea what you're talking about. This is all just made up to try to justify, the terrorism or whatever. So they said, hey, just go visit. And so she did. She went to Ramallah, which is another larger area in the West Bank, concentrated population. And so she stayed there for just under 6 months. And what she learned horrified her, much like the things that Riri's laying out, but of course much more, because she describes the totality of her experience. And now that she has some empathy for what the people there have to endure, it really affected her deeply. She's obviously a good person, has a heart of gold, and it takes courage, right, to come back after knowing you're in a family that says one thing, and then you come back with this totally different narrative that's going to upset people, to go public and talk about it. So she did. She's given various talks, but she put together about a 45, 50-minute sort of summary of what she learned, all the different hardships and different things that are actually in place. And like I said, more have happened since, because we know after the 7th, the pace at which the settlers have come in and done things has increased dramatically, as has the typical pace of people who have been injured or unalived, as well as the disposition and destruction of homes right on down the line. You're not going to believe it, though. It's horrific. It's indignified. It's humiliating. It's definitely treating somebody like they're definitely subhuman. And you see the worst. It's the worst of humanity. It's the absolute worst that we can be towards others. And it's just, that's why I'm critical of it. Not because I have any animus towards the people. I really could give a damn who it is. It's what they're doing. And I think that's how most people feel who are Palestinian. I don't want to speak for anybody, but the way I've looked at it, I hear most people, when I went to the pro-Palestinian rally, I talked about this with a lot of people. Hey, what are you really angry about? They said the occupation and the blockade and the lack of freedom and autonomy and self-determination and dignity. That's what we want. If my Muslim cousin took my house and treated me like garbage, I would want to get my cousin the hell away, right? It doesn't matter who's doing it, that's being done to you.
Thank you, Chip. Yes, and I saw people asking what was the name of the documentary. I believe you were referring to Anna Baltzer's.
Yeah, it's called, I'm sorry, I said everything with the name, sorry. Duh. Life in Occupied Palestine. Very simple. Life in Occupied Palestine. Yeah, I gave you everything but the information. That's not so good. Life in Occupied Palestine. And just, if you're taking notes on this, or you're making a note of it for somebody you love, or if you want to watch it yourself, or both. And by the way, open-minded people will, closed-minded people won't. No worries. But there's another one, a great documentary made by advocate Abby Martin, who's a very, very talented independent journalist who has covered a lot of subjects. She has a YouTube channel called The Empire Files, which you could spend a week there and never get through half her content. It's amazing what she's done. But she made a documentary about Gaza called Gaza Fights for Freedom. So I always mention these resources. If you go back through my video library, you'll see me list these periodically, because this kind of stuff's worthy of repeating. People have done a lot of hard work to kind of show this stuff, and we should share it with others, because it stands on its own merits, right? Seeing is believing. And it's hard to see some of this stuff, and you scratch your head, you're sad. You're like, why do people have to endure that? Just a regular day in Gaza is hard enough. Then you add in all this other stuff. It's just unthinkably cruel and horrific. A couple more just to give, if you want to really be a glutton for punishment. A very well-made documentary. It's a little longer and it's subtitled in English. It's called Al-Nakba. And like the name, someone's name Al, like Alan, Al Nakba, Nakba. Wow. If you want to see what really happened and why people left their homes, not this story about the Arab nations told them to get out of the way and they would have them back in a week. Yeah, that's a very nice way of putting it. Didn't happen that way. So watch that. And if you want to see how people who were from Israel, the soldiers of the old forces that were older now, how they recount what they did as a part of this dispossession of land and unaliving of civilians, it's called Tantora. It's one of the villages, and it's one of the mass acres that happened during the many series of those that took place as far as what happened during that transition, both just before and just during the transition of power for the state of Israel. It's just sickening. And when you see how these have smirks on their face and they laugh like it was a game to them or something like that, it's just and by the way, graping was a part of that, a big part of that. Essay and graping, all the things that are cried out now as this unbelievably horrific thing, which we don't even know if happened all over the place when this took place. It's just, anyway, the irony is so thick, especially because the grandparents of the current administration, or maybe the parents of those who perpetrated this, were going through the very same experience in Europe. And now they're doing it to others in Palestine. That's the irony of this to me.
Yes, exactly.
So,
And sorry, I just want to add two more points on the apartheid. And for anyone who doesn't even know, if you are Israeli or Jewish, you're not allowed to marry a Palestinian. The state of Israel does not recognize interfaith marriage. And there is also a Lahava, which is a tea organization, honestly. It's a group, an organization within Israel that's fighting interfaith marriage. But even within the Palestinian society, if you're a Palestinian who lives within the Green Line, the occupied Palestinian land that is referred to as Israel now, or in East Jerusalem, and if you marry someone from the West Bank, they cannot come live with you. They cannot have residence status. They cannot move in. So you have either to leave or live apart from each other. So that's all I had. Sorry, the voice. Please continue.
I just wanted to chime in and say thank you, Riri, for reminding us that while we're very focused on the continued actions of Israelis in what is now the Gaza, okay, the truth of the matter is the bigger message is throughout what is now defined as Israel, pockets throughout, there is a continued slow systemic eradication of Palestinians out of all sorts of neighborhoods, okay, and resettlements, and there is nothing they can do about it. Understand that this is what we call life under occupation, okay? You can have a lot of different definitions about open air prisons and so on and so forth, but this is life under occupation. I encourage everyone who hasn't yet to please follow Riri. And the reason why I say this is we need voices that have had direct experience, share with us this, not regurgitations, not learnings from third, fourth, fifth parties. This is someone that has direct experience that can share with us. Okay, this is the type of person you want to see on panels that would have real stories, real information, so that you can get that direct information. That's what the internet has brought you, the ability to access the information directly from the people who experience it, and not through a talking voice that's pre-produced, and oh, by the way, have to send all of their material to the IDF before they're allowed to speak their minds. That's what the regular channels are about. Okay, so please follow Riri, and really ask these types of questions. Talking about free Palestine is not talking about just ceasefire on Gaza and aid to those in Gaza. Okay, talking about free Palestine is, in my eyes, I won't go into it now, okay? My first birthday, I lived in the sewers of a major city in Southeast Asia because of occupation. I understand what occupation is about, so we don't need to get into it today. But in my eyes, the freedom of Palestine requires an Israeli free Palestine for Palestine to be truly free. Okay. And if you don't keep talking about it, if you stop because they declare a ceasefire, if you see an extra 200 trucks go in a day, no, that's not enough. No, we need to continue to talk about it, because if we don't, what we leave on the table here will not only affect them, but look around, people. It'll affect the population of the Congo. It'll affect other populations that we're now seeing use, and we're now seeing how we're walking around the world, manipulating all of these places, using their labor, and literally enslaving their people to move ahead. If we stop here, this is the turning point. So don't stop. That's all I've got to say today. Thank you so much for your time, everybody.
Chip, I think you're on mute.
Yeah, sorry. Thanks for being here. One thing you can do if you want to type it into search engine, Google, whatever, type in 1967 Six-Day War illegal and just read what it has to say. And again, the Israeli argument or perspective on the territories that are disputed is that they feared an imminent threat of invasion or conflict with the Egyptians to the south. And therefore, they preemptively bombed their air force to give them no air capability. And they also did the same in Syria. And then they moved their forces due east towards the Jordan River and pushed back the Jordanian troops. And they also pushed back the Egyptian ground troops in the Sinai. And therefore, they occupied the Sinai, which was Egyptian territory, over towards the Suez. And they occupied all of what was called, the West Bank, which was part of Transjordan at that time. Was part of Jordanian territory, but it crossed over the region referred to as Palestine, and the people living there referred to themselves regionally as Palestinian, mostly Arab Muslims, but some Christians, and also a very few small number of Jewish people. And then to the north, they took a strategic high ground called the Golan Heights, which was part of sovereign Syrian territory. So to this day, they occupy the West Bank, which was former Transjordan territory, which is also a Palestinian region, and they also occupy the Golan Heights. That hasn't changed. And the area to the north is called the Galilee, that part of Israel. They had a peace agreement with Egypt, and so the Sinai was returned to Egypt. And also, this is another point that the Israelis say a lot. They say that Gaza was offered to the Egyptians. Not really, not exactly. When Israel occupied it in 2005 with troops and stuff like that, when the agreements were struck, that territory was not granted to another nation. The different leaders, this is the same reason why leaders don't, quote unquote, take them, if you want to hear the point of view from an Israeli point of view. First of all, they're individual people. They're human beings. It's not them. They're people who have families and friends and relatives, and they care about their kids and their lives as much as anybody else does, including Israelis, which is often, said as the opposite. But the point I'm making about this is that they want to stay there. It's sovereign territory that they've lived in for generations. And why should they be forced out or taken over by somebody else? They don't want to be taken over by somebody. That's the whole point of all this. So when they say Egypt didn't want them, or the other Arab states now don't want them, it's not that they're not willing to help out and be, to work out a deal to help people if they need help. It's about not giving a safety valve or a release valve for the Israelis to get away with what they want to do, and seemingly, which is to move in and take over the territory and have an easier way to get what they want by pushing people out with these, release valves. And that's what it comes down to. It's not that they don't care. In fact, most of the population in these cultures care deeply for the Palestinian cause, as well as the political leaders. Look at the president of Turkey, President Erdogan. He said publicly, this has got to be changed. There's got to be Saudi Arabia has said there's got to be a solution. There's got to be a Palestine. We can never have a peace accord, which was in progress before this all went down and was sabotaged by this. We can't have a peace accord until there's a Palestinian state. It's a minimum requirement. So I think everybody sees it that way. The Palestinians, for all that they've suffered, regardless of how you want to frame the attack on 10/7 and the response, as horrible as all that's been, the bottom line, if you take away all the storylines, is these people need a place to be on their own. They need their own place to be left the hell alone. And I think the Israelis will find, if it wasn't for their territorial ambitions from those who are I call them the ardent Zionists, and not everybody in Israel is a Zionist at all, or even an ardent Zionist, I understand that. And there are many who criticize the occupation and the actions of the Netanyahu government, which is wonderful. And it's hard to speak out in a culture where that's against the grain. But the point is, you can't have what you want and have peace as well. You're either going to have the land you want to take, which you've taken illegally according to everybody but yourself, and you're going to have war, constant fighting back, or you can give a little bit, not take everything you want and let somebody else have something, whatever's left, and have some autonomy and dignity, right? Who are you to deny them that? They deserved it from the get-go. It was taken from them. If it was you on the other end of this stuff, you'd be outraged. How dare these people push us around and occupy us and then get mad when we fight back, right? You'd be screaming to the hilltops. But somehow when it's these other people, them, they're just violent. And all they want to do is hurt us. Bullshit, as I like to say. Not to discount the fact that on both sides, there are people that are very, very hardcore, very on the edge of society, the fringe, so to speak, that are willing to do things that are just, irrational and self-serve through some sort of hatred or ideology that everybody should condemn. But there are people on both sides that think that way. So you could argue that those that are carrying out this assault are driven by that same mindset. I would certainly agree with that. And you could argue those that forced the actions on the 7th with whatever actually happened that were atrocities and unaliving civilians are driven by some of that. Maybe. I don't even know. But the statements made by leaders in both sides say very similar things. Only one side claims it's geared towards a G side, towards them. But the other side, oh, that's just Bibi doing his thing. And don't listen to him. Right? Or that's just Smotrich, that crazy guy, Ben Gvir. No, they're people too, just like the people in the H group or their leaders. It's very similar is what I'm trying to say. As you can get. Okay, we have another person in the queue. No, they're gone. So Palestinian American, you have a chance to speak, please. Are you there? Are you there? Let me see if I didn't unmute you. There you go. Sorry about that.
Okay. Hi, Chip. How are you?
I'm good.
I'm a Palestinian American. I just want to to add to all of these a personal story that I just happened a couple of days ago. I had a friend. I'm from the West Bank. I'm from Tulkarem. I have a friend whose mother passed away just 2 days ago. So I picked up the phone and I called him while he was in Tulkarem. And, I was trying to extend my condolences to him and to his family for that. And he told me, I just cannot believe what happened. I just want to talk to you. I just want to let you know what happened to me personally when my mother passed away. And I said, go ahead, tell me what happened. He said, well, my mom passed away in Nablus. Nablus is around maybe 20, 30 minutes away from Tulkarem. His mom passed away in Nablus hospital, and they were transporting her from Nablus to Tulkarem, which is both of them are Palestinian cities. He said, well, we had the ambulance and we did all the things that we're supposed to do. And we just, the ambulance picked her up from the hospital in Nablus and they are moving her to Tulkarem. So he said, well, at one of the checkpoints between Nablus and Tulkarem, there's an Israeli soldier who's a teenager, just like maybe 18, 19-year-old. He stopped over there and he would not allow them to go through, which means that his mom is deceased in that ambulance, and they're trying to get her to her place of rest. And basically this soldier stopped him and they told them, you cannot pass from this checkpoint, and he turned them back. So just so that they can get around that, they have to go through a lot of dirt roads, like they have to bypass all of their normal regular roads to go through these small villages and towns, and it is just excruciating ordeal for somebody who's the only thing that they're doing is they're taking their deceased mom, to her final resting place, and they have to go through at least 1.5 hours, 2 hours of traveling these side roads to get to the other city when they can do it in 20 minutes. The whole trip between Nablus and Tulkarem is around 20-25 minutes, in a good day. And then it took them around 2.5 hours to get to finally to go to where they need to go.
Is it okay if I add one thing while you're talking? And something came to mind that I wanted to share with the audience. Is it okay if I just say it real quick?
Yeah.
So if you don't know who journalist Shireen Abu Akleh was, most people are familiar with her. She was unalived by the IDF, I think on purpose. They say it was an accident, whatever. No one got in trouble. It sucks. It's terrible. Her funeral, which took place, I think, a day or two later. If you, I have video, I can show you
Yeah.
this. The Israeli police forces came in with batons and were beating the people who were trying to carry her casket for her final services. You know, this is common practice in the occupied territories for funerals of people who have first been unalived through no fault of their own by the Israeli military. And then they have the indignity to beat the people and disrupt their very funeral procession. And this happens all the time. And if people are leaving a wedding or a funeral and they're trying to get to where they have to go or trying to get to a wedding or funeral, they do the same thing as they reroute people through checkpoints. They stop them. Sometimes they can't go at all. Sometimes they're trying to get home to their homes at night. They won't let them go home. They have to stay all night. It's just absurd. It's not for security. It's for control and indignity and trying to immiserate people so they'll want to leave. That's what it is. Please continue.
That's exactly right. One of the other practices that they do when they unalive people, they would not release their bodies to their loved ones to bury them.
Yeah,
and that's
yes.
one of the
making
things.
Stuff up.
Just be quiet, please. Just be quiet.
This guy actually exercised in his kitchen. Like, seriously.
Just be quiet. Okay, let me finish. Don't interrupt.
Have you ever been to,
I said, do not interrupt me.
ever been to Hebron?
I said, do not interrupt me.
I think you're muted.
I don't want to take people down like that because I like to let everybody speak from different points of view. Wild Child, if you're still listening, which you might be, I'm not blocking you I haven't blocked you. But when you come up, normally I try to mute people so we can take turns. That's just how I run my lives. I don't have this free for all like on some of the others. So I'm happy to hear what you have to say, but please don't come in and interrupt people. Yes, I have an exercise bike. I have a very small apartment. I don't live a very lavish lifestyle like some people do. I keep it real simple. So I have to put things in the same room. So I don't know why that's condemnable, but I'm probably not the only person in North America that has an exercise bike somewhere in their living space. So I don't know why that was a particular point of order. Yeah, please, if you want to come back up though, I'm happy to let you come in and talk. I just don't want to interrupt people.
Yeah, the Israeli policy, normally when they unalive somebody, they keep their bodies for an extended period of time. And they always, if they will allow their loved one to see them, or they allow their loved one to go and take their bodies, they will do it in a way that after, first of all, it's after like months sometime, and sometimes they will hide it, or they will keep it indefinitely. And that's those, so that people cannot mourn their dead. They will resort to those kind of things, even when the Palestinians are dead. They don't want them to have any resting time, or they're just basically trying to teach us, or to rehabilitate us to thinking one way in their mind. At least that they think that this is working. And the same thing with any collective punishment that they do is like when somebody, if you go there and throw a stone at an Israeli soldier, you might be, he might shoot you, and there is no recourse for you. You'll be just dead if that Israeli soldier decide that your life is not worth that his time. Then he will not hesitate to unalive you. The other thing, all of these practices that they do, whether it is preventing people from my own town. This is another piece of information a lot of people don't really understand. They control the water that we drink. They control everything that we do, and that control is something that they are vicious about doing. They are in checkpoints is everywhere. They are willing to put a checkpoint between even two different region in the same town, in the same city. They just go there and they just erect a checkpoint for people just to go through. And then for the name of what? For the name of security, but they are willing to delay you from going from one place to another for 2-3 hours when your trip is only going to take around 15-20 minutes.
Let's do this. Yeah, those are. I want to do. I think somebody here disagreed. I try to be really fair. You know this from my process. I would ask Wild Child though, if you don't know how I run my lives. Thank you for being on pause. First of all, we don't do anything personal, so no name calling or no personal disparagement. Secondly, if you have something that's on topic, we're welcome to have it. I just want to keep it on topic. If you disagree with the points that were raised by Palestinian American, please address them. I'm happy to let you talk. Please don't go more than about 2 minutes because I want to keep it fair. I know that other people have spoke at length, but I want to get people's responses at this point since we probably have to. So thank you. Welcome.
Have you been here?
Yeah, it's your turn, please.
Great. I'm asking you, have you ever been here in Israel?
Where's here? What exact? Where are
Israel,
you?
Israel. Have you ever been in Israel?
I've not visited the state of Israel or the occupied
Okay. Have you ever been to Hebron?
No.
No. So pretty much anybody can come up here, tell some sort of a story, and you'll nod in your head like, yeah, right. It's all true. Right. Pretty much.
Well, let me. Can I answer? Is that okay?
Go ahead.
I won't take up too much time.
No, go ahead.
I've just let you know, I've spoken with people at length who have been there, and I've watched multiple
But you have
news sources on the ground. I've also listened to multiple documentaries from people that have lived there.
you give me the name of the documentary, please.
I don't have them at my fingertips, but I'll find them.
never
They're
mind.
on my YouTube saved videos
Right.
list.
So I
Can I,
actually,
can I add the name of the documentary? Can I tell you?
yeah.
Well, just Vriri, do you know of one? Because I don't have the name
Yes,
on the
yes.
tip of my tongue.
How the Israeli apartheid destroyed my hometown by
Apartheid.
how the Israeli apartheid destroyed my
Apartheid.
hometown by Dina
That's the-
Takruri.
Listen,
So,
I
okay,
thought
so-
it was my time to talk. I don't know why other people are
No,
talking.
just you asked for about a documentary. She just
I
also
asked you, not her.
Well, someone on the panel is able to share information. That's not a bad thing, right?
Yeah, but I'm talking to you. I'm not talking to them. So if you don't know, that's okay. I'll accept your answer. It doesn't matter. I'm not talking to them. I'm not here for them. So you obviously haven't been to Hebron. You haven't been to Israel. You haven't experienced. Have you ever experienced a terror attack?
No.
Okay. Have you ever experienced a bus exploding in your town? A restaurant exploding in your town? Great. So I live in a city which both incidents happened. Okay. There was a restaurant. It's called Maxim Maxim restaurant. It's owned by Jews and Christians on the beach of Haifa. And a 36-year-old lawyer, female, went inside that restaurant and detonated herself in that restaurant and unalived everybody that was there. 25 people, kids, adults, everybody that was in that restaurant. So in order to prevent those kind of events, would you say that a checkpoint, how inconvenient it may be, is necessary?
Well, it depends on which side you're looking at. I understand that
I'm looking
Israelis want
at the
security.
safety side of people when you want to
Yeah,
go
I
to a
was-
restaurant and not having to be unalived.
I was just about to say that I think Israelis want security, and that's perfectly legitimate concern.
Right.
I think that's a fair thing to say. Yep.
So look up the story Maxim restaurant in Haifa, Israel, and you'll see the story. It's a 36-year-old lawyer that put a bomb vest on herself and detonated herself inside the restaurant where children and elderly and everybody was there.
Yeah. It's horrible.
Okay.
It's horrible.
In the same city, on a different restaurant, a Muslim-owned restaurant called Metza. Okay, same story. They went inside, blew themselves up. This was a Muslim-owned kind of Mediterranean restaurant. Blew himself up inside the restaurant, unalived 15 people. So those checkpoints that they are so miserable, okay, because of them, it's their own fault. Because they unalive themselves and put bomb vests on themselves and are ready to unalive themselves in the name of who knows what, okay? Those checkpoints are there and they will be there, okay, until we battle that terror, or as long as we have to, Okay, that is the cost. That is the cost of terrorism.
Let's take a pause for a second. And
Go
again,
ahead.
I'm not trying to be flippant because I
No, go
share with
ahead.
you my reaction. The reaction to the incidents is I'm horrified. I think those situations where any civilians are harmed for any reason is horrible. And obviously, you know, horrific for the people that endure it and the families and all the other things and just the emotional trauma it must bring to the society. You asked me if I've lived through those things. I haven't, so I can't relate to that. So I acknowledge all of that. And the framework that I'm trying to understand it within is an impartial observer, someone who doesn't have friends or family in Israel, someone who doesn't have friends or family in the Palestinian territories, or what do you want to call it, occupied, or even Judea and Samaria. What do you want to refer to that as? I don't know anybody in the conflict directly. So the point I try to raise though is that, you know, you said for God knows for what reason, for God knows what reason. That was the exact thing that I caught on in your conversation that I wanted to bring up. So let's analyze that for a second. And my question is, what would drive a human being who's alive to take their own life and to cause harm to others? Why would they do that?
I could ask the question, but he unalived everybody and himself.
That's what I'm saying. Why would that's a pretty radical thing to do. Why would somebody do that?
Do you think there is, let's say, I don't know, do you think you can make up a reason for that? Do you see yourself doing that?
It's a fair question to ask as far as
It's not a fair
motivation.
question. There's no reason on earth to do that. No reason at all.
Well, the question I didn't say about the validity of the act. I said what would motivate somebody to do it.
Motivate somebody, unaliving people. That's pretty motivating.
Okay, well that's one motive. Let's say somebody just wants to hurt other humans, right? Or maybe particular humans.
Unalive. Yeah.
What could possibly be another motivating factor if you were given a task for $10 billion?
I don't know, dude. I never thought of unaliving other people in that way or other way. Sorry.
Okay. Well,
I don't really think about that. Do you?
Let me do people.
By the
just
way,
a second.
just a second. I want one sentence, please. The T attack happened in 4th of October 2003. What I said, and 21 people were unalived on the 4th of October 2003. By the way, prior to the 2000s, there weren't any checkpoints. There wasn't any wall. There wasn't any of this. The wall and the checkpoint started after they on a daily basis committed T attacks. Gaza, in certain amount of time, was open as well. So was Judea and Samaria. It was open. There was no checkpoints. But these people, they terrorized other countries, our neighboring countries as well. They terrorized Jordan. They terrorized Lebanon. And eventually it came to us. They terrorized us as well. Okay? They terrorized Jordan in the 70s, right? In the 70s. They terrorized Lebanon for 15 years. Right.
So that was a lot more than one sentence. I gave you.
Sorry.
Just give me a sec, okay? So here's what I want to do. Okay, I can't dispute any of the facts because I don't have them all verified, but I know there have been a lot of violence in the region over many periods of time. I think one of the common maybe misperceptions as far as when people hear things talked about from the vantage point that you just shared them is understandable. I've talked about this at length. If I was Israeli and endured some of the things you've described or was in fear of them happening, I would be outraged and I would want to have something to protect me. Absolutely, including rocket fire or incursions or the things you refer to, which have, in fairness, in recent years, because of the security barrier and the checkpoints and other measures of security, haven't recurred, thankfully. And as far as a tactic, I think has been abandoned for the most part, thank goodness, which is not a great tactic. And in my opinion, it's a terrible thing to do. And the thing I keep trying to emphasize, though, is I think one of the perceptions is from the Israeli side, I've heard it repeated so many times, I'm going to share it with you, is that they're just violent people. They're difficult to get along with. They take out their frustrations on anybody and everybody where they just don't feel like they're getting what they want. I've heard that stated a lot. And the reason why I disagree with that is that everything has a reason why. I don't say the tactic is at all to be, there's no excusing what you said. I agree with you 100%. But in terms of, you talked about a couple motives, wanting to hurt people, wanting to hurt a particular type of people. What's another one? Another one I might think of is frustration and anger at an, hold on. Listen, you got to be willing to hear somebody else out if you're going to be on my panel. You can't jump in and interrupt whenever you want to. Okay. I'll give you a chance to respond. I promise. I'm going less than you did. So there may be a third motivation. Let's think about that for a second. And by the way, this happened to have happened in the history of people that you've probably studied. It happened in Warsaw, Poland. I'm not saying the exact equivalence of events because obviously one was way different than the other. Hold on. You got to be able to listen. One more time, I'm a very fair host, by the way, but we can't keep it orderly, I have to change the dynamics. That's in fairness to the audience, and I'll give you a chance to respond. I know that the magnitude of what happened in Europe is nowhere near comparable to what's happening, different circumstances, but in terms of mindset and motivation, people that are under someone else's control, regardless of circumstances, don't want to be that way. It's a natural thing to not want. The Americans didn't want to be under occupation by the British. People in Algeria don't want to be under the occupation of the French. People in Palestine don't want to be under the occupation and subjugation of the Israelis. It's just the way it is. So one of the reasons for doing it could be frustration long-term with the inability to achieve political goals through peaceful means, because the negotiations never were able to solve the problem. And therefore, if you see a never-ending situation where there's no light at the end of your tunnel, what are you to do? There's two things you can do. You can sit back and do nothing and take it, or you can try to do something, even if it's something that's horrific. What do you think about that?
So they only do T attacks because of the reason you said, right? And you this is me now. And then you went to compare, for some reason, a concentration camp in Poland in the 1930s to what's going on in the West Bank, after I explained to you that there wasn't any checkpoints and there wasn't any wall, and this wasn't the environment, and the environment was created after the T attacks, not before them. Do you see the comparison? The comparison is taking Jews, putting them in concentration camp because they're Jews, okay, and surrounding them with walls and extermination factories, to an area that didn't have any sort of security, any type of wall, same rights, whatever you want. And because of T attacks, because of suicide, because everything happened, the walls went up and the checkpoints went up. So you're comparing that to the prosecution of Jews, right?
No, I told you.
You just did. You compared Nazi Germany to a country that wants to feel safe. I don't think the Germans felt different. I don't think the Germans felt unsafe because of Jews.
Well, let me get this out. I think this is an important distinction. You've again ascribed motives that I didn't put out. You're saying that I compared the Yahtzee Germany to the situation going on right now. I didn't compare that situation. I compared the mindset of people who are under the dominion of others. I agree the situation and the motivations for which that happened in Germany were far worse in terms of the relationship.
It's not comparable, dude.
Hold on. The element of this is comparable. Let me just put this out there. You're emotionally connected to what happened there, and rightly so, because it was your people, it was your forefathers, and they were treated horrifically, and they were put through all sorts of things that are absolutely unthinkably awful. I'm with you. Let me finish. Hold on. So what I want to say though is that the people in the Warsaw Ghetto were not in a concentration camp. They were in a ghetto. Okay, they hadn't been sent to a camp yet. They were waiting in an area where they were forced into. My question would be this: did the Germans with weapons and force have dominion over and control of the Jewish people in that situation? The answer is yes. Do the Israeli military post-1967 in the area that's called Judea and Samaria by the Israelis and in the area called the occupied West Bank by everybody else in the world, did they have dominion and weapons and control Palestinians? The answer is yes. Therefore, the sentiment of the human being in the experience of being subjugated with weaponry and power I know there weren't walls there yet, and there weren't other control systems as there were in the ghetto, but that doesn't matter. It's the condition of being subjugated and occupied and controlled militarily that I'm pointing out.
You live in a fantasy world and you're anti-Semitic. You know why? Because you assume that
No, that's not gonna play. I'm not going to call you a Jewish supremacist because you believe what you believe. I'm not saying that because listen, let me put it this way to be very clear, because that's not going to play here. I don't go to those plays. That's the card coming out and the Zionist, I call it the Zionist BS spray. It's garbage. Let me tell you, if you're still listening, I hope you are. I'm not doing this to be mean to you. I'm just saying, I told you no personal stuff, right? That is a personal attack. You're calling me anti-Semitic because you don't agree with my way of framing it. You can say you disagree with my framing argument. You don't have to go and tell me what my motives are. If the script, look at my video page. I just did a video called "If the Script Was Flipped." I mean this from the bottom of my heart. if the parties were exactly the opposite, and every single thing that's happened since then has happened from an Arab state that was created to Jewish people who had been dispossessed of their land and scattered and marginalized and became refugees, which has happened before. People who are Jewish happen to be forced out of places, which I think is horrific. And I think everything that happened to 1948, if it was an Arab state and the people who were Jewish attacked back periodically because they were frustrated and angry, and the people from the Arab said, there's nothing to justify that. You should never do X, Y, or Z. Well, what are they to do? If you have Jewish people that have no other choice, they can't work it out, they're militarily occupied, they're under the subjugation of another power, and they have no light at the end of their tunnel to achieve autonomy. You don't want to just hurt Arab people because they're Arabs. You want to get the situation changed for your people. And you might say, well, we gave them back Gaza in 2005 and look what they did. I've heard that argument a million times. Well, first of all, the territory that people were living in before the settlements were created after the 1967 war was not Israeli territory. It was taken during the conflict or conquered from the Israeli standpoint, but the war initiated according to illegal basis. It was an illegal war of aggression that started with the perception of threat from the Israeli side. That was the stated claim for the necessity to do it. The United States invaded Iraq in 2003 under the same auspices. This person's got weapons of mass destruction. Therefore, for the safety of us, we have to go in and do something. Illegal war wasn't a true premise. Therefore, it's an unfair, illegal war of aggression. Same thing that happened with Israel's action. Now, you may not agree with that. You may say that you won the war and that the territory is yours, but everybody else in the world disagrees. So everybody else sees it for what it is, except for those who want to see it differently.
Chip.
That's just the way it is. Just one more sec, and I'll be right back. I got to finish this thought. I don't like cutting people off because I think it's fair to let anybody speak their piece. I think it's good to have different points of view and that people can understand each other or maybe agree to disagree. But I think the name calling and categorizing people's motives for what they believe is not fair because you don't know. You really don't know what drives somebody to think about stuff. And because I've talked about the script being flipped, I'm critical of the actions and the power dynamics, not the particular parties. It just so happens in this case that it's a Zionist-led regime that had a lot of immigrants from Europe that formed this ideology around expansion and taking of territory in a settler colonial fashion under the auspices of Judaism and this kingdom of David argument as far as historical rights under a biblical / deity type of granting of land to a people who were God's chosen people. And if you want to argue that, you can. That's an argument you can make. It's a narrative. It's just one that I reject because I don't think it's fair to those who were dispossessed in the process and all the things that have happened subsequent. That's my take. Doesn't make me right or you right. Doesn't make me wrong. It's just a take. Same thing happened, different vantage points. But I do know this. As long as those dynamics maintain themselves, just to let you know, and you talked about the fact that these attacks happened, right? And you probably are also equally outraged about what happened on the 7th. We didn't get into that, but I would assume you are, and I think rightly so, from your vantage point. However, it is not to be unexpected that people, no matter who they are, no matter who the players are, if you're under somebody else's boot or thumb indefinitely with no hope for the future and no seemingly way out of it, eventually the steam builds up and something will happen. That's just human nature. To expect otherwise is actually silly. The best thing for Israel to do, for Jewish people to maintain safety, be free from rocket fire, be free from T attacks, be free from anything happening. And you have to let your neighbors have their own situation. And you may say, well, if we do that, they're just going to attack us. It's the other way around. They're attacking you because you won't do that. That's the whole point of this, and neither side will give. They're not going to stop attacking you if you don't give them autonomy. You don't want to give them autonomy because you don't believe security is possible, and then we're at an impasse. So what's been happening? A further encroachment of Israel further and further through settlements with the backing of the biggest superpower that ever was, the United States, giving them money and military backing and political backing at the UN to allow it to persist. That's what's happening. When the people from the H group said, and I'm not an H group supporter, I'm just talking about what and why they said, their motivations. They said what happened on the 7th is going to keep happening. It's just the beginning. Why would they say that? Because they're bloodthirsty, they just want to go after. No, they're saying that because if the conditions don't change, which they haven't been, purposely getting worse and worse, why should they not fight back? And why wouldn't they? Now, there's a difference politically between the Palestinian Authority and the West Bank. They've been more conciliatory, although there have been individual attacks, but it hasn't been systematic like it has been from Gaza with the H group, who happens to have control politically and militarily down there. But it's going to keep happening. In fact, somebody said that one of the least places to be safe in the world for Jewish people right now is Israel. That's why a lot of people have left. I don't want that to be the case for Jewish people anywhere in the world. I don't want anybody to be in that situation. But if you're going to support policies that subject another people to persecution, subjugation, occupation, military control, and you do everything possible that you may or may not know about to make them as miserable as possible, and you blame them for having these checkpoints because of these various acts of resistance over the decades, as horrible as they may have been, I don't understand your thinking. You're seeing it from a very one-sided perspective. I've heard people like Ben Shapiro parrot this information where I think their identity and their beliefs are so intertwined that they just can't see it any other way. And that's a shame, because I really try to be objective. And by saying if the script was flipped, I hope you find that's intellectually consistent, because I firmly believe it. And I'm sorry that things happened to people in Israel on the 7th. I truly am. And to whatever extent the atrocities occurred, it's horrific. And if they are demonstrably true to whatever degree, I totally condemn that part of the operation. But the part that was to go across, break free from their cage, basically, and go into Israel and try to get hostages to exchange some of their dubious prisoners, administrative detainees, etc. I don't see that as necessarily wrong, per se, but I don't agree with civilians being caught up in it purposefully. Nor do I agree with the civilians being unalived through indiscriminate bombing, where there's this story told about human shields, which I think is garbage. And in most cases, there's not this legal process where they carefully select targets. Even the president said that out loud. Our president said that publicly, that it's indiscriminate, needs to stop. So good points. Okay. Did you want to say something, Riri? We have other guests that want to come up.
Yes, I'm going to add one thing, and I can then drop to allow other people to share some information. One thing I wanted to comment on was the Maxim restaurant booming incident that the guest has talked about. So he did not provide the name of the person who performed that incident. Her name is Hanadi Jaradat, and she's from Jenin. Hanadi, actually, her brother and her cousin, 1 year before the incident, were unalived in front of her house by the Israeli occupation forces in front of their house. Hanadi even tried to go and rescue her bleeding brother and was not allowed to get to him. After that incident, a lot of her family reported that she was depressed, isolated, exhibiting signs of depression. And that's just related to the question that you asked, Chip. Why would a person do this to themselves? It's a bit extreme, doesn't it? It is extreme, right? So according to the logic that he was arguing, that checkpoints are there because people did this. Well, according to the same logic, this person did this because you unalived her family, right? And this cycle of violence can go on and on and on and on. So, and if we keep going down, we will go back to the Nakba. But that's not what we do here, right? So the root cause of everything is the Israeli occupation, is the dispute of indigenous Palestinians, and is the apartheid, and is the concentration camps. That's the cause. But what we're trying to talk about here is the humanity, is how to stop the cycle of violence.
Hey, Riri, can I just one for one? I'm so sorry to interrupt you.
Sure.
Would you mind running the live for 5 minutes? There's something I have to do for about 5 minutes. Would you mind I set you up as a moderator. You can either mute people, take them down, bring them up. You're good to go. Can you run it for a few minutes? Do you mind?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. My camera is going to be turned off, and so will my mute button, so you won't hear from me for 5 or 6 minutes. Okay.
No worries. Sure. I'm going to finish this thought that I was saying, and then I will let the next person. I think it's Shelly, the next person. Yeah. Okay. So just to talk about Palestinians and their struggles in a dehumanizing manner that strips them out of their experiences and their struggles, and to think that a Palestinian young woman for no reason wanted to do this horrible thing that happened, extreme thing that happened, without mentioning that she lost her brother, her cousin, right in front of her eyes, and she had to endure all of the psychological trauma following that. And I'm sure that, as most other Palestinian families, all of us can tell you that they lost family members, or their grandparents were displaced in 1948, etc. So please don't dehumanize Palestinians. And that's all I wanted to talk about. I'm gonna invite Shelley to please unmute and speak.
Thanks. Hello, folks. I hope you're all doing well.
We can hear you. Hi, how are you?
We've been through this ourselves when I was checkpoints that we were put on. Hi, yeah, we went through all this with checkpoints and lists. The term they used back then was blacklist. So, no offense to anybody, but we would appear on a list. I got questioned and I don't know anything. I've never been involved, but they terrified us, right? So they dehumanized us, called us all T's. What they don't realize is that if you take everything from a person, a group of people, they've got nothing to lose. The way our guys won is that they went on hunger strike and the whole world learned about it. So this is my point to anybody who's kind of looking at this. And we've had peace now, thank goodness, since 1998. It can happen. It can be done. And it's so frustrating watching it. It's not like we don't know how to have peace, right? South Africa can have peace as well. So Shelley's nothing. What? Virginia, dude, I don't even know what you're talking about, dude. You're on sovereign land. So, next. I mean, disenfranchised people, they get desperate. Look what happened here in 2020 because nobody was listening about the systemic racism that goes on. At some point, these guys get angry and say, oh, they're T's because they're fighting back. What are they supposed to do? These are grown adults that they're mistreating, treating them like worse than you treat the dog. You can't do that. And I don't give a hoot if you want to use this as justify, well, look what happened to us. Loads of people and groups of people have suffered G-side. Loads of them. Again, the black community here in America, the Latino community, so with Guatemala, South America, South Africa. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. So the point is, at some point, the United States, the UK need to stop funding this. And my frustration is that the US came in the late 90s in Ireland and said, this is enough. The UK are our allies, and Ireland, we want you to talk. And they insisted. So whatever you think about the Clintons, good, bad, or indifferent, they made everybody talk, and we've had peace. Now, why is nobody asking for that between Palestine and Israel? They're not. And that's my frustration. Sorry, the dogs are jumping up.
Thank you, Shelley. Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate those words. And yes, exactly. The people who are under oppression or under injustice, they need to fight back. And sometimes, unfortunately, that can lead to them being in circumstances that they also don't wish to be under. I appreciate the sentiments and the information that you shared with us. Was there anything else that you wanted to share with us, Shelley? Okay, I guess the voice... Oh, sorry. Shelley, did you want to say something else? You're on mute. The voice, I saw that you jumped up again, so please feel free to unmute and speak. I'm sorry, I'm not a good moderator.
No, not at all.
Do my best.
Happy to speak, but I think Palestine was up before me. I came in after them. So Palestine, did you want to go ahead and I see you up there. I think I can only read the word Palestine. Yeah, go ahead. Not Walal. Palestine, are you there?
Oh, Palestinian American. Sorry, you were
yeah.
up in
go
the
ahead,
box.
Please.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Well, thank you very much for yielding. I just wanted to say I'm a Palestinian. I lived under the Israeli occupation for most of my adult life, and then I immigrated to the United States to come and do my being a student over here. And I just want to share one little story with you. I'm an electrical engineer by trade, and I had to go and visit my family in the West Bank. And when what happens is that when I was entering between Jordan and the West Bank, and Israeli soldiers stopped me in there. And then we start talking about, where you from and this and that, whatever. I mean, just, chatting with him. He pulled me aside and he started interrogating me. And I just basically asked him a question. I said, where are you from? He said, I'm from Brooklyn, New York. He did not even say that I'm from Israel. And he knew at the time when I asked him that question, he knew that what I meant when he did, because his accent is from Brooklyn, New York. So a guy from Brooklyn, New York comes over there to between me and where I lived all of my life, and my family lived hundreds of years over there, and he comes over there to interrogate me. And you guys want to think that we should be happy that a guy from Brooklyn, New York comes over there to stop me and interrogate me while I'm going to my home. This is absurd, especially for those who are fighting for equal justice. We're fighting for equal justice. I cannot tolerate anti-Semitism in the United States and anywhere else. I cannot tolerate any Islamophobia. I cannot tolerate any discrimination, racism. And at the same time, those guys are just, every time you turn around and you say occupation, then they turn around and give you an anti-Semitism. Leave our land alone, leave our people alone, and then you can come and talk to us if we ever had to do anything with you. You need to give us our rights. We still have keys to our homes in occupied Palestine, and just don't come and just make our life miserable and expect us to behave. And when we don't behave the same way that you want us to behave, then you bring the security card and say, these people they just don't know what to do. We are more civilized than any other nation in this whole world, because we are the land of tolerance. We are the land where Jesus, where Christians, where Jews, where Muslims has lived for many hundreds of years and thousands of years. And a bunch of European Zionists, they come over here to teach us how to behave. This is ridiculous. But anyway, that's it. That's all what I have to say. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, we've all have experienced the same experiences. I also used to cross the checkpoints going to school, going to work, and I had to unfortunately show my ID and prove my identity every single time that I walked through those checkpoints. Most of the time I had to take off my shoes, my jacket. Sometimes, unfortunately, a lot of us were even taken to strip search within the cubicles that they had, just for on a daily basis, no reason, just random selection of people on a daily basis. And most of these people were, settlers or, people who moved around from different places of the world to come to serve in the island. Yes, well, please, I'm going to ask the voice to speak first, and then we can go down to you. Palestinian American, did you want to stay up here?
I am from Palestine in Gaza.
Yes, well, we will come to you. The voice joined first.
Yeah, actually, go ahead, Wael. We would love to hear from you, Wael. If you're from Palestine and Gaza, we'd love to hear your voice. I can wait my turn. And Palestinian American, please, everyone follow these voices that have direct experience, that are conveying direct information. It is very important to align yourself with people who actually know and not trying to share with you through some other framework. Okay, so I'm going to be silent. Wael, please.
Oh, no, thank you, the voice. Okay, well, please, well, if you also need any translation assistance, please let us know.
I am not studying. I am learning Arabic language. I am not learning English.
يعني بدك مساعدة بالترجمة؟
يعني لو أنا بحكي معك عربي، يعني أنا وضعنا يعني إحنا من قطاع غزة، والوضع يعني صعب كتير، ولو بقدر الداعمين يساعدونا إنه يعني نوفر يعني أدنى مقومات الحياة، يعني جارة غاز للبيت، إن يعني نحصل هيك أشياء، يعني مواد أساسية. طبعا. وجزاك الله كل خير يا أختي يعني.
طبعا. For those on the live, Wael asked me if I could translate what he is saying. He's in Gaza, and he was asking if people could support him while he's on the live. The situation in Gaza is dire, and people need support. He was saying just if he could afford the cost of just some gas to cook food for his family. So if anyone wants to support Wael while he's on the live, he says thank you in advance to everyone who wants to support him. وائل، في أي شيء تاني بتحب كمان تحكي لهم إياه؟ أنا رح أخليك هون على اللايف لحتى الناس تقدر تضلها تدعم شوي.
الله
في أي شيء
يسعدك يا
تاني
أختي.
بتحب تحكي لنا إياه عن اللي
يعني
بيصير؟
أنا كمان في شاب صاحب كمان والله يعني مقدم تحويلات للعلاج بالخارج. ما انت بتعرف الأسعار غالية هون، أسعار التنسيقات يعني لو بده يطلع، والوضع يعني صعب جدا والله يعني. واحنا بنتمنى من أهل الخير انهم يقفوا معانا ويساعدونا، وربنا يجزاهم كل الخير والله. لأن أنا بكلمك من تحت القصف، من تحت يعني من تحت القصف يعني. وربنا يهونها يا أختي على الجميع يعني. والأمانة يعني الوضع زاد سوء عن الأول يعني، وربنا يفرجها والله. ربنا بس اللي بيفرجها علينا وعلى الجميع إن شاء الله. وكل مرة إن شاء الله راح أكون معاكم، وشو بدكم إحنا جاهزين والله.
Inshallah. So Wael is saying that he wanted to share that one of his cousins unfortunately was severely I'm not sure if the word is, but he was he has some injuries from what's going on, and he needs to get some treatment. He's not able to leave or get treatment outside. And he was saying that also some of the support that anyone who's able to provide to him, he will do his best also to help other people in his family and his community that might need that support. And again, he thanked everyone and said the situation is just getting worse every day on the ground. I'm gonna
صحيح. وأنا كمان يعني
تفضل.
في خيمة قاعد، والوضع يعني صعب. عهوى المطر بحكي لك، في خيمة أنا قاعد عهوى المطر وعهوى الوضع الصعب اللي احنا بنعيشه يعني. وربنا يهونها أختي علينا. والعدد زيادة عدد النازحين إلى رفح الأكثر من 1.5 مليون نازح. هذا الاشي برضو بأثر على الاقتصاد، وبأثر يعني بالإضافة إلى غلاء الأسعار الجنون يعني. كيس الطحين 25 كيلو ب65 شيكل، 70 شيكل، يوصل ل120 شيكل يعني. فاهم الناس هيك يعني، انه يعني غالي الاشي غلي يعني. المواد الأساسية غليت.
Wael is saying that people who are displaced to Rafah are now staying in tents, and that means that they're under the rain and in the cold. And he's also saying that even the goods are not available, and those that are available are extremely expensive to just get. And like more than 1 million people have been displaced to Rafah now, so it's very difficult out there. وائل، هل رح يكون just before I ask him, I saw someone asking if I could ask Wael to open his camera, and I hesitate to do that because it could be dangerous for him if he's from Gaza. But I'm not sure if anyone could advise on that. Wael, أنت بغزة مزبوط؟
صحيح، من جنوب قطاع غزة، رفح.
من رفح. وائل، هو هذا الخيار بيعود إلك بشكل مطلق، يعني إلك الحرية تقرر إنك تفتح الكاميرا أو لا. بس في ناس عم تسأل إنه إذا في مجال تفتح الكاميرا لحتى يتأكدوا من هويتك.
المشكلة أنا المشكلة اللي يعني عتم الغرفة. فاهم كيف؟ المكان اللي أنا قاعد فيه عتمي يعني، فيش كهرب ولا في إشي يعني. أنا عضو الجوال التاني، فعلى البرنامج الكشاف على الجوال التاني يعني فاتح الضوء. والله ما في. لو في يعني لبعتلكوا الصور ومباشر، وأنا راح أكلمك يعني عبر الخاص وبعتلك شو بدك إياه كمان.
لا ما في مشكلة. أنا رح أخبر الناس
أنا والله لو
بظبط بالحرية، لأنه في ناس بتحب تتأكد من هوية الشخص.
فاهم. أنا بتأكد. أنا يعني صوت الطيران بس، يعني صوت الطيران والوضع ولا هذا بفتح لكم عادي، بس أنا ما بعرف يعني. بس أنا من قطاع غزة، من رفح يعني، حي تل السلطان. من حيث
Okay.
السلطان في رفح.
So for those asking, Wael is from Tel Sultan neighborhood from Rafah. That's what he said. He said he would open his camera, but it's now like 12 a.m. there, and it's dark, and there's no electricity, so he's only using the light of his phone. So for people. It's people are free to decide what they want to do. Okay, وائل
That's okay. Hey,
شكرا لك.
I just wanted to.
sorry, I
وهيدي أنا
just wanted
موجود
to ask وائل.
معكم.
اوكي شكرا
ماشي.
وائل، رح اخليك هون ورح اخلي الضيف الثاني يحكي.
إن شاء الله. تفضل يا أخ. تفضل أخوي.
Hey, I just wanted to chime in here and help Riri out. Guys, if you're in the stream, Riri is not endorsing Wellel. Here's nothing, okay? If you heard what you heard from Wellel, do translation, and you want to follow them, and you decide to do your own research, that's on you, okay? This is not, we're not endorsing or anything like that. We just wanted to hear some voices identifying themselves as being from the area. Okay, we're not here trying to verify it. We take it at its word, just like when Palestinian American came on, just like when Riri came on. Okay, certain things we want to hear, and they either establish their bona fides or they don't. But you're not obliged to send anything or follow anything, so please conduct yourself as adults, okay? And don't
Yes.
shift the blame or the question onto anyone else.
Yes,
Okay?
thank you, The
It's
Voice.
that
I
simple.
only wanted to translate, and please feel free to decide what you want to do. So Chip,
Yeah, real quick, before you consider, I'm getting ready to switch over to my cellular because I'm taking my dog down to the park. It may affect the live. If it doesn't, we should be fine. If it does, I'll restart it once I get to a better point.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to do it right now to make sure. We'll check it right now while we do it. So already on the cell. This is perfect. We're off of Wi-Fi already. I didn't
Go.
Okay,
so Chip,
cool.
just to
All right.
keep you updated, we had a couple of guests
Yeah,
stop by.
I heard everything. I listened to every
Okay,
word.
good. Because we have Wael, and he's here. He was asking people for support. People wanted to verify his identity, and I was just translating for him. So I'm gonna mute myself now. Are you back, Chip?
Yeah, I can take over from here.
Okay, thank you. And I'm gonna be on following the live. You can drop me. Thank you again for having me. And The Voice, thanks for it's nice to chat with you again.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we really appreciate everything that, Riri, everything that you've done. Hey, I just wanted to chime in real quickly, post following up the person that came on earlier that was arguing with Chip. It is a funny thing when that type of narcissistic superiority complex leads to the point when Chip is actually trying to give credit to why he would understand the people within the Jewish ghetto of pushing against their oppressors. Even when Chip is trying to be on their side, they don't get it, right? They want to shut down even the example that is an exemplary example from their own history of people under oppression fighting back against their oppressors, right? So when you hear those voices, you want to bring it home, closer to home. Here's the thing, we don't want to talk about it too much because maybe it's a little too close to home and that makes us look at ourselves. But here, think of it this way. When we went to take out Native Americans, you know what we call the ones that fought back to try to keep their land and their men and their women and their children safe and their lifestyle that they've had for generations safe? You know what we called them? We called them savages. We call them savages. See, this is the same repackaging, the same exact repackaging. So whenever you hear one of these people speak like that they put themselves in that position of superiority, remind them this is the same exact repackaging of our very own culture, of their very own cultural, of their very own culture, trying to resist this happening to them before, and they can't see it,
that's
I'm
a fair
gonna
point. I think for the chicken and the egg. So what I heard from him was, all he was saying was security, security, security. These are bad people. They're attacking us, right? That's always the thing. And they always claim that it's the attacking people that are causing the problem, and therefore they are a response to those attacking. It's the other way around. The attacking is a response to the conditions under which one group finds themselves with little or no hope other than attacking. I don't think most people want to have violence to resolve their differences or to have autonomy. They would much rather do it in a peaceful, sit down at a table and talk and get it done, right? But if somebody doesn't give you a legitimate opportunity to do that, they claim they are publicly, but they're continuing to settle the land. They're doing everything to indicate they're not willing, including being disingenuous with the deals they offer, not giving you any autonomy or your own security. You can't have your own police or military. They still control the edges of the territory, all that stuff. Who would want that deal? I wouldn't want that deal. And even Israelis have said they wouldn't have taken those deals. So the old party line of, they've given peace 5 times, they just don't want to be peaceful, is completely out the door. So think of it this way. If you give people a space of their own to do their own thing, they'll leave you alone. They will leave you alone. They're not going to come attack you for no reason. Now, if you keep messing with them, they might attack you back, but they've never had that. Since 1948, they've had no autonomy. So you can't say, well, they're always going to, you don't know for sure. And if there's a security agreement that accompanies a solution, then they'll abide by it, because the solution is more important to them than any kind of anger or revenge, I would think, with most people. That's my guess. What do you think, Boyce?
I think you're absolutely right. The other thing is, we talked about psychology of controlling masses or trying to segregate a group that's extreme over here and you name them extreme over there, right? That power and control is what they want and what they have right now. And in their eyes, any relinquish of that, any bit of freedom and or hope that they give to the people they have power and control over is essentially a chink in their armor, and they cannot afford to do that, right? And it very much plays into the psychology that we experience here in the United States. We're having this conversation now about people, who are identifying themselves as them. We play that same game. It's like, oh, no, we can't have that. That's too different. That. If you give them equality, that's not fair to the people who already have equality. That conversation just doesn't make sense. But they can't let go of it, because in their eyes, can you imagine any Israeli right now? I'm not even talking about their government, but just the general consensus of the average Israeli right now, living under the system that they're living in, under the state that they've created, waking up one morning and they just voluntarily go, hey, you know what? We should definitely take a third of this land, give it back to them, give them equal rights to vote for a government just like we have, okay? Give them equal rights to water, land, prosperity, and education like we have. That's not going to happen. They can't afford to do that, because you're not going to give that to a population. By the way, this is a unique, interesting thing if people don't know. Okay, do you know that amongst the Palestinian population, as a measure of intelligence, they have a 98% literacy rate?
Whoa, we can't talk about that. That gets.
Oh, no. I was talking about literacy rate and PhDs.
Well, we can't get into that stuff because that's got.
Oh, really? Okay. I didn't realize that. Yeah, I didn't realize that talking about graduation rates and PhDs were a bad thing.
We just don't want to go there because we don't want to. These lives are so sensitive to all these different things. So, sorry for putting that out there.
Let me just quickly summarize that. You're talking about an incredibly intelligent and progressive population, and if you were the controlling population around them that have structured walls, checkpoints, and interjected yourself into every aspect of their lives to the point where, if you listened to Riri earlier, you would hear there are people living within multiple territories, okay, that have to leave through a rooftop of their homes so that they can skirt around certain things to get down to the street that they're allowed to walk down. This is their daily lives. If the occupying state gave them any sort of leeway, then it would go against what they want to do, which is the complete occupation of those lands and the complete, I don't want to say, I don't know what word to use, the disappearance of the Palestinian population within the lands that Israelis claim to be their legal rights to have. Yeah, it's an impossible situation.
I mean, those are great points. I want to mention two things to be fair. So I try to be as straight down the middle as I can, obviously. So I have to call, when I see something that's called out, I have to, if I think it's wrong, I have to say it. So somebody came on the other couple days ago and said that she believed the intentions of the Israeli government or the hard right or whatever wanted to get rid of each and every person who was Palestinian, to purge the land, basically. And they are doing some of that so far, which is horrific to any extent. And by the way, what they're doing does meet the definition of the G-side convention. It does, so there's no doubting that. However, I don't think that's in their political interest to do that, because obviously it wouldn't be allowed to stand. And second of all, it would make them even more of a pariah than they already are. They're already in a really bad spot, but the U.S. wouldn't even let it happen. So I don't believe that's their motive. I do believe their motive is to take the territory, and they have what I call callous indifference to human life that happens to be Palestinian. They really could care less, it seems, how many people go in the process, as long as they get what they want. That's my point. So my guess is they're going to try to push people out. Now, let me tell you something about the mindset of people who support the Israeli view, people like Ben Shapiro, who have this interconnected system between their beliefs and their identity. What Ben Shapiro said in a tweet one time, he says, Israel likes to build stuff and make the place great. Arabs like to play in raw sewage and blow stuff up. That's what he said. Now, he later said he meant the H group, but that's not what he said. He said Arabs, which means everybody who's from Arab descent, which is a pretty gross thing to say, right? I mean, that's pretty bad. So that just tells you the mindset. Now, imagine if you're someone who's Israeli and you're living under the same conditions with that script flip. How are you possibly going to develop your region if someone else is controlling every element of your life? You can't even build a house, for gosh sakes. They knock it down. They won't even give you a permit. So if you can't get a permit to build a house, how are you supposed to get permits to build like a shopping center or a bunch of roads or whatever you expect of people to do to be like the Israelis? It's apples and oranges to the extreme. And I think that's indicative of the arrogance when they say, look at those people, look at them, look what they're not able to do, look at what we're able to do, look at the difference. Yeah, there's going to be a difference. They have no ability to do it. You're controlling their lives. That's such a disingenuous thing to say. And by the way, that card that gets used, as soon as you start to say something that actually starts to make sense, all of a sudden you're an anti-Semite. Like you just don't care about them. That is bullshit. And like I said, I told the person before they came on a couple ground rules, this person that came on earlier. I always want to hear people's opinions, and even if I disagree wholeheartedly, I'll listen. But if somebody starts to attack me personally, and basically, I hate when people tell me what my motives are. They're like, you're doing this because you don't know what the hell's going through my head. You have no clue. So I don't like people, I don't do that to anybody. I never impugn somebody's motives or give them a personal attack. It doesn't really change the argument, right? And that's because they can't win the argument, so therefore they have to fall back on that BS. While, I don't know if you wanted to say something, but I know you were trying to talk to Voice a second ago. I don't speak any Arabic, unfortunately, or I would speak with you. I don't think we have is there anybody in the audience who speaks Arabic and English who could come up and translate for a while? That would be really helpful, and you don't have to say anything other than just translate. Anybody in the audience who can do that? If you can.
لا من
Yeah,
غزة من
well,
غزة Mary I am from in Gaza in Rafah my
Right,
Mary
understood.
can you listening my plane
Yeah,
my plane
one moment. Here goes. Riri's back. Riri can translate. Thank you, Riri.
Sure.
I'm from in Gaza in Rafah.
So Chip, I was away for a few seconds, so just to know what is happening.
Oh, well, we just finished talking about the fact that there is a statement made often in Israel that the quote unquote the Arabs or them can't develop like we can because they're obviously lesser. But I made the point that how can you possibly develop if somebody controls every aspect? You can't even get a housing permit. And then when you do build one, they knock it down. And all the other oppressive natures, the checkpoints ad nauseum. How can you be expected to get anything done? You couldn't even build a sandcastle if you're on the beach in Gaza.
Exactly. Like everything that we try to do every few years, especially in Gaza, every few years they try to rebuild whatever that was destructed during one of the, violence cycles. And then it goes away. Just as simple as that. And in spite of all of that,
I mentioned Ben Shapiro. So did you hear what Ben Shapiro said about Arabs about 6 years ago?
I vaguely remember, yes, he was talking about us like as of
So
an inferior.
he said Israelis like to build stuff and make the desert bloom. Arabs like to play in raw sewage and blow stuff up. That's what he
Unfortunately,
said.
I do not have a response for such statements like this. They are so vile that no decent human being should even try to respond to. But as
So let
Palestinians,
me tell you what I responded when he said that. I said this comment came from a pint-sized, Adderall-fueled, racist, Jewish supremacist punk.
well said, well said. And just to say that in spite of all of the destruction that we have to endure, we still persevere. We still fight through. We try to rebuild as much as we can. In Palestine, we value education like you have no idea, because we believe that's our number one security. We call it, actually, we are our number one weapon. We make sure that education and just reading and having knowledge about the world, about ourselves, is just deep in our society, in children, and we try, we persevere, we try.
Well, I have a question, if you don't mind me asking this, and I think this is in deference to those in Israel, because I said earlier, I think that most people on the Palestinian side want peace. But what about the argument? I'm not saying I agree with this, but what about the argument that somebody makes that there are people in the H group that all they want to do is harm Jewish people and there's no other path for them? Do you think that's true? Could it be possible of some people, or is it not true at all for everybody?
Of course, I do not know what's inside each individual human being. So I cannot speak for every single human being, but what I know for sure is that as a movement, that's not what they stand for. That's the political or the formal declarations that they have published recently, specifically talked about the motivations behind the recent events, and that is to try and liberate people in Gaza, try and exchange for the Palestinians who are being held illegally inside Israeli prisons as hostages. Again, as I always say, on October 6th, there were 6,000 Palestinians held inside of Israeli jails, most of them without even any charge. They're really hostages, and it's just unbelievable that people didn't care at that point of time.
Yeah, the other thing I wanted to mention was, for those of you, real quick before you go, the other thing I want to mention is, if you look through my video library, you'll see a library. Somebody's got some feedback there going on. Is that you, Reavers? Yeah, that might be you. My voice may be reverberating through your speakers. If you go to my video about how Israel treats its prisoners, it's really bad. I mean, it's really bad. So they don't get food. The food is rancid, basically, and it's not in keeping with their practices. They do things to keep people awake, so they sleep deprive people. They're beaten. There's all sorts of evidence of bad things happening in terms of. There's a before and after picture of one particular prisoner. If you haven't seen it, it's also in one of my videos. It is horrific. Now, the person supposedly had some sort of illness, but in addition to his illness, he looked horrible. He was only in there for 90 days. So it's not even the same experience. And I don't know what's going on with the individual captives right now. I don't know what their circumstances are, how they are or aren't being treated, what their food or other things are. Hopefully they're being taken care of in a decent manner. And I don't know if they treat people differently between men and women. I don't know. However, I will say this. The Israelis have obviously shown callous indifference because they've dropped munitions on buildings that have unalived those people, maybe like 30 or 40 people who are hostages. The families are pissed in Israel, as they should be. And obviously the Israeli government is not doing enough. Maybe we'll see this little ceasefire go through this, a 3-for-1 swap. But they never acknowledge they have these administrative detainees. They're all called T-words. And you might have thrown a stone, or you might have just been the neighbor or cousin of somebody who did something, and you get swept up, and you're in this jail, and they just hold you. No charges, or if you are a child, they're the only country on earth that uses a military system to charge and convict children with a 97% conviction. It's like basically a rubber stamp. You get picked up, you go to jail. You're a hostage at that point, right? So, and they could, by the way, when they release 3 hostages for every one, they can go scoop up 6 more. That's the problem with this situation. They have complete control and power. So I don't buy all these BS arguments about the H group being hateful. They want people to get their people back, and they want autonomy. It always comes back to the same argument. Okay, I'm going to shut up and let you guys talk.
Oh, no. In addition to what you said, Chip, just know that no independent or international organizations are even allowed to go see the Palestinian hostages, the prisoners, with air quotes. No one is able to go see the dire situation that they're held under. And those who make it out of it, we call them, they are reborn. They talk about the very inhumane situations, including not even having mattresses to sleep on, being awakened in the middle of the night. Those who are sick, they don't even get to receive the medical attention, treatment that they need. A lot of people just unfortunately lose their lives for not receiving the medical attention that they require during that time. So it's beyond, it's inhumane, it's beyond imagination. And if you want me to translate anything for Wael before you invite other people, please let me know.
I wanted to ask you was, he said he wanted to turn his camera on. As long as there's nothing graphic in terms of people being, injured or unalive, he can certainly turn his camera on if he wants to.
Sure.
Hey, Tip, I have a question for you. How you doing?
Real quick, just one sec. We want to see if we can get this other person up. I'll happily take your question or comment or whatever you want to do. Just one sec. Thanks for being patient.
نعم أختي.
عم بحكي لك إنه إذا بدك تفتح الكاميرا بس لو سمحت اتأكد إنه ما
كيف بدي أفتح الكاميرا؟ ما بعرف.
ما بتعرف كيف.
والله لو بعرف افتحها من وضوي تطول. وكيف بدي افتحها؟ تفضلي. بدي افتحها أنا.
اسمك طالع وبس تكبس على المربع مفروض يعطيك إشارة. أنا بتحب أنا أفتح الكاميرا من عندي لإلك؟
تحتاج. بقول لك هي اجتني ثواني احكي لك. تحتاج الى صلاحية الوصول الى اللايف لتتمكن بدء بث فيديو كضيف. يمكنك بدء بث لايف صوتي.
So Chip, okay. So Chip, he tried to open his camera, and I also tried to open it for him as a from the moderator panel. It says that he doesn't have enough followers to be able to open his camera. He can only use the mic for now, unfortunately. He tried, but it didn't work.
Thanks.
Sure.
بس
Okay,
أنا
we had
أختي
somebody.
بدي أحكي لك شغلة. أنا من غزة وفيك تتأكدي كمان
Okay,
معي واتساب.
Okay, sorry.
Sorry, Chip. وائل في إشي أخير بتحب تحكيه؟
يعني أنا بتمنى من أهل الخير يساعدوني، وأنا من غزة والوضع صعب يعني. وإن شاء الله يا ربنا يرزق الجميع وجميع الداعمين والله، وكل احترام لجميع الإخوة سواء في نيويورك ولا في الولايات المتحدة ولا في أي مكان يعني.
ماشي إن شاء الله. شكرا. So Chip, but just to clarify, someone has verified that he had more than 7,000 followers. So I'm not sure, Chip. I'm not sure about the situation. I'm just trying to translate as objective as possible. He's just saying that he's in Gaza and he's living under a very horrible situation. So if anyone wants to help, he's asking that. That's all I know. I'm going to be here on mute. I'm not going to add anything. If you need me, please call me.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
We have a guest who wanted to come in. I think her name is Iam. One second, Lyle. Just a sec. So is it Tams? I can't read your name very well. I apologize.
My name is Z. I am Z.
Z? Okay.
Yeah. I just have a question.
I am Z. Okay, gotcha.
It might not be, regarding of the subject because I just jump in and I try on your other live when you was answering questions about what happened on Twitter. First of all, I want to thank you, regardless of what happened there. I want to thank you because we really need, your voice, regardless of the situation. I'm speaking,
Sure.
I have black kids and my significant other is also black, but we can understand on a moment of frustration, a lot of people is short-minded and they don't see the bigger picture. I want to thank you on that. But I would like to speak to you. I would like to ask you a question on regard to what you think was going to happen tomorrow, February the 3rd. Are you aware on
what do I think is going to happen with what did you say?
What was your intake? Was your opinion about
when you say what's going to happen tomorrow, can you tell me what you're referring to? Or maybe I'm not catching it.
About the ceasefire that's scheduled for tomorrow. What's your opinion?
It depends on. Yeah, my opinion is I hope that it holds, and I don't know. What often happens in these situations is, one side blames the other for breaking it, and then fighting starts out again. But I think it's at the point now where I think the international community has put enough pressure on Israel that they're going to have to adhere to something for a little bit of time for aid to reach people, and it's gotten too far out of control. Their reputation, in my opinion, has already been so tarnished it's beyond repair. However, if they continue unabated, it's going to be people are going to have to intervene. I think that's what the U.S. doesn't want, so I think it's going to hold. But you never know; it has to be done by both parties.
And since you started speaking up, have you gotten into any trouble? I'm not talking about, being
Well,
censored on TikTok like everybody we did,
no. Well, put it this way: I've gotten a lot of threats. I've gotten a lot of, obviously, a lot of backlash from different people in the comments and this kind of thing. And I would imagine that I'm on somebody's radar, although I'm still a pretty small fish in a big sea. Anytime, I think there have been people that have been assigned to my account to kind of slow it down or kind of tell people what I'm talking about or whatever. I don't know exactly, but so far, no personal contact and no direct threats that have been serious enough to have to call the FBI or anything like that. But you never know. I mean, these are not exactly the nicest people that have ever walked the face of the earth, and they typically find a way to do what they want, whenever they want, without much repercussion. So you never know. And I'm going to keep speaking until I can't draw breath anymore, and that's just what it's going to be, and we'll see where it goes.
I was about to tell you that please don't give up. You understand? You have supporters. I mean, for some people it might not be much, but this is working. What we don't need to do is showing them that we're giving up, that we're getting tired. You understand? And let's
of course.
Get down, with these people using fake accounts and claiming the same place to try to get money. I just my opinion. I just want to let people know. It's no PayPal, it's no Western Union, it's no MoneyGrams, it's no nothing like that working over there. We all know why.
Oh, boy.
These people asking for money, that is not really necessarily going to who needs to go. It will be nice to see, we are together in this for a purpose, and to help. So coming with the truth is better, and you might get more help than not coming with a lie. You know what I mean? And also another point I want to mention, like people when they do lives, do not bring the other side to the panel. You understand? Because we have enough already. You know what I mean? And please don't give up. Just don't give up.
Yeah, no doubt. No, I won't. And the other thing is, I did reach out for some advice about this from a number of people, and that's the advice I got. So that's the path I'm following. And the other thing, listen, no matter what you do in life, obviously we all screw up, and sometimes maybe some more than other. But hold on one sec. I'm going to just finish this thought, and then I'll bring you there.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Just real quick. I'm going to finish this thought, and just one real quick. But I think it's important. The bigger issue here is this issue. Obviously the people in Gaza are suffering unthinkably so. I know a lot of people's sensibilities were probably hurt in big ways, disappointment, other things. I understand, and I've gone through a lengthy period of like 2.5 hours of addressing it and had people up to talk to me about it who were involved, let's put it that way. So I can't spend 24/7, 365 talking about, controversies like that. And it's not about me, it's about the cause we're talking about more than anything. And somebody said earlier, I'm self-aggrandizing. I know I'm not that important. I'm just sharing the fact. She asked me if I've been under threat. I have been. Nothing physical or otherwise has happened so far. Let's leave it at that. Okay, by the way, if you're here, please keep yourself muted until we get a chance to get to your turn. Otherwise, there's background noise and it just interrupts the flow. Did you have anything else you want to share, IMZ?
No, I just want to thank you for the opportunity, and please don't give up. Please don't give up.
No, I won't. Thank you very much. I appreciate the encouragement. Every bit of that helps a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, it's we all fall down and stumble, and the question is, how do we get back up and make things better? That's the most important thing. By the way, just let you all know, there's going to be, hopefully, if I can get it worked out, there's going to be some sort of informative next step when it comes to this, perhaps a panel of people to talk about this issue. And, I want to learn more and understand more, and, just have it be something that's not, tucked away. I think that needs to be in that space. So I'm open to that. I just have to figure out the right format and the right platform to do it on. It may not be here, mainly because of the sensitivities of how the lives work. And sometimes if you start talking about certain subjects and you say certain keywords, bam, the live comes down. That's just the way it is. That's not an avoidance practice. We may have to do it on Zoom or Rumble or YouTube or whatever. Okay? That's that. Okay, now we have a new guest. Alejandro's here. Then we're going to go to Maha Hirsch, I'm sure. So please, Alejandro, how are you today, my friend?
Hi. Good evening, my dear.
Listen
Real
to
quick,
the
Alejandro's gone, then you go next, Maha. Hey, buenos dias.
Hey, yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah, I couldn't. I was trying to comprehend the translation, and then you mentioned 87% of the prisoners are convicted, and they let go 2 or 3, and they arrest 7 more. Wow! So are they just kind of like trying to like get new prisoners so they can have more torturing, so they can because when they let go of the old prisoners, they gotta be all skinny, all weak and dying. They let them go, but then they grab fresh meat, should I say, and strong, so they can do their you know, their work in jails. And the other one, I wonder if there's Israel's in jail on Israel prisoners. Do they?
There are.
Or do they also let them go? Like you're okay even if you unalive your wife or whatever on a jealousy rampage, or do they pardon them right away, or what do they do?
No. Well, hold on. Let me answer that. So first of all, just to let you know, Israel is a civilized society like most Western nations are, to the degree that they work with their own culture. I think when it comes to others, they have a little different way of doing things, both for their citizens who happen to be of Arab descent, although it's on the books the same way, other than the laws that are obviously discriminatory. But in terms of real practice, it's much like how things are in the U.S. for certain people who are minorities. Very similar. What's in writing versus what happens are different. Now, getting back to your other point, yeah, people who commit crimes are subject to the judicial system in Israel, just like they are here in the United States or wherever else people live, and they're punished. And by the way, this is something that people don't know. There are more SEX offenders in Israel per square kilometer than any other place in that entire region by far. So to somehow claim that they're the virtuous, yes, there's a more open Western society. People can be LGBTQ or trans, which is good for people to have a choice of how they live their lives. But they also have a large quantity of problems with regard to that type of behavior, which is unfortunate but all too indicative of Western culture in many cases. Okay, Alejandro, let me let you finish your thought. Even soldiers, by the way, who have committed some crimes have been punished and imprisoned in Israel.
Who's behind the ceasefire for tomorrow? Is there countries? Is it the South African court? Who's behind the ceasefire? What countries? What body of government entities?
It's a combination of countries. I don't know the exact names of which ones, but I'm sure it's a combination of the U.S. and other countries. Although I have to look that up to get the details. All I care about is there is a ceasefire and that it holds so that people can get aid. That's the most important thing right now.
But like you mentioned, if they do it, there's going to be very briefly, and they're going to accuse the age group of starting the fire again, so they can just totally go at it again and finish off their agenda manuscript. I gotta say it because it's a manuscript that they already have going since for decades.
Yeah, that could happen. Listen,
know,
I don't want to predict what any side's going to do. First of all,
it's like
this, okay, that we've seen instances. Hold on 1 second, Alejandro. I got to be fair because I think to predict what one side's going to do versus the other is really not okay. I know there have been instances in the past where there's been instigation and then resumption of hostilities, and you can blame whomever for that. However, we have to give each side a chance to do the right thing and abide by the terms of the ceasefire. So I'm open to that. I'm hopeful that both parties do. And the last thing we need is a resumption. That 6 weeks is extremely critical to the people of Gaza right now who are suffering dearly. So I have my fingers crossed and every other thing I can do, and I sure hope it's going to happen. But we'll see tomorrow. Real quick, once you finish off your thought.
There's we've seen this year. It's unbelievable. I thought I would never see this since 91 wars that were in the Middle East. I thought that was the last of it, you know, Iraq and Afghanistan, and I thought it was the last one And I really wanted it to be the last one, because there doesn't a decade that go by that United States is at war with somebody around the world. And, like you said, the main problem is the government taking over. Just leave them alone. Just leave those people alone, those countries alone, But like you said, only the change of government and the mentality, and the people are already fed up in the United States. I'm pretty sure that we are in the millions already that everybody's just fed up, just fed up.
Yep.
I mean, like I say, up the, a-hole. Up the a-hole. I mean, it's decade after decade. I mean, that's why I was thinking like you. That's why I didn't want to have any children too. For the same reason. With the other day you were mentioning that you never had children, and I had the same mentality as you. Everybody kept asking me, "Are you gonna get married?" I go, "Why?" So he can come and see what this world is all about and is happening, is going on. And I'm like, at 36, I made up my mind. Now I'm this month I'm gonna turn 53, but I feel like I lived 80 years old already. I'm pretty sure you feel like that too. I got PTS, and I didn't even went to war. I lived my own war here in the States. And in Mexico, it's like,
Yeah, I think a lot of
it's like I depend on Trazodone to go to sleep. I got to take clonazepam because I get these panic attacks when I'm in the street. Klonopin and escitalopram and Trazodone to go to sleep. And I could have just
let's
imagined.
not.
Yeah.
I don't know what the rules are here as far as mentioning pharmaceuticals or even prescription. Probably in terms of those kind of things, we probably want to steer clear of those just because you never know which types of things. In fact, they usually will mark the live adult only if that happens, which is not a big deal. But anyway, just please keep that. If whatever you're personally, you can say I have to use certain things to help me go to sleep that allow me. It's something like that, please.
Opinion.
Okay. Thank you, Alejandro.
Okay.
If you want to stay up, you can.
No, I will stay.
Okay, we have Blah that wants to come on. Oh, yeah, please do. Yeah, that's great. I'm going to let Blah come up. I think I made a... There you go. Your microphone should be able to be opened up. Blah, if you're here. Yes, we can hear you fine.
I think I'm breaking up. Can you hear me okay?
Please. Yeah, we can. I can hear you. I don't know if the audience can or not.
I got a bad connection, so I guess I'm gonna step out and reset it again. Maybe that might help. You're breaking up.
Sounds good. Okay. Yep. We'll see. Go ahead. We'll see you back. Yeah, he had a bad connection. For those of you who can't hear, I have a question for you all, real quickly. If you're from outside the United States, can you please type in your country of origin if you so would like to share it? And by the way, yeah, Alejandro, I got to say, in terms of being authentic and genuine, I mean, Alejandro's about 100 out of 100, right? He's always coming from the heart and being very clear, and he doesn't hold back, which I like about Alejandro. England, Brazil, Denmark, Netherlands. I tell you, the Dutch have been through some stuff with the farmers. Sweden, South Africa. Thank you for your government doing what they're doing. Malaysia, France, New Zealand, Canada. From Canada, Free Palestine, Morocco. Hey, beautiful, beautiful country. UAE. Yeah, thank you for being here. This is great. We got all sorts. Let me see what else we got. Pakistan, beautiful. By the way, most Americans, it's not Pakistan, it's Pakistan, just like it's Afghanistan. For those who don't know. Okay, now people are saying their states. North Carolina, welcome. New Zealand, beautiful. Vermont, beautiful state of Vermont. I love Vermont, by the way. If you haven't been to Vermont, go to Vermont. It's beautiful. Great skiing at Killington. Germany, Deutschland, sehr schön Deutschland. USA, of course, that's where I am. Gaza in Rafah. Wow. Yeah, that's where Weil is. Thank you, Weil. Yeah, obviously. We're going to wait until somebody comes back who can translate to get Weil back on because we want to hear more what he has to say. South Africa, beautiful. Ireland, land of great people. North Carolina, Turkey, Sweden and Turkey. Okay, cool, Nomad. USA. Yeah, if you're from the USA, East Coast, West Coast, Center, South, North. It's always interesting to see. This is the cool part about the internet. We have people from everywhere tuning in, right? Arizona. Oh boy, I tell you what, I'd like to be in the summertime. Saudi Arabia, the land of Saud, the kingdom of Saud. New Jersey, Algeria, Florida, California, Northern Virginia, D.C., Elton County, Tyson's Corner. Washington State, beautiful. That's where Jeff Merkley went. He was one of the senators that went down to look at the Rafah border. Texas, UGG. I guess you're talking about some of the conservative stuff down there going on. Texas, by the way, is a whole other conversation we should have about what's happening with the border between the United States government and the military-age men that are coming through, as well as the local government, the state of Texas, as well as they have a group of sort of interested civilians that are coming down and trying to make a difference. Tennessee, beautiful. Tennessee's a great state. They call it the buckle of the Bible Belt, Tennessee. They have more churches and more per square mile than any other place in the United States is Tennessee. If you don't know that. Sacramento, California, the capital of California. Hollywood, beautiful. Hollywood. I talked to somebody in the Hollywood Hills yesterday. California, Tennessee, beautiful. This is really cool, by the way. Thanks for everybody sharing. I really appreciate it. We have about close to 300 people here, so thank you for sharing. Now, I know you had to type a bunch of stuff in. Australia, beautiful, the land down under. Never been, want to go badly. Real quick, if you could either tap on my face or if you don't mind, if you can just hold your finger down for a half a second. I didn't know this. It makes a list of people come up who you're mutual friends with, and then you can invite other people if you want to, if you're interested in the live here. Uzbekistan, wow. That's a former Soviet republic. That's near the Caucasus. Beautiful, beautiful. By the way, some of the best apples in the world and some of the best produce in the world come from some of these former republics. Like, I think best apples in the world come from what is it? The same one that I talked about. He made fun of it. Oh, come to me. Somebody said Iraq-Syria border strike by. Yeah, we talked about it earlier. Yeah, we talked about there was a military strike from the United States that was on some targets just inside the border of Syria near the border with Iraq. Somewhere here. Thanks for sharing the live, by the way. Appreciate it. Yeah.
Hey, Chip, I was bringing this up only because now we've got all these voices connected. It's so cool, and I'm so grateful to be sitting here in the background listening to all these voices. I was wondering, yesterday they had the hearings call up the president of TikTok, and that they're going through that process of trying to ban TikTok from the United States, right? And I didn't know if you saw some highlights from it, but it was amazing. They actually kept asking him about China, and he stopped them to remind them that he's Singaporean. he had to stop them to remind them that, hey, my slanted eyes does not mean that I report to the Politburo in China. I am Singaporean American. He had to remind them. So that gives you an idea of what's going on. But what are your thoughts on, there's an internal group here, right here in the United States, that they understand the power of the internet. They understand the power of a platform like TikTok, and they understand how those connected tissues can fight against all their ideals. Where do you think that's going to go? Because I got to tell you, over the last 10 years, so many things have leaned and fallen onto that evangelical driven ideology, and I'm a little bit worried about what might be coming down the pike here.
Well, I think it depends on this, and I'll share this with you. And this is an indictment of our system, and this is across the board with everything. So if you don't know what happened yesterday, guys like Senator Josh Hawley, the senator from Missouri, who's a very outspoken guy, he's always kind of lambasting people. He hit Mark Zuckerberg, by the way, in ways that I thought was a lot of fun to watch. He forced him to make an apology to those whose families have had children who have unfortunately taken their own lives because of Instagram-related issues, which is owned by Meta. And by the way, if you don't know, their stock went through earnings yesterday and jumped up like $60 a share. It's at all-time highs. It's absurd. Anyway, maybe it was up $80. It was up a ton. Anyway, the band plays on, right? So when it comes to money, let's talk about everything's about money. So that was a shakedown theater, in my opinion. That's basically telling the people that run TikTok, belly up. It's time to belly up, or we're going to try to bear down on you. Now, there could be issues that are argued on national security basis, which they always do. They say national security. What they really mean is it's a pain in our ass that there's another avenue for information to make it to the public that we don't want. It's counter narrative, counter establishment, right? So there's that part of it. The question is, this is a corporate state. Let's face it, ByteDance is a Chinese company, which is the parent company of TikTok. It owns TikTok as a piece of very, very popular piece of software, as we know. And the servers are being held by a company called Oracle, which is a database company / web storage down in Texas. That was the agreement for TikTok to continue on. Now, there's a lot of questions. When we download TikTok, I don't know if you know this, I didn't know this. We give away every single right in the world to everything we touch in the information space. What do I mean by that? In their terms of service, if you and I touch a keyboard, either on this phone, all the keystrokes, or on our computer, they encompass everything we do that has it could be an iPad, it doesn't matter what it is. They have the right to collect it, which seems crazy to me. So I don't disagree in that regard. The terms and conditions are way too broad in terms of allowing them. It's too wide a net. However, I don't know what they're planning to use the information for. There's all these allegations. I think they want to use it to make more money. That's what they're trying to implement, things like longer form videos and TikTok Shop. And they want to take on Amazon and they want to take on YouTube. Why? They want more advertising. They want more money. These aren't dumb people. So because of, listen, everything has to do with donations. So let's say, for example, Zuckerberg gave somebody a nice gift behind the scenes and somebody wants to push for this competing interest not to be able to do what it wants to do. That stuff's always going on in the United States. It's a cesspool. So I don't know what roles that's playing in or what role the national security argument's playing in. The bottom line is this is a massive tool for freedom of speech, which you can see it's been curbed in some ways, at least initially, by outside influences, because you can't say a lot of things on your ass. You're out talking to your friends and they're like, what does unalive mean? You catch yourself talking in this new language, right? It's kind of sad. All right, enough for me. Let's see what Blah has to say, because Blah had to come back, and then we'll go to Mary. Thanks for your patience, by the way.
Problem, Chip. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to show up. I want to thank you very much for your broadcast. It's very informative. I've been thinking about a lot of things as well about the war and stuff. One of the things is, what do you think about the UNRWA losing its funding? And who are the people? I should have looked into this prior to this, but do you happen to know who funds them?
Well, it's funded by a variety of countries. So every country decides what they want to donate to it. It has a big portion coming from the United States, obviously, because we're the biggest economy on the planet. It's funded by a lot of countries, and a lot of the Western aligned nations are the ones who have threatened to withhold funding. And the thing I find interesting is there's some allegations made by the Israelis about participation in or support of the attacks of 10/7 by the H group that aren't even guaranteed to have happened. They're just allegations at this point. However, it's not unusual for they're the largest employer in Gaza, by the way. So it's not unusual for a very large company in any business anywhere in the world to have people who maybe participate in things, whether through speech or otherwise, that support something that's sort of, antisocial or against the narrative. So I don't know for sure, but I do know this. They're the largest supplier of aid to the Palestinians, period, full stop. Them being defunded completely would be devastating to Gaza.
That is apparent. That much is apparent. Apparently, actually, they're the only group that's there. I mean, barely enough the Red Cross and the Red Crescent. But what I was thinking is like, why wouldn't somebody like my country pick up the bill and say entirely fund it themselves? I mean, why wouldn't they? I have all these questions I would like to ask, but unfortunately I can't. So I was wondering if what's your 2 cents on that?
Well, when you say your country, can you clarify? I don't know which country you're referring to.
Saudi Arabia. I mean,
okay.
I'm not too proud these days to be a Saudi. I mean, because there's not much I'm contributing.
There's a lot of weird mixed allegiances in Saudi Arabia. There's a lot of tensions between, of course, Iran and Saudi Arabia. There's a lot of unfinished business with Israel. There's a lot going on in Saudi Arabia right now. And of course, the number one thing they want to do, people like Mohammed bin Salman, is to stay in charge, right? So they're always trying to jockey their position on that. They're riding this really weird line of wanting to support the Palestinian cause, somehow create this. I think they're trying to do too much, and they're trying to play everybody against the middle, and that rarely works out very well when you're trying to give everybody a deal and you get no deal.
Yeah, but I mean, like, it's sort of strange because I mean, it's not they just condemned it just recently, the whole matter. And, but I mean, like, I wish they would step up more in these sort of, areas. I mean, I don't see why don't they just go ahead and take care of these, financial issues for them? I mean,
Well, it's not always just about the. It's not always just about the. Remember that there's also political concerns. So you never know who's talking about what in the background. About, okay, if you do this, I'll take care of this later. And there may be other pressures being brought to bear that they're considering as well in making that decision. It's not just strictly, hey, let's just belly up the money.
well, that's the thing. I mean, I wish they would investigate it more because it is quite an interesting fact. Because I mean, in the UN, most nations did call for the ceasefire, but it was vetoed. And then at the end, you come on this side, on the
Yeah.
the humanitarian side, and you go ahead and you block that. So I mean, there's a big. I mean, yeah. I mean, there is a conspiracy, obviously, but the thing is like there's a lot of separation and non-alignment of interests, I think, especially when it comes to the let's call them the ruling class or governments. I mean, there's a separation between
Yeah.
them and the actual citizens of. I mean, this is quite clear these days, and I don't know if that's an issue that's ever. I mean, as a number of times I've watched in your feed, yeah. I mean, I feel like we're all growing up to be police nations or policed fully. I mean, entirely everything, face
Yeah.
recognition, where we go, where we come, where we eat, where we pay, where we, everything literally that we do in the form of metadata. And like you said, just by simply downloading any one of the social medias down on our phone, that's it. Our pretty much all our info on there is up for grabs. So, I mean, it is a terrifying
Yeah.
time. But I mean, the thing is like how we need to find the root issues. I mean, like for example, we've established that AIPAC is, the people, or am I allowed to say that? I'm not allowed to say that. But
Yeah,
yeah,
you can say it back. That's fine.
yeah, okay, good. If whether or not, they should be taken out of the equation in any future, matters that have to do with elections and whatnot, in order to make sure that, the same thing doesn't happen again. I mean, since we've already recognized what the issue is, right? So I'm wondering,
Well,
like, is there a system?
the influence of well,
Oh, nice.
just to let you know, the influence of interest groups is not limited to AIPAC. There's a whole host of different interest groups that relate to Israel, both in the UK, Europe, and the United States, but mostly in the United States and UK. And the other thing is, there's other interest groups too, like the arms industry and other contractors that have roles that play in these types of deployments, and just
Right.
the U.S. The whole U.S. machine. So it's not as simple as just AIPAC. It's a whole scheme of things that block the ability of the legislative and government process to serve the constituents, not the ruling class.
Right. I see. Well, thank you very much.
Not as simple as snap. Yeah, you're welcome, Vlad. Good points. Yeah, not as simple as snapping our finger, which we would like it to be. These people took a long time, and they planned very carefully what they were trying to do for many decades. AIPAC used to be called the American Zionist Committee for Public Affairs, and now it's called the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, a little more. And they also got themselves registered as a domestic entity, so they don't pay taxes, and they don't have to report their sources of donations. How about that for a good guy running it, who's a very sharp man named Howard Core, who's done a great job of advocating for their cause. They've completely rewritten the political space in the United States. So, I mean, love them or hate them, you have to give them props for what they've been able to accomplish. Okay, we have Maha Hirsch. By the way, I just want to make this clear. My platform can't be used directly for people to come up and advocate for sending funds. What you can do, if you're interested in having that take place through my platform, you can send me an email message. I can then contact you, do the verification process. I know time is of the essence, but I can't just willy-nilly raise money for people we don't have any background on. It's just the way it's got to be. I apologize for that. Maha, did you want to say something?
Yeah. Good evening, my dear. How are you? How are you, my dear?
I'm
I am
okay. How about you?
I am good.
I'm okay. Okay,
Yeah.
good.
I am from
What did you want to say?
what? Mhm.
Real quick before you finish your talk, there is some background noise coming through. I don't know if you can fix that, but it's pretty noticeable.
Yeah. I am from Gaza. You know that we are living in bad conditions.
Real quick, if you're still listening, Maha, there was a lot of background noise and the connection was very shaky, and so I think it was kind of interrupting the live. So I would love to hear what you have to say, but if you can please get into a spot, I know it's not always easy, where there's not so much background noise, so we can hear you and we don't disrupt the live. So I know, I feel for you. I know that just getting online in Gaza has got to be, if you're there, I don't know if you're from there and you're somewhere else, but if you're in Gaza, I know it's not easy because reception is spotty and what is on the ground is what it is. It's not always possible to get to a spot, but if you can, and I'll bring you back up. Okay, who was next on here? We had Mary. If you spoke, I don't think Mary's spoken yet. Mary, what would you like to say?
Hi, Chip. How are you?
Hi, I'm surviving.
Yeah, so are we, like, aren't we all? But anyway, I just wanted to,
Right.
I'm the first to help the people in Gaza. I've been always helping the people in Gaza since 2014, so this is not something new to me. But I just don't like when you have scammers out there that are pretending to say they're in Gaza and using this to their, you know what I mean? Like, I don't like that. Like, I know the people of Gaza, they have pride, they have dignity, and they will never just straight up and just beg. They never begged before, and they're not about to start begging now. But we need to, like, I don't want them taking advantage of the good people, the generosity of us, because like I said, I'm the first to always help them. But at the same time, I don't like them taking advantage of people saying they're from Gaza and they're not. So we need to be careful about these scammers out there that they say they're from Gaza, but they actually not. And that guy before, he had enough followers to open a camera. And I asked him, where are you getting that from? And he didn't answer me. He didn't answer my question. So we need to be careful because I'm the first one to help them. And I've always been helping them. I have no problem with it. But I don't like when they use people in Gaza, as to their benefit, to the scam people, because they know how much we feel for the people in Gaza, and for them to use like our generosity for their greed, because the people in Gaza will never go and beg for anything unless, we have to make sure that they are from Gaza. That's all. That's all I wanted to say.
Sure.
And it's fair to everybody.
Yeah,
I mean, if we ask them to open the camera, Chip, you're not the only one that asks them to open the camera, or we ask them to open the camera. All the lives ask them to open cameras, all of them, because they have so many scammers out there now pretending to be from Gaza. So don't feel bad. Like, if you guys ask them to open the camera, don't feel bad, because if they are from Gaza, they have no problem with opening the camera.
Right. That's okay. I think that I've been approached by a lot of people to put donation requests on my page. I did it once. It got a little dicey, so I had to take it down. And I just got to be really careful as a host to be responsible to the audience and not allow something to come up, as you said. So for those of you who do want to work through that process, you can email me. It's on my Linktree in my bio. It's just, if you look in my bio, it says Linktree Chip Barnes. You can click that if you're in the United States. If you're outside the United States, it's written as the last characters of my bio, which you need to type in to a web browser and then hit the enter key. It'll take you to the same place. At the very bottom, it says email me, and you can contact me there. I'll do it as fast as I can, because I don't want you, if you're in need of desperate help right away, I don't want to keep you from getting it, but I just can't turn that spigot on. It's not fair to the audience. We don't know who we're sending money to.
Exactly. And plus, like, I don't mind. Like, I would be more than happy. I've been on these lives since all this started. So I know the people in Gaza, I know, and during the day, they usually come during the day. They don't come this late in Gaza time. They don't come this late. They usually come earlier than this.
Gaza time is 1 o'clock.
So it's 1 o'clock in the morning Gaza time. But there is some reporters that are out there. Like I'm always on the Arabic lives, so I know mostly all of the people like who go on the lives and stuff like that. And like I said, I mean, it's all right to ask them to open the camera. You know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah.
It's
Okay,
all
Mary.
right.
Thank you
It's
very
all
much for
right
pointing that
because I
out. I
don't
really
like them
appreciate
to
it.
be ripping people off. That's not fair. It's not fair to the people of Gaza.
Yeah,
That's all I
I
wanted
agree.
to say.
That's a great
I
point,
just
Mary.
want
Thank you for
everybody
pointing
to
that out. I
be
appreciate
careful.
it. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, Mary. Thank you very much. I appreciate you being here. That's a good point. Yeah, unfortunately, I'd like to just send people as much money as I can afford, but you just want to make sure it's going to the right place, obviously. Okay. And by the way, just to let you know, as an aside, not to, this is not a pat on the back. It's just to tell you there's someone who I've had a relationship with inside of Gaza insofar as I give to a lot of animal charities. And I just happened to meet this person on Twitter a while back. It's called Help Cats. And he had about 50 cats he was caring for toward the south of Gaza, not too far from Khan Yunis. And unfortunately, the Israeli bombardment bombarded his shelter for the cats. And they didn't get him for like the first 2 months, but they finally hit his structure. And of course, a lot of the cats, unfortunately, I think he has like 7 or 8 of the cats left out of the 50. Not a good situation to be in, obviously. So anyway, but that was my connection to Gaza before all this happened. I didn't know anybody in there except for this one very kind man who was taking care of cats, which I love cats. Okay, I think we have, is it Jules that hasn't talked yet? I think it's Jules, right? Yeah. Hey, Jules, how are you?
I don't want to pronounce the name wrong. Maha, speak first,
Wael
because I
or
think
Maha? Maha?
I just know they were
Yeah,
there
okay, let's let Maha
before
come
me.
back. She had a bad connection, so let's see.
Yeah,
Let's do that.
so
Yeah,
I'll
thank you,
I'll
Jules.
go
I appreciate that.
after.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. I think I unmuted you, Maha, if you want to speak. Maybe something's wrong with her connection. Yeah, when I try to work on her, nothing works at all. Yeah, she's got a bad connection. It must be that the internet's not so great, which is, of course, not her fault or whatever. It's just a tough situation to be in. All right, Jules, until she gets back up, let's let you do your thing.
I just wanted to say that I am Jewish and I do not support what Israel is doing. Some people may have seen me on other lives. I don't know. So I've been pretty angry at what is happening in the name of my quote unquote country. So yeah, I just want to say that this Israel does not represent Jewish people, okay? At least not my Judaism. This is wrong. This is there's not enough words for me to like understand the pain. Like I don't know how this is being done in Judaism at all. Like that, it's just so infuriating to me. And then people are like, "You're a self-hating
Yeah,
Jew."
it's
I am back, my dear. Yeah, my dear.
one second, 1 second. Just by the way, real quick, Maha, listen, this is no offense. Please don't call me my dear. I'm not your husband or boyfriend or whatever. And come on back. We still have some connection problem there. I won't refer to you as anything like that either. I'll just refer to you by your name. Let's do the same for each. Jules, did you want to finish what you had to say? Because I didn't want to cut you off there. I happen to agree with you wholeheartedly, but this cloaking in Judaism has been happening since the beginning of the entire conception
Yeah.
of Zionism, unfortunately.
So that's the thing is I grew up not understanding that. I feel lied to. I feel like it's bullshit. Like I went to fucking Israel, rode camels in Israel, got to experience this amazing experience while they're literally miles away from people who have zero fucking rights. It's mind baffling, mind boggling. I don't even and then people will come at me and be like, how can you be Jewish and support Palestinian rights? I'm like, how can you be Jewish and not support equal rights for human beings? Like, what do you mean? It's just like, I'm so mad at at the news for not displaying this accurately, I feel like, at all. I feel like the
Yeah.
media is not accurately showing a story of both sides, and it's causing a lot of people to not have their eyes open, or maybe they see what's happening and they just like have justified it somehow. I can't justify killing or unaliving 10,000 children. I can't. I can't. You can't. It doesn't make sense. Like,
Yeah, I agree.
where in your
Actually, if
mind
you
does
want to
that
protect,
make sense?
yeah, if Israel wants to keep its image or keep its future intact, I think doing these sorts of things is not the best move for any nation state that doesn't want to be ostracized and have the whole world turned against them. And unfortunately, I think Israel's taken a lot of steps in that direction, which, I want there to be a safe place for people to be who don't want to be harmed. But I think right now the least safe place to be for many Jewish people is inside of Israel because of
That's
what they're
literally what I
choosing to
keep
do.
saying. It's like, how can you say that this is a country to keep Jewish people safe while literally there are attacks to that country because of what that country has done to Palestinians? Like, it doesn't make sense at all.
Yeah, well, sometimes things don't, and there's probably some driving forces that aren't necessarily for the benefit of all Israelis, but for the benefit of those who want to pursue a certain path that's based on their ideology or their belief system. That's just like the United States is doing, very similar.
Just like, I really want I want people in Gaza to know that this is not Judaism. I hope that people know that this
Yeah,
is not, I have no control over what is happening, obviously. Like, I, they're literally using my religion as a means to commit a G-side, dehumanize so many people. This is exactly what you do before G-siding someone. You strip away their humanity. How? And the world is awake. The world is not stupid. Like, we're all looking. We're all fucking watching. We're all looking at this in shock because why did we learn about the H cost? Oh, maybe to realize that this was wrong and this should not happen to any people. What happened to Jewish people being kicked out of literally every single place is wrong. Okay? It and I literally feel like people just took that trauma and threw it up all over the Palestinians. I was talking to Mel, who is also Jewish. I don't know if anyone knows who Mel is. She's wonderful. I've been talking to her a lot. And she lived in Israel. She's Jewish. We both are just like shocked. And they took what happened and they just turned it into this. And I don't know. I can't defend this anymore. I started off on obviously the pro-Zionist, pro-Israel side because it's what I was raised into. I never thought anything else, and my eyes are wide open now. And I keep
good for you.
wanting to go
Good for you.
back and be like, oh, well, like that, like Jewish people aren't like this. Like, what? I don't understand. Like, maybe I'm just crazy. I don't know. But it's like, it's not Jewish people, it's Zionism. It's evil.
Yeah, I agree, and I think a lot of people who are Israeli or who support Zionism around the world can't separate the two, and they think that anybody who does separate it is automatically anti-Semitic or against Jewish people, which could not be further from the truth. Oh,
I
Eileen,
want
look,
them
your
to come
beautiful
tell me
cat.
that
How
I'm
nice.
fucking anti-Semitic. Please, come tell me.
Yeah, and exactly. How is it that
We want
Jewish
to
people
celebrate Hanukkah
who point out
together.
the same? Yeah, exactly. It's kind of nuts, right? So anyway, it's par for the course. Somebody today in a dialogue here
because he happened to disagree with one of the points I made, said, "You're an anti-Semite." And one of the ground rules for the conversation was no personal attacks. And of course, when that happened, I had to say goodbye. But I really like hearing people's points of view. And listen, people from Israel, they sincerely believe what they believe. They're not to blame for it because it's what they've been told. It's been hammered into them for
I
tens of
agree.
thousands
I
of hours
agree.
since
I
birth.
agree. And they're victims
So
to
it's
this.
understandable. Yeah, exactly.
Unfortunately, they are victims to this. Maybe people don't want to hear that, but those
Yeah,
children
exactly.
living inside of Israel that were born in Israel, they are being conditioned to this regime. So,
Yeah, dog and I are playing a little bit. Yeah, it sucks. I mean, so here's my question. Obviously, your voice is extremely important because you're somebody who can really talk to people in a way that they can relate to because you do come from a family that is Jewish, and yet you hold a belief that's very, not unique, I would say, but not the majority view. Do you find yourself being criticized by people with whom you share your views?
they're in the comments criticizing me right now. Like, yes, it's painful because
I
I'm
didn't
getting
see
shit on.
who in the comments were saying negative things.
They're like, were you celebrating Hanukkah while your people were being unalived? Okay. Are you celebrating the mass unalivement of tens of thousands of people right now?
Yeah, it's kind of lousy to say.
Like,
Well, when did you come to change your mind? You said sometime after 10/7 because you were sort of from a Zionist. What caused you to shift?
unfortunately, literally right after I saw what Israel started doing, like, I didn't know the history of anything. Like, I had to like research and find out a lot of things. And I saw that half of Gaza's population is literally children. And I
Yeah.
saw what was happening on MSNBC, by the way. The American Western media, I was looking and I still sat there and I couldn't watch that and be like, oh, okay with that. So then I started researching and I was just like, well, it doesn't make sense. Like they're like, I was told that Muslims just hate Jewish people and it's not true. Um, there are so many people on this app that were so kind to me, and yeah, I'm not falling for this bullshit anymore.
Do you engage with anybody who still sees things the way that you used to? And if you do, how do you
Yeah, I
engage with them to
do.
maybe see if they can open their eyes?
I do try to
How does that
engage
go?
with
What do you
people. I mean, they usually get really mad at
Okay.
me. Like I know my family is
Yeah, I've
really
heard
mad at
that. There
me.
was actually someone who I spoke with. Yeah, I heard that last night. Somebody came out. Actually, somebody hacked their account, and then made all these horrible statements about Jewish people having hacked their TikTok account. And then, of course, everyone in town started to hate this person, thinking they were anti-Semitic. But all she thinks is that Zionism needs to be reined in because of the problems that it's causing. Which I happen to feel the exact same way.
That's what I'm
Anyway,
saying. Like, if you're saying that
my
this is like, can we not acknowledge, please? I want any Jewish person listening to this that may not agree with me, just listen. Can we not acknowledge the harm that Zionism has caused, please, at all? And I understand wanting the right to self-determination. The Jewish people need to be safe. Okay, I get it.
yeah.
I do. I understand, but if your mindset is that the Jewish people can only be safe if Palestinians are unsafe, like I can't agree to that. I
Yeah,
can't.
it's a terrible situation. I don't think anyone would be on the receiving end of what the Israelis are choosing to do. And unfortunately, the pro-Zionist segment of society is really pushing these policies and supporting them, not only in hard right administrations, but all the administrations that have come over the last 30, 40 years. It's been the same approach, albeit not quite as fervent as what we're seeing now. But still, settlements are settlements, right? They've been condemned by numerous, White Houses in the United States, as well as around the world, and they just keep doing it.
It's like they don't even give a shit.
Uh-huh. Someone just asked about
So
the
that's how I feel.
hostages. I
Yeah.
think that the
By the way, Alex, thank you.
hostages,
Yeah, please. Yeah.
well, how are we getting back the hostages if we are not even calling for a ceasefire, first of all?
Well, that is going on right now. You know about the 6-week potential ceasefire
Yes,
being
I
being
saw
proposed.
that.
Yeah.
But it's like I keep hearing a lot of people that are like, "Oh, well, we need to get rid of the H group because then we can create a Palestinian state." Netanyahu blatantly said, this is public, you can look this up, that there will be no Palestinian
Yeah.
state post-war. Until Netanyahu is out of office, there is no chance for any Palestinian rights, period. Period.
Well, I would even go further than that, although, some people may disagree. I don't think that anybody within
What
the state
about
of
the
Israel, from a political
7,000?
standpoint,
This is my bullshit. Like, what about the 7,000 people in Israeli prisons right now? That some of
yeah,
them are children. They're kids. They're fucking children. So,
yeah,
yes, we
I
can
know it's
talk
horrible.
about the hostages. Okay, yes, I agree. They need to go home. I 100% agree to that. October
Yeah,
7th was disgusting and awful, and I feel so bad for anyone who had to experience that. But you cannot deny that there are 7,000. How many people are in Israeli jails? So many.
yeah.
And they don't get a
So yeah, that's
trial.
a good point.
Yeah, what about the
Well, Jules, first off,
7,000?
I want to say thank you for coming up, and I want to give Lena a chance to weigh. You're welcome to stay on the panel if you want to. I just have to give Lena a second.
Sure, I would love to talk to
A sec.
people. I
All
don't
right.
want to attack anyone. I just want to say the opinions that I've been
Yeah.
creating.
So I'll leave your mic open, but Lena, I'll bring you up, and then if you all want to say
Sure.
some stuff back and forth, please do.
Hi
Lena.
everyone. It's great to be on here again. I was just on here yesterday. It's always nice talking to you, Chip, and your audience. You have a diverse panel, and I appreciate talking to people from the different walks of life. I think that's what we should be doing in times like this. I think we're all feeling the same thing for the most part. I think there's a lot of frustration, there's a lot of anger, there's a lot of confusion. And at the end of the day, we all just want to feel safe. And we all want to feel loved, and we all want to feel at peace. Which is not something that's not much to ask at all. It's an unfortunate reality that we live in a world where these values have to be politicized, and there has to be sides. But that's the reality of the world, unfortunately. But I do still think, I personally believe that most people are good. That's what I believe. I'm Muslim, was born Muslim, but I had my ups and downs with my faith. I looked into different religions, and I looked into different spiritual practices, and I studied theology in high school as well. So, college. So I'm very understanding of people from different, and I come from a big city in the United States, so I've come across a lot of different people, and I love diversity. I love everyone. And, I think I really appreciate my Jewish brothers and sisters, and, the rabbis and the Holocaust survivors that are coming out when it's so hard for them to come out and even talk about, their own past, but they do that. And we really do appreciate that. I think, even with our native brothers and sisters, we have their solidarity as well. We really feel the love, and we really appreciate all of you guys. I think it's just really important to keep this tone of positivity, because there's a lot of forces out here that are just like, there's just a lot of noise. And you know, I don't want anybody like letting that get to them. We have to keep our focus on the prize, and we have to stay grounded. And for some people, they find that through religion, some people find that through family, some people find that through nature, some people find it through different things. The point is, we just need to stay focused and stay positive, and that's really all I wanted to share. But thank you so much for giving me this platform. I appreciate it.
Happy to do it. Yeah, thanks for coming on. I really appreciate you being here.
Sure.
Okay, let's do this. Thank you, Lena. I appreciate it. And it's always nice to have good voices come on. She sounds like a very kind-hearted soul. That's my take on Lena. Okay, it says Alkan. I don't know the rest of the name. I thought. Let me see. Alkan. ALUFC1. Yes. Sorry if I said your name wrong. What's on your mind?
Assalamu alaikum, good evening and shalom to everybody. You know what, I watched you a few times. You're always walking whenever I see you doing your live chats. It's quite good because it keeps you fit. I like to tell, you know what, I like to, from the bottom of my heart, thank Jules, because I only caught some of her talk, but that gives me hope. And it's not that I've given up hope anyway. I know that there's millions of Jews, millions of Jewish people who don't believe in this war, but they're silent. Not because they want to be silent, because the propaganda from hierarchy won't let them talk or won't let them march or whatever. But in the UK, at the beginning, and let me first and foremost say October 7th, was horrible, and I mean its entirety was horrible. But, and there is a but, right? Some innocent people died due to the IDF coming in very strongly and BBing buildings and cars. So they just came in without thinking who they were actually sort of fighting, and innocent people got, you know, in the way. But anyway, I want to go back to Jules. And Jules, what I want to say is what the Zionists done is they've stolen a religion, a peace-loving religion.
Really?
Sorry? Hello?
I'm saying literally, like they've turned it
Yeah.
into this.
That's right. You know, I used to work, well, I live in Birmingham in London. Birmingham in England. And I used to work in London. And I went to a compound in London once, in the Tottenham area, Jewish Quarter, and they had bodyguards on the door, and I couldn't believe it. I had to go through this to go into the estate. I said, you know, they sort of said to me, "Who are you?" And I told them my name, and they sort of looked at me because it was a Muslim name, and they go, "Oh, are you come to do some work?" And I said, "Well, yeah, I was called to come and do a job." And I went in there, and I couldn't have been treated any better. I could not have been treated any better. Trust me, it was fantastic. Tea, biscuits, you name it. If they said, "You want to stay for dinner?" Young couple, and I said, "No. You know, I'm not from here. I've got to get back to like the Midlands, which is 100 miles away. You know, but I just came to do some work and stayed in London. But they said, "You can stay here and do your work." And I said, "No." Fantastic people, and I still have hope that this dark times that we're in, well, there may be some decent light at the end of it. I don't care what they call it, whether they want to call it the State of Israel, State of Palestine, call it Earth. I don't care what you call it. You know, as long as, because it looks beautiful. Whenever you see Israel, you know, the streets, the cafes, the bars, etc., it looks beautiful. And, you know, it's a nice place. And I think Jews, Muslims, and Christians can live together without, you know,
I
saying,
agree.
you know,
And
just let's live.
I think that it's like ridiculous that they say they just can't. Like,
George, what I don't understand, and I mean, I'm sort of now I'm in my 60s, and I don't care whether I mean, I do own a couple of properties, but I don't care about them. I can't take a grain of sand with me when I go to the other side. I can't take a grain of salt. So what am I fighting over?
Hmm.
You know what I mean? What's the cause for it? I mean, I can leave it to my children, yes, you know, and it might make
I
their
bet you that I could go to Gaza or the West Bank and I could say that I support their human rights and they would treat me no different than anything. Like this
that,
lie of they just hate Jews. It's getting old because I've talked to so many people that are Palestinian that are so nice to me and have treated me with nothing but utmost respect.
the thing is, Jules, 99%, even in the, doesn't matter who it is, if you respect somebody, they will respect you back. My job is one where I have to interact with people in their homes. Doesn't matter what color you are, doesn't matter what religion you are. Do you know what I mean? If you walk in with an attitude, then you're going to get an attitude. It's as simple as. But if you come in with, you know, even with a smile on your face and just good morning, you know, I mean, nobody wants to part with any money. They know I'm coming to their house and they're going to part with money with me. But just that simple good morning, how are you? And, you know, just appreciative of what they got. And maybe it may not be a lot, maybe it's a considerable amount, but they look at you as a human. And if you treat them that way, they will treat you back the same. And that's the way it is. I come from Pakistan and people say, oh, Pakistan, terrorism state. No, it's not. I swear to God, no, it's not. They will give you their last bread if they had it, because you are a guest of that country. And I think that would be the same in Israel, to a point where I could go anywhere and they will say, yeah, he's a nice guy because he's treating us with respect. But the settlers are making it bad. I'm sorry to say that. The settlers are making it bad for the rest of the Jewish community. And
That's the other like thing that's crazy to me is that I want people to listen to this, okay? I can go to Israel, okay, have in full rights because I'm Jewish, whilst there is a bombardment happening, a G-side. If you don't think this is a G-side, we can talk about that, but whilst that is happening and have full rights, people in Israel right now, they're okay. They have food, they have water, they have a roof over their head. Okay? The people in Gaza have literally nothing.
exactly.
That's
Exactly.
it.
No, I mean, you know, like I said, I heard your voice and the way you speak. I mean, I know I try to have a chat with and discussion with other Israeli sort of people that are on here, and I get bombarded if I even mention that, you know, not all of Palestinians are bad people. There is bad in all sorts. At the top end, yes, at the top end, look at the wealth, the top end of the Jewish or the Palestinians or the Christians or whoever, it doesn't matter. The top end always seems to be making money, while the rest of us are struggling. You know, and that tells you that they don't want us. We're just fodder to them, all of us. Doesn't matter who we are. We're just fodder. I mean, I'm now looking at the 3 Americans who became unalived in the drone attack from wherever I think it was in Syria, I think, or in Iraq, right? And you know what? You know what sort of drawed my attention straight away? That is American army just black, or is there any other colors in them? Because the only 3 people that died were black. Now, how does a drone that drops in the middle of nowhere only unalives 3 black people? I'm not saying it's a conspiracy or anything. It's just something that makes you think, you know, thinking, why just 3 black people became unalive? Why not a white person, not even one white person? I don't know. I don't know the injuries. It's what they've shown you. You know, but I really appreciate it. I don't know what your name is, host, but thank you for having me on, you know, and I'd love to follow you again, you know. But yeah, Jules, you are my leader. You are my light. You are my shining light, and I will, follow
People keep
people like
saying
you.
that to me, but it's just like I don't know how you can't think critically about this.
No, to humanity,
You
that's what we
know?
need. We need more
Yeah,
people like you.
it's like I just can't deny the facts that I have in front of me. Like, I don't
Yeah,
know.
exactly.
If you can't do real research, talk to people, even, just, I don't know. If you're still siding with Israel, talk to me.
Well,
Please.
hopefully one day the
Fair
world
enough.
power will win. The power of the people will win one day, and the ones at the top will realize that we've had enough. We just want to work and live side by side. That's all we want to do.
You know what should have happened after the H cost? What should have happened instead? This would have been
Don't say
great.
it, Jules. Don't say it, Jules. They won't like it.
No, there should have been a group therapy session. There should have been DBT counselors, anything else, okay, than inflicting that kind of pain onto another. Okay? That's what should have happened. But unfortunately, times were very different back then, and everyone just wanted to fucking colonize each other. So, anyways, get money, get power, get land. That's all what it is every time.
You said a lot, and I don't know how many people are on here tonight. But you know what? A lot of people on here heard you, and they will take that message away with them. And may Allah, God, whatever you believe in, may they look after you, bless you, and give you long life. And sir, thank you very much for having me on. May God bless you too. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you. That was very,
Thank
very
you.
good to have you on. I think Adil wants to enter the conversation. How are you doing, Adil?
Yeah, I'm good, Chip. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Good stuff. I hope the audience is good. I hope the panel is good. I just wanted to share something that I came across today that I think a lot of people might not have seen. So I was on Twitter and, well, X as it's called now, and I saw a post from Elon Levy, who's the Israeli spokesperson.
No. He's called the Israeli propagandist.
Thanks for correcting me on that one, Chip.
Yeah, gotcha.
So he posted a picture which has the map of London, and overlaid on top of the map of London, you have the Gaza Strip. And it shows all the destruction, basically all the places where trees have been dropped.
Yeah.
And basically 85% of that map is red, right? And he's overlaid this on top of the map of London. And I was thinking to myself, imagine actually that was London. You know, I work in London. I spend about 2 days a week down in London at the office. And that map that Elon Levy posted is basically going from the east of London all the way across to the west. It's basically, at least in my opinion, a third, if not a half, of London. And I was just thinking to myself, imagine that much destruction had happened in London, the shock that the world would have had, you know? But when it's Gaza, it's just like he was talking about tunnels, you know? This is where we've destroyed all the tunnels, and he's overlaying the map of Gaza on London. It's absolutely shocking. You should probably go on X and just have a look at this picture. Because working in London and being very familiar with London, if I saw that much destruction, oh my God, that would be horrendous. Like the amount of people that would be unalived. I understand London is a much busier place than Gaza. There's a lot more people there, but the level of destruction is just absolutely shocking, you know. Just look at that map. Honestly, it'll open your eyes. The other point I want to just mention is the whole reason that he posted this was he was talking about tunnels, and it was, I think he says something like there's 1.5 times the tunnels in Gaza than there is the tube that runs under London. And I'm very familiar with the tube network under London. I use it all the time. It's a pretty complex system. And I know this is, again, a complete lie that you hear from the Israelis. It's pure propaganda. There is no 1.5 times tunnels under Gaza. That's almost impossible. You can never have the level of the complexity we have in the tube network underneath Gaza. I mean, how would they have built that? We use boring holes, boring machines to build these tunnels. I understand they might be a bit bigger for trains, but digging tunnels is no easy job. And no way is that possible. And this is a lie that they've perpetrated for many years. But the last point I want to mention here, Chip, is when you think about tunnels, and when I saw Elon Levy's post, it made me think of the movie The Great Escape. I don't know if you remember it, or any of the panel or audience remember that movie.
Yeah, I remember it.
It reminded me about how the Jews in the concentration camp during the Holocaust actually dug tunnels to escape the concentration camp. You can go on Google right now and you can search when the H group were building these tunnels, what they were taking through these tunnels. It was bread, it was coffee, it was chocolate, it was food, it was necessities that they were having to build these tunnels for. But at the end of the day, in The Great Escape, in this movie, there was a fantastic scene. They dug tunnels, I believe it was with spoons and small shovels. Then they would put the mud in their trousers, walk out of the concentration camp, into the field, and drop the mud. And slowly but surely, they managed to dig a tunnel outside of taking them outside of the concentration camp. And this is what you see in Gaza. These people are so desperate that they can't escape Gaza. They can't leave, not by air, not by land, not by sea. They are having to dig tunnels for basic necessities. And I would imagine some of them use tunnels to just escape Gaza, try and get out of the country. Leave for Lebanon, leave for Egypt, leave for Jordan, just go somewhere for a better life. But even that's not possible for them. That's such a sad part of this, right? But look, these are some of my key takeaways I took away when I saw Elon Levy's post. Guys, you should see it. He gloats about the level of destruction in Gaza, but it just shocks me that if that level of destruction did happen in London, the world would be up in arms.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that. Those are interesting points. Yeah, I'm going to go check out that tweet to see what he says. But yeah, these things also, we see the different layouts for what they're thinking about doing is developing beachfront property in Gaza. All these other sick, disgusting references. So anyway, the word that always comes to mind when it comes to some of this stuff, the word is depravity or depravity. It's just, I can't get my head around how people can be that, whatever that is. Okay, thanks for being here, Adil.
I really, truly think that, especially my family, they're all supporting Israel. My mom especially, has so much fear in growing up in anti-Semitism that she, says that we need Israel because of anti-Semitism and, hatred, and how we've literally been kicked out of every single place, okay? But someone's comment, I can't. But what cost? That's what I keep going back to. At what cost? The idea of Israel, maybe in some other place, sure, okay, but not at the expense of anything else. I think the people in that land, they both have ties to the land, but that you can't have peace with two states, I feel like, where people have different rights.
Yeah, no doubt. Good point. Okay, Justice, Creed, if you want to come up, and then Jules, I'm going to let them talk for a second and just have you in the background for a second. Justice Creed, how are you?
Hey, thanks for having me up. I just wanted to talk about a little bit, I guess, about the case. It's been about a week now, the ICJ case, and just kind of, you know, had some time to think about it. And, you know, a lot of Zionists have come out and said that this is some sort of victory for them. And I just want everyone to know that that's a very sick way of thinking about the case, because now Israel is having a genocide case against them. Most people would not consider this a victory. Most normal societies do not consider being, going to court for genocide a victory. However, Zionists, it is a victory for them. So I just want you to understand, what type of world they're living. They're not living in the same reality as most people are. It's very different. Their world is very different. And you can read through the case, and they didn't ask for a ceasefire, and I know it's tragic. But they did say to stop killing Palestinians. They did say to stop, bombing civilian areas. They did say to allow humanitarian aid, and so that's in effect a ceasefire. So I just want everyone to remember that. So while they did not say those words, they did, in effect, demand a ceasefire. So that's very important. And not only that, they also want Israel to report back to the ICJ within a month. I think now it's probably 3 weeks now, with what they've done. And so far, it's only gotten worse. I think since the ICJ ruling, they have unalived about 1,000 people, and they've destroyed more neighborhoods, more schools, more everything. On top of allowing protesters to block humanitarian aid. So Israel has no respect for humanitarian law, international law. They don't have respect for that. A court in the United States, a California court, recently just found Israel. I mean, they declined to take up the case, but the judge in his ruling wrote that it is plausible that it is likely actually that Joe Biden, Genocide Joe, is complicit in potential genocide in Gaza. So, 2 court cases, both of them have already said that it's likely to have a genocide happening in Gaza. And it is, it's a genocide. Many humanitarian agencies are already calling it a genocide. So these are the unfortunate facts. Israel cannot continue, a state and the situation that Israel's in, unaliving Palestinians in the Gaza, in the West Bank as well, unaliving them. I think the numbers are like almost 600 right now. Just acting like with impunity, no regard. I think you saw the video a couple of days ago of doctors, pretend doctors, IDF soldiers dressed up with, guns and just walk into a hospital and just unalive people patients on their bed. Yes, they may be suspects, but you don't just come in and just spray a hospital room. Like what? Imagine that happened in your local city. The police just
Can
went.
by the way, Justice, sorry, can you just tell people what happened without being too graphic so not everybody may know what you're talking about?
Oh, okay. So basically what happened was that they were apparently the idea for looking for these suspects. They said that they were Hamas and another group, and that they were getting treatment within the hospital in Jenin, in the West Bank. This is not Gaza. And so the IDF, normally if you have a suspect and you want to get them, they said they're planning an attack, you go and you arrest them and, you take them for trial and, the normal legal process. However, this is Israel, it's not a normal country. These people were getting treatment in the hospital, by the way. One of them was paralyzed, and the other one was also getting treatment, and they were sleeping inside the room. The IDF decides that to dress up as doctors and patients, and some as a wheelchair, one as there was a number of them, one as I think a mother with a baby, and they come into the hospital and they pull out their weapons and run down the corridor, pointing their weapons at people in the hospital, scaring everyone, searching people. And they go up into their room, they find where they are. Instead of arresting them, they just pull out their weapon and just unalive everyone inside the room. They just spray the room. It was basically an execution. They just unalived 3 people. They didn't arrest them with silencer, yes, with silencers. Like, this is unbelievably crazy. I mean, imagine it's happened at your local hospital. The police come in and just unalive suspect. No due process, no court, no trial, nothing. I mean, it's actually insane that the ways you treat Palestinians is as if they're not humans. They don't deserve anything to these Israelis. They don't deserve anything. They don't deserve any trial, any process, any legal judge or anything. They just, they're easy to be unalived. And, Joe Biden doesn't care. Genocide Joe doesn't care. America doesn't care. And so if Israel continues doing this, they've already, the Palestinians are already angry against them, and all the world is already angry against them. The situation, you can't live in an area where everyone is angry and hates you. You're just aggravating the situation, and that's what Israel is doing. They're aggravating the situation. They're making it worse. They say they're going into what they're doing in the Gaza to make Israel more safe, but the reality is it's not becoming more safe. They're getting more people angry, they're building more resistance against Israel. They have Hezbollah in the north. They have other groups in Syria and Iraq. They're bringing the whole region on fire, and so the future of Israel is in jeopardy. So if they want to have their state, or if they want to live there, they're going to have to make peace with the Palestinians. It's impossible. It's impossible to have a state where half of the population living there is under an apartheid. It's not going to work. You look at South Africa, they tried it. It failed. It collapsed. Eventually, it collapsed. Tyranny falls. And what's amazing about it? It came full circle. South Africa was in a similar situation as the Palestinians in Israel. They were living in, something called Bantustans, which are like kind of what the West Bank is right now. And they escaped South Africa's brutality. They overthrew apartheid government, armed resistance, same as, the groups in Palestine, but also peaceful resistance. Those two together, they overthrew public support around the world. Those are the 3 things you need: armed resistance, passive resistance, and public resistance are all around the world. And that's what Palestine has right now. They have the armed group, they have internal peaceful resistance, and now the world is finally waking up. So those are the 3 things that are needed, and those are the 3 things finally the Palestinians have. And so change is going to happen if those are 3 things that they need. And so they overthrew the government, and now South Africa, I remember seeing the the lawyers, they were black, white, they were Indian, it was just a multicultural lawyers, and they fought for the rights of Palestinians. Do you think South Africa, it was not an Arab country that fought for the rights of Palestinians. They abandoned them. But it was people who remember what it meant to be oppressed. Because most of the people, those lawyers, were born under apartheid. Most of those people remember what it was to be oppressed. They remember, they look at Palestine, they see it's exactly the same. And so they fought for it. South Africa is not a rich country. It's not like Saudi Arabia. It's not like, UAE, Dubai. They don't have billions of dollars. It's, a middle income country. They don't have as much resources, but they stand for justice. They remember. And, people who are oppressed often fight for other people who are oppressed. And that's the beautiful thing. South Africa, they didn't have to do it, but they did it because they see justice. We have America, the most powerful country in the world, supporting a colony, which is Israel. And you have South Africa, not a rich country, but they know what it means to be oppressed, and they're fighting. And that's the really beautiful thing about this thing, about this fight that we have to go through. So just remember that when we support Palestine, we are, we're not just fighting for only Palestinians, we're fighting for oppressed people everywhere in the world. It's because Palestine is, the next frontier, but decades from now it's going to be another place and another place. We can't rely on, people like Genocide Joe, or, in America, wherever in the UK, all these crazy dictators, democratic dictatorships is what I call them, democratic dictatorships, because people want something else and the leaders want something else. People want ceasefire, the leaders don't want ceasefire. So democratic dictatorships. So we will fight people who have the power. We're fighting right now. The people are waking up. We look at America, because I'm American. All these cities are passing ceasefire resolutions. 70% of Americans want ceasefires. 50% of the American youth want Israel to, change fundamentally or stop existing in a different form. It needs to exist if it's still going to exist. So change is going to happen. It's not about if, it's when. It's going to change. Palestine will be free. That's not even a question about it. It's going to be free. And it's actually mainly to the Israelis, what's going to happen to them when Palestine becomes free. So they need to start thinking about that. The resistance is strong, not just within Palestine, but within the whole world. People see what AIPAC is. People see who our politicians are. It's a mask-off moment. So that's all I just wanted to say.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate that, Justice. Yeah, thanks for your putting your thoughts on everything. Yeah, that's a good question. What if there's going to be some major changes with respect to the borders and or the entity of Israel if this thing does change dramatically, which would be great, and not so far as wanting to harm Jewish people, but to restore some sanity to the process and have a peaceful resolution that maybe is a one-state configuration or some version thereof. Maybe they shift things around, and we're always thinking one or the other. It may not be that. It may be some sort of combination or permutation, and that's going to be tricky, but something needs to happen. Okay, by the way, I have an 8 o'clock live that I'm doing, and I do have to take a little break. So about 7:05 p.m., we have 2 guests left that I can talk with. After that, I'm going to have to take a break for about an hour just to eat something, and I'll come back at 8 p.m. Been on since 2:30 today. So, all right, so we have Gaza is still, I think, still free. Hello?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Great stuff. Looking at this situation that's going on, you've got. I'm looking at Israel, and it's like Israel's going on a complete rampage. It's like they're not listening, they're not understanding. It's I'm getting to the stage where I'm like thinking, is this going to be is this going to end up being a regional war? Are other countries going to get dragged into this? The amount of suffering that's going on in Gaza as we speak, and no aid being allowed through, and people trying to negotiate. This isn't. We've got to stop thinking this ain't nothing that we can sit around the table and say, can we do this or can we not do this? It's over 27,000 people have been killed, and you can't. It's hard to justify one person being killed, but when you look at something like number like 27,000, and then you got over 60,000 that have been injured and hurt, you've got to ask yourself a question. You've got to say, okay, where do we draw the line on this? Where do we as countries and as nations, where do we turn around and say, okay, Israel, enough's enough? I don't see what their whole what they're trying to achieve, by doing this. They're saying they're trying to eliminate the H group, and you're not. The only thing you're actually hearing is civilians, and they're saying the H group are within the civilians, and that doesn't give someone the right to start going around and using. I call it barbaric force, because there's no other way of describing this.
Well, real quick, can I ask you a question? Because somebody in the comments made a good question, I think, and I've been trying to figure this out. Obviously, we know the number of people that have been unalived, at least if the numbers from the Gaza Health Ministry are accurate. Let's assume that's the case. Do we know how many are militants, or what they call T-words, versus who are actual civilians? And we know that tons of journalists have been included in that, which is despicable. Do you have any idea the exact numbers? Because I know when people claim these vast numbers, some people from Israel say like, well, 12,000 are militants. I don't know those numbers. Does anybody have a clue?
Well, according to what I'm hearing, you know, the numbers, they're saying that civilian-wise, the civilian casualty is very high. You know, I'm not gonna, you know, no one could justify that in any way and say that no, it's wrong, because okay, the numbers they're giving us are the numbers that they're telling us, but what do we? How much is under the rubble? That's the big question. How many people are still under the rubble? The 27,000 they're saying that have been killed. They're saying this is what's been counted and that's been killed. But no one understands. I think people are taking.
Hey, real quick, guys, real quick. You were supposed to say unalive, not the KILL.
Oh, sorry. I do apologize.
It's okay.
Unalived. No one knows how many are unalived under the rubble. That's another big. And I think we're going to find that out once they start, everything calms down and stops. It just scares me to think. I'm from England myself, and if this goes into a regional war, then America and England are going to be dragged into it, and unfortunately, then Israel saying, "Oh, it's all down to Iran." You know, Iran's behind all this, but Iran now is a nuclear power. Whether they've got real missiles that can go so far, but it still comes under a nuclear power now. Now we've got the BRICS alignment: Iran, China, Russia, North Korea, and so forth. And then, you know, if this regional war does break out, are we looking at confrontation with the likes of Russia and China and North Korea getting involved? It's I think where a lot of people are looking at, a lot of people saying, oh no, it's well, we're just going to go in there and we're going to get, you know, the ones that are back in Palestine, but it's like what's going on within the Red Sea. There, you know, where the ships are being stopped by the Houthi rebels.
We have about 30 seconds before we have to let ZE Silver, then we have to close up at 7:05. So sorry about that. I didn't want to rush you, but I have to close out.
No, it's okay. So yeah, my thing is, it's you know, we're in scary times. You know, who knows what's going to happen in the next month or maybe the next few weeks. You know, everyone's just holding back and praying that this doesn't go any further than what it needs to.
Thanks. Yeah, good point. We're all nervous about the broader conflict. Thank you. I'm coming back on in less than 1 hour, so come on back, and I'd love to have you come back on for a more lengthier conversation. Okay, our last guest is going to be ZE Silver. By the way, we may have a more in-depth conversation that needs to continue, I think, if I know who this is, but maybe we can continue it. I can't go more than a few more minutes right now. I'm not trying to keep your voice down. I will be back on at 8 p.m. or so Eastern time, about 58 minutes from now. Hey, ZE Silver, how are you doing tonight?
Sorry that I came here so late. I wanted to join because I feel like I've been just a part of a lot of lives in which there's a lot of Zionists and there's only one pro-Pally, and then they kind of all jump on. And I was like, you know what if I decide to switch up the little roles a little bit? But sure. I'm a little late. Maybe I'll hop on again and when you come on back. But wanted to say that in terms of just the regional war itself, I think it's very important to look at Iran. Because of what they're doing with backing the Houthis, that conflict between Iran and Saudi Arabia via the Houthis has been going on since 2015, if not, I think even a little prior, maybe even 2014, as well as Iran is the main backer for Hezbollah. They are also a backer of Bashar al-Assad. They're also the backer of they are also a financial backer of Hamas as well. And so if you're concerned about a greater regional war, I would definitely look at Iran and what they're doing around the region and why they are so focused on creating so many issues, not even just between various countries and also Israel, but frankly, the countries themselves, right? So one of the probably the worst humanitarian crisis right now is in Yemen, and that was caused by the conflict between the Houthi rebels or Ansar Allah and the Saudi government or the Yemen government, as well as what's going on in Iran right now. They're executing political dissidents consistently over the last week or so. If not prior as well, but the executions are actually ramping up, and they're clamping down on political dissidents as well. You can look at some of the dance revolutions that are going on, as well as some of the young people political dissident activity that's going on there as well. So what I would suggest to everybody here is to look at the Ayatollah and the mullahs. And the reason I'm saying that is because today is the anniversary of Ayatollah Khomeini landing back in Iran and causing the 1979 revolution, which took a very forward-thinking, progressive society of the descendants of the Persian Empire and turned it into what we have today. Women were completely free to wear a hijab or not wear a hijab. They went to university. Now, of course, they do not have the choice in either way. They certainly do not go to university. And of course, the Ayatollah and now his son have caused us an absolute decimation to the entire region. We can certainly look at Syria as well in that regard. The 2 million displaced and the hundreds of thousands of women and children who unfortunately were unalived by both barrel bombs and of course sarin gas. And so for all those who are wondering about, I didn't know not to say that word, you were muted. You're muted, Chip. I can't hear you.
Sorry, thank you. So I didn't want to cut you off, but I just want to say that, just so you know, declarative statements that have been put out through the Western media aren't necessarily factually in their entirety. There's a lot of conjecture, including through journalists like Aaron Matei and Eva Bartlett, both people who I have a lot of faith in because I have actually met one of them and I've done extensive research behind the other. And I think they try to report as accurately as they can. They have said something completely different than the Western narrative about what happened with the quote barrel, whatevers, and the agents, put it that way. So I know a lot of people make declarative statements about that as if it's solved fact. It's not. And the other thing I want to mention is most people, myself included, I don't support a theocratic regime like the Iranian regime, just so you know. And a lot of what they're doing is for their own political interest, obviously. And they're using proxies, just like the United States is doing, both, in Ukraine and elsewhere. So this is normal practice by the bigger powers to use intermediaries to do their bidding. Let me let you finish. We got about one more minute. I got to shut it down, and then we'll come back at 8 p.m. Okay, sorry to cut you off there.
Yeah, no, of course, I appreciate it. I would probably say that if you look at the same humanitarian organizations that you use as authoritative figures for what's going on in Gaza, they will also back up what has happened in Syria. So I guess it's entirely up to you to determine whether or not you believe the humanitarian organizations who have declared the crisis in Gaza are just as valid for those in Syria. So that's entirely up to you, as well as, again, going back to the original statement around who is going to be responsible for a regional war, which is, of course, the United States has its various proxies and, of course, alliances as well. And specifically when it comes to the Middle East, at the very least, we can say that Iran is the one that is more likely going to increase the likelihood of a greater regional war, especially with some of the attacks that we saw in Iraq and also Syria again, and even Jordan against U.S. troops. So that is the last thing I'll say, and I will let you all go.
Thank you very much. Yeah, come on back in about 45 minutes. I'll have you back on. This is good stuff. Okay, real quick.
Chip, if I can have.
Well, no, unfortunately, I have to shut it down right now. I've already gone 7 minutes over. I got to eat some food, for God's sake. So I got to have a little bit of a life. But I'll be back on tonight. We'll probably go for 3 or 4 hours tonight. So if you want to come back, I'll put you and Z.E. Silver on first because you've been very patient. And I know you've waited forever, Voice. I apologize. I just want to say really quickly, I'm going to have to close this out, like I said. But there's a lot of people who have different regional interests, right? I think to categorize it as Iran being the center point of everything, though, is not necessarily fair. And I think they've been very reserved in their choices of behavior. They could have have easily given Hezbollah the green light to do whatever they wanted to, and they haven't done that, which I think is smart, because I think it's Israel, quite frankly, that's trying to stir this up. And I don't know if it's the entire state or if it's just members of this Likud / right-wing coalition that are trying to extend their life, because Netanyahu has a lot of personal problems and political problems, which we probably are all aware of, including Z.E. Silver, if he's still listening. And who knows what the motivations are, but there's a lot at stake, a lot at play, a lot of different angles, like all these other geopolitical things. And so it's going to be a wait and see. It's the next step in the chessboard, and then we'll see which dominoes fall from there. I do want to let you all know I'll be back on, like I said, I'll be back on in about 45 minutes, maybe an hour. There's no particular topic for tonight, but I want to answer more audience questions. We've had a pretty much a marathon so far today. My normal schedule, by the way, this is an impromptu one I did today, Friday afternoon. I normally go Monday, Wednesday, Friday from 8 p.m. Eastern time, like I will be doing tonight, until about 10 p.m. Sometimes on Fridays, I go later. And then Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, I'll be on again noon tomorrow. I go noon to 2 on average. So the bottom line is this. I try to be objective as best I can. I don't always get it right, and when I don't get it right, I'm happy to correct myself. As you can tell from recent bumps in the road that I have my own, like everybody else, I have my own good sides and not so great things. It's life as a human, and you try to make a decision if somebody's got more good than bad, and you do what you got to do, but sometimes the bad can overshadow the good for certain people, and I understand all that. I do have a link in my bio, which is Linktree Chip Barnes, or if you're outside the country, which, by the way, the first link is clickable. The second link is not. It's actually the writing of that, because out of the country, they don't put the clickable link. I don't know why. But if you want to follow my other social media, you can do that. Or if you want to, I have a Patreon page. I got accused of doing this for money. If I'm doing this for money, I'm like the worst person in the world, because I think I'm making the equivalent of like $3.75 an hour for all this stuff. I'm not doing this for money. But that said, I have to survive like the rest of you. It's funny because somebody said, they're questioning your motives. When's the last time you got accused of doing your job for money? And of course, you're doing your job for money, unless you're doing something humanitarian or you're doing something voluntarily. But nobody ever says that. But this is work, right? This is work. It's interesting work. It's different kind of work, but it's a part-time thing for me, about 25 hours a week, which is about 100 hours a month. That's not chump change, right? So I think to get something back for the time you spend, especially if it's of value, is not necessarily like wrong. And anyway, and we all have to survive. So if you want to contribute, I'd love it. If you can't, don't worry about it. There's plenty of other good causes to contribute to, but it's in my bio towards the bottom. There's something called Patreon, which is just a way of contributing $5 per month. Not a very big investment. And having that from a lot of people helps me survive. That's all I'm looking to do. And I've been blamed for doing this as my full-time job. I'm also working as a professional trader, trying to get that better. And I'm not that good yet. So if I was making big bucks from trading, I wouldn't even ask. I could give a shit. Anyway, and then this is being recorded for anybody who came in midway and you're wondering, hey, I missed this part or whatever, or you want to go back and listen to the conversation. It's going to be uploaded to my YouTube and my Rumble channels. Same link I mentioned before. You can access those. And then there's going to be a 2-part. Some days when I go twice, it just says part 1, part 2. This will be part 1 and then part 2. I have to wait to upload part 2, because if I don't, it gets out of order, and then it says part 1, on the website. So you can't reorder your posts on Rumble, which is really weird. Anyway, that's that. So again, if you want to come back tonight, if I saw a couple of people in the guest queue, and if you didn't get helped so far, I will bring you up. Voice, I'm happy to bring you up first, along with Silver. So thanks for being everybody. I get to eat something, thank goodness, feed the dog, and I'll see you all close to 8 p.m. Thanks a lot.